And just one sec.
Great, you're live now.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Mike Savage, and delighted to be here. Welcome, everybody. Bonjour à tous. Kwe and Jalasi. Pleased to be here on the traditional land of the Mi'kmaq people, the land known as Jubuktuk, and we have a very significant event. This is the first day of meetings, by my count, of the 7th Council of the Halifax Regional Municipality. And we are here to begin by swearing in our newest councillor. We're not the only part of the world that had some issue with confirming the counts, but here we're done. We're good to go. And it is an exciting day. So I want to welcome Councillor Patty Cuttle, who was with us to be sworn in. She has a few friends with us today, Alex, her children, Robin and Sam. Welcome, folks. I hope you don't mind missing school. And also a couple of other folks, official agent, the most important person in politics, and other supporters, but a small group. And I will leave my mask on, although I'm not moving around, in the interest of caution. We're all masked. And we are doing this part, as you may be able to tell from the chambers of Halifax Council. So it's an exciting day, and after this we will have a committee of the whole, and then we will have a council meeting. I'm going to ask our acting municipal clerk and councillor-elect Patty Cuttle to come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of Regional Council. It is my duty and privilege as the acting municipal clerk for the Halifax Regional Municipality under the provisions of the Municipal Elections Act to hereby declare Patricia Cuttle elected for office of Councillor District 11, Spryfield, Sambro Loop, Prospect Road in the municipal elections held on October 17th, 2020. Councillor-elect, please come forward and take your oath of allegiance and of office.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor. I, Patty Cuttle, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, and that I am duly qualified as required by law for the office of Mayor, Councillor of the Halifax Regional Municipality, and that I truly, faithfully, impartially execute the duties of the office to which I have been elected to the best of my knowledge and ability, and that I have not received and will not receive any payment or reward or promise thereof for the exercise of any partiality or other undue execution of the duties of my office.
You can come and sign right here and right here.
Thank you.
Okay, you may now don your chain of office.
Ladies and gentlemen, Councillor Patty Cuttle. Congratulations, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that is the opportunity here. I will break protocol just a little bit and ask the councillor if there's anything she wishes to say here on the record. If she wishes, this is a surprise request.
I just want to say thank you to all the residents and citizens of District 11 for having faith and belief in me to be here, to be your representative at City Hall. I want to thank my family and my team for all the support you've given me. And I also want to recognize this historical moment where we actually have gender parity now on Halifax Council for the first time. So, thank you.
Tremendous. All right. Folks, just to let people know what's going to happen now, we will now recess for about 20 minutes to allow Councillor Cuddle, the clerk, and myself to return to our desks and resume the meeting from there. Corey, if you're here, don't go away. When we come back, we'll start the Committee of the Whole meeting. While I do have the floor, and since this does bring to a conclusion the swearing in of our councillors, I want to thank those who organized this election here in the Halifax Regional Municipality, our returning officer Cheryl Murphy, our clerk's office, Phoebe and April, Krista, and Melody from the councillor's office, and everybody who's worked on the transition. It's been very well done, and we thank you very much for the ongoing efforts. We will come back at 10:30 and move to Committee of the Whole. I'm just giving the Deputy Mayor notice that at some point before noon, I will be handing the reins over to her. I'll be taking some calls with other mayors around the country and federal officials. So we will come back with Committee of the Whole at 10:30. Congratulations, Council.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, come on.
What's wrong with your phone now?
It was reprogrammed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did that to my iPad and stuff, and I lost a lot of stuff. I thought, where the heck did it go?
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. April here. We do have all members of council and are ready to go whenever you say the word.
So April, are we in committee of the whole now, or do I have to move to go into committee of the whole?
We'll be in committee of the whole now. You just need to call the meeting to order whenever you're ready.
Great.
I think you need to move it, sir.
Pardon?
I think you need to move it formally. Acknowledge that we are committee of the whole, and I don't know if we need a motion to form that, so we convened as council already, did we not?
Council's in recess, and so he can call committee of the whole now.
Yeah, we're in committee of the whole. Are we good to go, April?
We're good to go whenever you're ready, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, folks, well, welcome back once again. Congratulations to Councillor Cuddle and to all of our new and returning councillors. Here we go. This is what we got elected for, so it's exciting. We are in committee of the whole, and I will call the meeting to order. And just for those folks who may be watching, we are in committee of the whole, which of course allows councillors to speak more than twice if they like. Still 5 minutes on the first go around and 3 minutes after that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce each councillor from each district, ask you to make sure your camera and your voices are on, and say hello. And we will begin with Councillor Diggle Gammon from District 1, who I see there. Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Anything you want to say?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would first like to say thank you to outgoing Councillor Steve Stretch for his dedication during his term to District 1, Waverley, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley. And now I would say that I'm also humbled and honored to be a part of this esteemed council. Thank you to the voters of District 1, Waverley, Fall River, Musquodoboit Valley. And my promise to them is to continually work to deserve their vote and to earn that of others. We're the second largest district, being urban, suburban, and rural, with about 47 communities. We're on a 4-year journey together to see District 1 and HRM thrive economically, socially, environmentally, and culturally. I'm excited to begin this journey together and very pleased to be here among you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, sir.
Greetings from District 2, Preston, Chesapeake, Eastern Shore, the largest geographical district in the Halifax Regional Municipality with over 75 communities. And here I am in downtown beautiful Musquodoboit Harbor in my office at Railway Museum. Come on by anytime. Anyway, I want to welcome the new councillors on board. As the Dean of the Council, I look forward to your insight and debate. And to the returning councillors, just remember to respect your elders.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Councillor Kent, District 3, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. I am honored to be back at council. What a thrill. What an exciting time for women in our districts who have achieved gender parity. I know that I can speak certainly confidently that everyone on council that's returning to council has welcomed us with open arms and supportive in a respectful and collegial way, and I very much appreciate that. And that's good positive change that we can show as role modeling to many other government institutions. So this is thrilling. I want to make sure that I have the opportunity to shout out to the residents of District 3. They, for everyone who took the time to vote and to be responsive to all and respectful to all the candidates who were on the campaign trail. It is an important piece of democracy where everyone steps up, and I'm honored to have had such a vote of confidence to allow me to sit in the chamber again. Getting to know the residents is the #1 priority for me within the district of those areas I've not represented before. It's a thrill to be back on council. And yes, Mr. Dean, you are the one and only that I can say that I sat in the chamber with you before, and I'm pleased that we still have you around. I do as well want to make sure that I thank on behalf of all the constituents of District 3, Dartmouth South, Eastern Passage, and certainly from a friendship perspective with Councillor Bill Carson, who has dedicated so much time and energy and passion, goodwill, respectful approach to governance on behalf of the district and in the varying districts that he had the opportunity to represent. We sat in the council chamber side by side when we first got elected in 2004, and I'm very pleased to be able to say that he's still a friend, and I know a support for the work that we have ahead of us. So with that, thank you for the kind and supportive welcome, and now let's get to work.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Purdy, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I just also want to thank the residents of District 4 for voting, for being engaged, for being concerned and respectful with the electoral process. I also want to thank former Councillor Loyalty Nicol for her dedication, for her amazing work. I've been told many times I have big shoes to fill, and I agree wholeheartedly. I have big shoes to fill. Thankful for this council, for the new and returning members of council for their support, and I feel very secure knowing that I have good people helping me learn this process. And I'm just thrilled, thankful, excited, all of those things to be here and to be engaged in this process. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, Councillor Austin, District 5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here and online and thrilled to be back here on this new council. It's a startling feeling, Mr. Mayor, to suddenly realize you're in the veteran block after only a single term. Thrilled to be here and to have so many new faces on council to work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. District 6, my councillor, Councillor Mancini, in a field of poppies today.
Yes, good morning, and Mr. Mayor, welcome everyone. It is a very exciting day. Welcome to all the new councillors and returning councillors. Welcome to the old council. That's for you, Councillor Hensby. And so to everyone, I do want to acknowledge today, though, tomorrow being Remembrance Day, and thank you for those who have served, who are serving today, and of course for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Look forward to today and the next 4 years. All the best. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Give me permission for that backdrop.
Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'd like to thank the residents of District 7 for their confidence in me and the direction of council. I want to thank my long-suffering wife and family, my great campaign team, many of whom have been with me for the last 3 elections and, are usually on the level of councillors, your best friends and allies. So I thank them for continuing to support me, and especially if you've noticed the sign guy, or you need a real obsessive compulsive person to be the sign guy. And my best friend Craig is my sign guy, and he goes out sometimes twice a day to check and make sure things have stayed where they're supposed to, which can be a challenge next to the universities. I'd like to thank the other candidates for putting their names forward, and I look forward to getting to work with all of you guys to build a green, connected, and empowered community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues from beautiful District 8, Halifax, Peninsula North. What an honor it is to look at the screen, see so many new faces and smiling faces, and some of the old faces. Hey, nice to be back with you, kind of. But it's again, I thank the residents for their confidence in me. Residents outside of the district that had confidence in the elected folks that we see today to make this beautiful council that we have, and I look forward to continuing the work. It's going to be a hard one, but I feel that everyone who's at the table is ready to do the work and get their hands dirty, and look forward to the future. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Cleary, welcome back.
Thank you, Your Worship, and big thank you to the great folks of District 9. You're unfortunately stuck with me for another 4 years. Big welcome to our new and newest councillors from all the people of District 9. It's amazing. I don't know if folks know that today is the UN's World Science Day for Peace and Development, and UNESCO is having a big conference, a roundtable on science for and with society in dealing with COVID-19. And the combination of what's going on in the United States and that election finally coming to a conclusion, and it looks like we may have a government down there that respects science again. And I was looking at a couple of tweets on Science Day 2020, and a lot of folks talking about how we need more women in science, technology, engineering, maths, and we need more women in politics. So it's an amazing day for our very first council meeting to have an equal number of men and women councillors. So thank you to all the folks in all your districts who elected all of us for this pretty impressive council. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. I'm thrilled to be here, and I would like to thank the residents of Fairview, Clayton Park, and Rockingham for putting their trust in me. It was a huge thrill and honor to be elected on election night. I would also like to recognize the outgoing councillor, Russell Walker, for his incredible 27 years of commitment to the district. And I'd like to thank my family and friends for supporting me, and for all the support I feel here at City Hall, starting this new position from my fellow councillors, and I look forward to working with you over the next 4 years.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello, everyone. Just want to say that it is an incredible honor and privilege to be sworn in today to represent the people and communities of District 11, Spryfield, Sambro Loop, and Prospect Road. I look very forward to working hard on the behalf of all of HRM and its citizens, as well as working with my colleagues and HRM staff, and especially the great folks of District 11 to build a strong, healthy, and resilient future. I also would like to note this historical moment of having gender parity on council. It's been just over 100 years since women were granted the right to vote in 1918. So to be here in this moment with my colleagues is not something that I take for granted. We are here because of the hard work of many who have come before us, who believed in a fair, just, and more equitable society. I also want to say, I too am stepping into some big shoes to fill. Councillor Adams was here for 27 years, so I know this is a change for everybody.
you know, within City Hall, within staff, and on council. And I really, really look forward to working with you all. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Welcome to Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. I would just like to thank the residents of District 12, Timberley, Lakeside, Beachville, Clayton Park West, and Wedgwood for having me voted in this district, and I appreciate them allowing me to represent them in Halifax Council. I appreciate the opportunity to work with all the current members of council and the new ladies that have come forward with me on this journey. We have, of course, as we've said, history made in gender parity, and I would just like to thank you all for this opportunity to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm thrilled to be here today. I just want to give a shout out to my mom and dad who are just blown away. My family, thank you so much for your support to get here. And yes, this is a very historic council. And as someone who's been pushing women to get elected, to get on the ballot, and to support women in politics, I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled that we did it. So congratulations. I'd also like to thank the voters of Hammonds Plain, St. Margaret's, Peggy's Cove, and Hubbards, and all of the villages and neighborhoods in between. I'm honored to serve this community, and I would like to acknowledge the outgoing councillor, Matt Whitman, and thank him for his service over the last 8 years. Certainly, these are trying times for us with COVID. We have a lot of work to do, but I, having grown up in an immigrant house and being a German Canadian, I can tell you that 31 years ago, on this historic day when the Berlin Wall fell, certainly people can make change together. And we have the power here in HRM. We're caring citizens. We're a great, amazing community. And I'm honored to be a part of this historic council. And I'd also like to acknowledge Remembrance Day tomorrow and personally thank the veterans and military members who are serving us and who have served us. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I may be sitting in the Beaverbank bunker, but my heart is with all of you today. Thank you so much to the residents of District 14 for the humbling return, and so proud to be representing you here at City Council. I want to thank my official agent, Betty Blackburn, my campaign manager, Mike Blackburn. And yeah, if those last names sound familiar, those are my parents, because that's how us Blackburns roll. Finally, to the women that are joining us on council, thank you for not leaving me alone. I just want to end by saying, here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, may we raise them, and may we elect them. Let's have a great 4 years, folks.
Thank you, Deputy. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody, from lovely and sunny and warm Sackville. I first of all want to thank everybody in Sackville for being such a wonderful community to work with and work for, and I appreciate those who supported me, and I appreciate everybody in the community for what you're doing to try and make this a better place to live. To the women around council, thank you very much for putting your names forward. This is, and to everybody else around council, this is a big deal to put your names forward, and I'm honored and impressed to know you, and am looking forward to working together for the next 4 years. We do have a Remembrance Day tomorrow, as a number of people have mentioned, and we aren't able to get together the way we have been able to in the past. Some of us will be able to get together in smaller numbers. We normally have a large showing at the Sackville Cenotaph, and the picture in the background is from a number of years ago. And so I would encourage everybody at 11 a.m. tomorrow to take 2 minutes and just think about those who came before us and who fought for us so that we can enjoy the freedoms that we have. This is an incredibly significant day in our history. And I would just, again, encourage everybody to remember what we have and how fortunate we are. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Oathit.
Good morning from beautiful Bedford, better known as, of course, HRM is better known as Greater Bedford. You will learn that over the next 4 years. And as far as this dean business, I think that David and Becky have to realize that once you're demoted for a term to the province, the clock starts over again. So as far as I'm concerned, all 14 of you are still rookies. So and that's just fine. I am very excited about this council. Getting to, and some of you I've known for many years, and some I'm still getting to know. But I am very excited about this new council. And every council that I've been on, from being sworn in at a by-election in 2008 through till now, everyone I think has gotten better. And we have found a way to balance that fiscal responsibility with being progressive and dealing with and encouraging the wonderful growth that we've seen and whatnot. And I have no doubt that this is going to continue. So I'm very, very excited about this, and look forward to working with you. It doesn't sound like this new council is going to be any less talkative than the last one, based on what we've gone through, and that's a good thing. Anyway, very excited to see all of those smiling faces there today. Look forward to working with you. And the first 12 years is the hardest, but you will get there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On that encouraging note, so thanks to everybody. I also want to thank the people who took part in the election in HRM. Thank those who voted. I want to thank our staff at HRM who managed this election very well. I don't know if you noticed, colleagues, but the election for mayor in Saskatoon yesterday was moved to Friday because of snow. If you're a candidate and you get to your election day and all of a sudden it's moved because of anything, it's kind of stressful. And we probably wouldn't have to do that here because everybody votes online, or almost everybody does. I want to thank the people who worked on my campaign and my opponents' campaigns. Particularly the folks who worked so hard for me and have done so before, most of them. I want to thank my wife and children enormously. One of my greatest, most proud feelings is being the mayor of a city where my kids actually want to live. I also just want to make note that Remembrance Day is tomorrow, as some have mentioned. It's going to be different, folks, and this is for the folks at home who want so much to come out and be part of remembering the sacrifice of those who've gone before. We're asking people, on the advice of public health and also working with the Legion, not to gather at the cenotaphs in most cases for safety reasons. It doesn't mean we can't honor those that we should honor, but it does mean that some people are going to be disappointed tomorrow if they are trying to get to certain events, including here at Grand Parade. But this is the way it is. In 2020, people died for our freedoms. They also died so that we can have a society that believes in keeping each other safe. Colleagues, thank you all very much. And it is an exciting time. There is no minutes to approve from our last committee of the whole. So what we're going to do is we're going to hand over the floor to our CIO, Jacques Dubé, our CFO, Jane Fraser, and Wendy Lyons, who are going to give us a presentation. This is strategic planning and budget process. What it is an opportunity for you as councillors to speak about what matters to you and what you want to see done in this term of office. Jacques will explain the kind of process we're following. It is a committee of the whole. I will be ducking out in about 6 minutes to join a call with other mayors and the Deputy Prime Minister. So Lisa will take over when the discussion starts. So it will be a discussion with our CAO, our CFO, and Wendy Lyons, and then we throw it open to councillors. We will discuss for as long as you wish to discuss, and when that's done, we will move into our Regional Council meeting. There will not be a vote on this today. Jacques will probably explain that. There's no vote today. It's just listening, staff listening to what is on your minds and on your agendas. And then there will be follow-up from that in future council meetings. So Jacques Dubé, our CAO, are you with us, sir?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. Ready
I'll
to
throw it
go.
over to you and you can do with it what you wish. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, congratulations to all of you for your election, and certainly looking forward to working with all of you very closely over the next 4 years. It's an exciting time here at HRM, and certainly a privilege and an honor for me to be CAO and working with such an impressive and inspiring group of people. And I also want to give a shout out to my own team, the staff, the directors, all the staff who work here at HRM, who do an outstanding job. And I know I speak for all of them, where I can say that we're all looking forward to for the next 4 years going forward. So as the mayor mentioned, the council is being asked to adopt a strategic plan and strategic priorities and strategic priority outcomes. So today is the day where we'd like to start that work with you. So what's going to happen today is I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of what the process is going to look like and what this all means. And then Wendy's going to dive into a little more detail around some of the draft thoughts that we've had as an organization. You know, when you were all out campaigning, we were actually squirreled away in our offices and actually thinking about what priorities this council should look at and consider going forward. And so we were listening to what you were saying on the campaign trail. We looked at what are some of the priorities that the previous council had, what the over 100 strategies and programs that council has already adopted. What does it all look like, and how does that all roll up into a strategic framework? So, you know, this strategic planning framework, and if you go to slide 2, strategic planning framework is HRM's output of an intensive planning activity undertaken every 4 years at the beginning of the newly elected council's mandate. It's then confirmed annually at the beginning of the business planning and budget process. So this strategic planning framework is really important for council to adopt, and whenever it's ready to adopt it, we expect that, you know, you would look at that sometime in January, because we're here today, as the mayor said, to listen to you, to hear your thoughts. We're not starting with a blank sheet of paper. We didn't think it was fair to you to be starting with a blank sheet of paper. So, you know, at the end of the day, we'll present some ideas to you to encourage a conversation amongst you. We'll take notes. And we'll come back to you in early December, probably at the December 1st meeting, where we'll present what we thought we heard from you today. And probably after that, we won't ask you for a decision in December. We'll probably come back to you in January after we listen again in December, to give you some thoughts and allow council to really to gestate on these issues, you know, to speak amongst yourselves over the next couple of months. And try to align yourselves around the strategic planning framework, the priority activities, and the priority outcomes you're actually looking to achieve going forward. So if we can go to slide 3, please. So this strategic priorities plan was first produced for the 2021 fiscal budget process, and is a public-facing reporting of regional council strategic priorities. So you'll recall that I included a link to that document in my welcoming email to you. Give you an opportunity, if you had the time, to actually skim over it, so you had an idea of what we're looking at today and over the next couple of months. Slide 4, please. The budget and business plans document is the output of the entire business planning and budget process. So it includes the annual business plan for each business unit and the corresponding budgets, which we roll up into a HRM overall budget, upon which the various tax rates are established by regional council sometime in March or early April. So slide 5, please. So we commonly refer to this as plan on a page, which is a strategic priorities framework that was introduced in 2015-16. So this is not new. I can recall when I first got here in 2016, in September, a month later, a new council was elected, and by December of that year, we had actually adopted a strategic plan. This year, we're going to add another month to that because, obviously we have a lot of new folks around the table, which we're excited about. And I think we need to give council more time to actually think about these things before we actually make a decision, hopefully around January. So this framework provides an illustrative representation of HRM's comprehensive planning process, including regional council's vision, mission, and values. And it's an important communication tool for conveying to the residents and the HRM organization strategic priorities of regional council. So this is really important stuff, and it will set the tone over the next 4 years. Now, the administrative outcomes, as you see there, were defined in 2018-19, and are refined, I would say, in that year. And so that undertaking provides transparency for regional council regarding how the administration coordinates resources and activities to support regional council strategic priorities and outcomes. So it also provides the organization with the totality of the work we do, providing for better planning and direction to all of our team. It also provides employees with the ability to see how they connect to the work of the entire organization. It's important that everybody sees themselves in the plan, right? Where do they reside within it? That all the important work they do actually means something to the organization, means something to our strategic framework that council has adopted, means something to council. So these administrative priorities actually reside with me as CAO. So I'm responsible and accountable to ensure that these things happen, and working with obviously the larger HRM team. So as I noted previously in this conversation, the 2020-21 Strategic Priorities Plan report actually provided for the first time a public document highlighting the outcomes associated with regional council strategic priorities. It eliminated the requirement for disparate presentations from all business units so that a collective strategy could be presented and reported upon. It supported meaningful public engagement. It eliminated duplication from the council reporting process, and increased transparency to regional council, the public, and of course the staff. So also for 2021 fiscal year, I should say, the public engagement was extended to the business plan and budget process through the introduction of pop-ups in communities as well as an online survey. Those engagements are now proposed to be undertaken between the research-based surveys that we do every 2 to 3 years. We sometimes hire a polling firm to do citizen surveys. So we don't do that every year, but we do them every 2 to 3. And this other process is aligned with that and supports all of that. So the new approach was really intended to increase the diversity of those participating in the feedback process, providing equity to the planning process itself. Slide 6, please. So this slide talks about a plan on a page, which was a 4-year strategic plan for 2017-2021. So here we are. We need to come up with a new plan on the page based on this council's vision, mission, core values, and priority areas. And on an annual basis, staff return to council to ensure alignment with the strategic plan. So this forms a starting point for the work we are engaging council with starting today. So Wendy Lyons, who is our manager of corporate planning, will now further explain the strategic planning process and take you through our draft thoughts about what council should consider in terms of strategic priorities and priority outcomes for the next 4 years. Over to you, Wendy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacques. Wendy Lyons, manager of corporate planning. So I'm going to take you, if you could go to the next slide, please. Give you kind of an overview of the process we've undertaken, and it was rather comprehensive this year. So we've undertaken an extensive review to simplify messaging of the strategic priorities to the public, align strategic priorities with core strategy, eliminate duplication and incorporate strategic themes and considerations, ensure that there are activities to support the achievement of these objectives, and apply appropriate measurement to ensure the priorities can be advanced. The outcome of this administrative review that we're going to share with you today is the proposed 2021-2025 strategic priorities outcomes. This overview will provide Regional Council with time to reflect on the material presented and provide feedback at a public session as stated on December 1st, 2020. Approval at that time or further discussion, should it be warranted, will determine the strategic mandate of this Regional Council. So in looking at the slide, in advance of an election, the administration undertakes a strategic review of the framework. This work includes undertaking such things as a jurisdictional scan. So what are other jurisdictions doing? Are there things going on that we can incorporate into our plans? Undertake a SWOT analysis or refresh our SWOT analysis, which is an acronym for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It helps to determine if there are changes to our internal and external business context, COVID-19 implications, Black Lives Matters, social equity, social justice, and affordable housing feature prominently for the 2021-2025 Regional Council mandate. Logic models were used to determine the most appropriate outcomes, and this is quite new for us. Logic models feature very prominently in program planning and are a very good tool in distilling the appropriate outcomes to achieve short, medium, and long-term objectives. They're also very valuable in determination of key performance indicators to inform us of our results and progress. Past citizen surveys and business plan and budget engagements are also very helpful in determining what the priorities of our citizens are. It's also important to include what's gone on in the past. So past decisions of council that have not yet been formulated into plans, like Halifax 2050, for instance, which stands out as an important document with far-reaching planning and budget implications. So the information from all these aforementioned activities is distilled and assimilated, and then goes through a very an iterative development and review process that includes many groups within HRM, the Corporate Planning Office, strategic and administrative priority teams, which are made up of members from different business units that work collaboratively, corporate communications, and senior leadership to arrive at the strategic priorities and outcomes that were presented to you today. You can go to the next slide. So this is a proposed schedule of dates for council review and input. Today is about introducing the strategic planning process and to listen to you about what's important. On December 1st, we'll be reviewing to get your input on these outcomes and the suggested framework. And we'll be asking as to what your direction will be. This is your strategic plan, and what we're presenting today is for your consideration. On January 12th, we'll present all the work that the business units will do over the next 4 years to advance your priorities. So that is the strategic 2021-2025 strategic priorities report, which is the public-facing document. The approval of the strategic priorities plan informs the business planning process. Initiatives that will be happening in 2021-2022 are distilled into business plans and budget presentations, which begin in February. Next slide, please. So we put together some 2021-2025 strategic planning considerations. So what's really going on and what's really going to be important in terms of considerations for this strategic mandate. COVID-19 has led to, as you know, a level of disruption in HRM that's not had to contend with in decades, and the full extent of the economic impact is not yet known. The organization had to suddenly learn to operate services and keep the business of government going while maintaining the safety of the public, as well as their employees. Yet through innovation and concerted efforts, service obligations have continued to be met. The economic recovery following the pandemic will form an important part of this mandate, and this council, as well as the administration, may have to make difficult decisions in assessing the priorities of the organization. Large unfunded strategies such as Halifax 2050, the Integrated Mobility Plan, large wilderness park procurements, the Wortley Report, affordable housing, have resource implications that demand a long-term financial view and financial strategy. Population growth and increased immigration have fueled HRM's economy over the last 4 years, but this growth created an affordable housing shortage. Economic growth has put a tremendous pressure on services as well to meet the demand and public expectations. Black Lives Matter movement, as well as Indigenous reconciliation, has left us all to question, how do we do more to ensure that citizens have equal access to decisions made by the municipality, and that the programs and services we provide are inclusive and do not unfairly exclude, bias, or disadvantage a community. As a coastal community, Halifax has witnessed the impact of climate change. Weather events are getting more numerous, they're getting stronger, and leveling more economic and social implications on our communities. A climate emergency was declared in HRM in 2019, and the subsequent Halifax 2050 Climate Action Plan has been adopted and needs to be enacted to address these issues. Next slide, please. So working from the 2017-2021 framework, we're going to present to you side by side a comparison of the past council priorities and administrative priority areas to the proposed. We are recommending a reduction of priority areas from the former 6 to 4. This is because we've had to put a deliberate focus on the alignment with large strategic undertakings and the incorporation of emerging themes. This has also been an effort. There's also been an effort to delineate strategic and administrative priorities. This delineation does not mean that regional council cannot inform these outcomes, or that the progress towards administrative outcomes will not be reported publicly. This will continue to be sustained. The delineation provides for better clarity of what is strategic and what is operational. Staff are recommending changing, if we look at the slide, the former economic development priority area to prosperous economy. Economic development is just one of the levers of an economy. A prosperous economy is one that everyone benefits from. Similarly, transportation is recommended to be changed to integrated mobility, a key strategy that speaks to the type of transportation system HRM wants to create. Healthy, livable communities has been integrated with social development, so that important social policy work is integrated to improving social outcomes for all. This priority area is now named communities. The former priority areas of healthy, safe communities and social development were both about improving the quality of life and societal outcomes for all residents of HRM. This review process through the community priority area is being led by a social policy team. And finally, environment, which was a former strategic outcome under healthy, livable communities, is now recommended to stand alone as a strategic priority area. This proposal stems from the approval of Halifax 2050 and the impact it presents to other strategic priority areas: economy, transportation, and communities. In fact, there was some consideration given to reducing the priority areas to 3 by incorporating the strategic priority area of integrated mobility, as it's now called, into the other priority areas to reflect triple bottom line thinking. However, given the number of active strategies and desire for the public and regional council to see continued progress in the area of transportation, it was concluded this would be too aggressive at this time. If we move on to the administrative priorities, our people remains the same. This is a reflection of the work we're doing with employees to support the strategic mandate. Service excellence and the former strategic priority of service delivery are recommended to be merged. There was duplication between strategic and administrative priorities, with the same team actually working on the planning for both, and it was difficult to create a distinction in the work as well as the performance measures. With the introduction of lean methodology, establishment of a performance excellence culture, and the building out of an accountability structure that requires distinction between strategy, operation, and service, it's recommended that these priorities be integrated. Governance and engagement and financial stewardship is also being recommended to be merged as responsible administration. This merger also eliminates planning and performance measurement duplication in the areas of finance and public engagement. Core administrative processes are now merged into one priority area. Next slide, please. Okay, so the strategic priority name and the associated statement in the green on the top formulate the overall aspirational goal for the organization. The strategic outcomes, and there are 3 listed here, are the logical outcomes required to meet this aspirational goal. So starting with prosperous economy, the aspirational goal is a prosperous and growing economy positions Halifax as a business and tourism destination of choice with economic opportunities for all. The 3 recommended priority outcomes are economic growth. Economic opportunities are seized to provide and maximize growth, reduce barriers for the business, and showcase the region's strengths to the world. Holistic planning. Improved affordability, inclusion, and business competitiveness through integrated planning. And finally, talent attraction and retention. A welcoming community that attracts and retains the world's talent. The Halifax Partnership, it should be mentioned, has been an active participant in the development of this priority area. Okay, next slide. The next priority area is communities. Halifax boasts strong social equity through meaningful engagement to build safer and more inclusive communities. The strategic priority outcomes are safe communities. Residents and visitors feel safe and are supported by a network of social infrastructure that helps community members thrive. Engaged communities. Residents are actively involved in their communities and enjoy participating in a wide range of leisure, learning, social, recreational, cultural, and civic opportunities. Inclusive communities. Residents live in a community that fosters greater well-being by removing systematic barriers to address the needs of vulnerable and marginalized populations. Next slide, please. Integrated mobility. Halifax offers safe, sustainable, and accessible travel options to move conveniently throughout the region. The strategic priority outcomes are connected and healthy long-range mobility planning. The mobility network supports active living, growth, and development, and links people and communities with goods, services, and opportunity using all transportation modes, including walking, rolling, cycling, public transit, and driving. Safe and accessible integrated mobility network. A well-maintained network supports all ages and abilities by providing safe, flexible, and barrier-free journeys throughout the region. And finally, affordable and a sustainable integrated mobility network. A socially responsible investment model optimizes existing mobility infrastructure and aligns with Halifax 2050. And finally, next slide, environment. Leadership in climate change action and environment protection, both as an organization and a region. The strategic priority outcomes are net zero emissions, strive to achieve net zero municipal operations by 2030 with community-wide emissions reductions of 75% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Climate resilience. Communities, infrastructure, and natural systems are prepared to withstand and recover quickly from climate impacts. Protected and sustainable environment. Healthy and protected ecosystems support biodiversity and connected habitats and enhanced quality of life. Next slide, please. So the discussion on December 1st in potential future discussions, we'll kick off strategic planning activities for the organizations. That's where initiatives are developed that align to the approved framework. And these initiatives are incorporated into the strategic priorities plan, but they also trickle into business plans that would be presented to regional council at business planning and budget deliberations commencing in February. The draft 2025 strategic priorities plan remains in draft mode until the budget is approved, and then it becomes final. And that concludes my portion of this presentation. I'll turn it over to Jane Fraser.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor, members of Council. Jane Fraser, Chief Financial Officer. As Wendy said, I'm going to run through the budget planning process. Next slide, please. So as Wendy has been saying, the strategic planning process is really one component of the larger financial planning process, where we work to align the financial strategies and budget to enable the achievement of HRM strategic priorities and associated strategic outcomes. So this graphic shows the interaction between the priority outcomes, the development of our long-term financial plan, moving to the development of a balanced budget, and then the monitoring of the budget through the year. Next slide, please. I'll start with the operating budget process. So the budget shows to the public how we are advancing council priorities and strategic initiatives. At the heart, a budget is a communication tool, and it's also a policy document, one of the more important policy documents that a government has. We gather information to include in the operating budget from debate that you'll be having on the priorities. We look at approved strategies and plans from previous councils. And we also conduct citizen engagement surveys, as Wendy was saying. We've already launched the citizen engagement survey through Shape Your City portal, as well as in some local newspapers. And in this, what we do is we ask residents and businesses really to give us information on any number of items. So how do they like their tax dollars spent? Are they satisfied with service? Would they spend more on a service if it meant your taxes going up? Any of those types of things. As of yesterday, we've had over 1,700 responses to the Shape Your City portal, which is quite a large turnout this early. As Wendy said, we're going to be kicking off the budget process December the 1st, and that will be a multi-year fiscal sustainability planning process. What this is looking at a 4-year planning window, and this is new for all council. In previous years, really what we had done is focused on the current budget or the budget that you would be voting. The reason why we're changing this is that there are a number of key initiatives that have been approved that we're going to be having to look at for 4 years and beyond, and we need to develop funding plans for those. So if we're going to move forward on the initiatives in a meaningful way, we need to really detail and plan out the way the funding that is going to, where it's going to come from. Next slide, please. So on January 12th, Council will approve the strategic priorities. Finance will also come in, so I'll come in and present the fiscal framework. This is later than it was last year. This year, we're waiting to receive the final roll from PVSC, the Property Valuation Services Corporation. With COVID, we want to make sure that the numbers that we're using for revenue projections are solid. Some of you may remember last year we came in and did a bit of a refresh on the tax revenue in January. So we'll be waiting till we have that final number. Fiscal framework, I'll include an economic update for 4 years. As I said, the assessment roll, what our projections are there, which is where we get our tax revenue from. And we also include increases in expenditures. So things, what do we think CPI is doing, collective agreements, contracts, fuel, commodities, any of those sorts of things. Also lay out the corresponding revenue assumptions that we're making. So, you know, looking at fees, tax revenue, grant in lieu, any of those. The difference between the two of them is the budget gap. And so when we come in with the fiscal plan, that is when we also propose a recommended tax rate or change to the average tax bill, and that's for planning purposes. Next slide, please. The budget process is an iterative one, and it's one that's conducted with input from yourselves. This is your budget. You are the body that decides where the spending will be and what the funding levels are. Each business unit director will present their budget and business plan before committee of the whole on budget. And at those meetings, there's an opportunity for the public to present on any business unit budget that they would like. With COVID, we'll have to figure out how we engage the public with social distancing. So that remains to be determined. Each presentation that the business unit director gives will have a list of proposed reductions or requested increases to service and/or programs, and then as well the corresponding impacts of those. If a council requires more information on an issue, they can ask for a briefing note if it's something that can't be answered on the floor. And there's also some items that council may not be comfortable with either reducing or making a decision to fund immediately. These items are shifted to the budget adjustment list, or the BAL, and this is done by council motion for debate at a later date. As I stated at the beginning of this year, we're also looking at funding for strategic initiatives, and this will also be presented. And some of these may require being moved to the BAL. You may want to have questions about changing the schedule or implementation timelines, so there'll be opportunities for that conversation as well. Next slide, please. So after I kick off the process with fiscal in January, we'll move into the business unit presentations. We have a proposed schedule for Budget Committee of the Whole. As always, we propose to start with the smaller administrative units on February the 10th. And this is a bit later than it was in previous years. And then we roll through the business units. We do keep the Friday as a contingency date in the event that we can't get through the presentations as required. One nuance that's a bit different is the role of the Board of Police Commissioners. So HRPD presents their budget to the Board of Police Commissioners for approval. When they come in front, when HRPD comes to council, council only debates the dollar amount. They don't approve the spending allocation. Once all of the presentations have been presented and debated, Finance comes back with the completed BAL and associated briefing notes for council. And then council goes through the items and debates whether or not they want to add them back to the list for funding, either in full or a partial amount. And of course, the directors and their staff are there to answer any questions that come up. Once I have final direction on what will be funded, my team and I go away and we put it all together for the final budget. Next slide, please. The capital and operating budgets are very integrated. Decisions on the capital budget have a direct impact on the operating budget. In previous years, we have presented a 3-year capital budget. This year, we're proposing to move to a 4-year plan to align with the fiscal plan and the strategic planning work we're doing, and present a 6-year outlook. So we're still talking about a 10-year budget. It's just with a 4-year balanced budget. The projects that are presented have been evaluated using a number of criteria, including risk and capacity to deliver, and these are mapped against council priorities. It's not surprising. We have more projects than we have available funding for. So the evaluation matrix that we use and the alignment with council priorities is one tool that we use to determine which project should be recommended for funding. The capital budget envelope is made up of funding from cap from operating, or pay as you go, as we call it. We also use debt financing and reserves to fund projects. And of course, we leverage as much as possible any federal provincial funding programs. Next slide, please. On December 1st, we'll also be coming in with the advanced tender list. The purpose of the advanced tender list is to allow project managers to release tenders in advance of the budget being approved. This is especially important for those jobs that have a short construction season, such as road construction. It also gives industry a sense of the work that will be underway in the upcoming season. So typically we get better pricing because vendors are looking to firm up work for the upcoming season, so it's quite competitive. The capital budget will be presented to you on January 26th for debate. And ideally 2 weeks in advance, you will receive all the supplementary sheets showing the details of the projects for your review and to provide information and details. Once we have confirmation of the projects, we'll firm up the operating impacts. And it's important to point out that there's also opportunity for capital projects to be moved to the budget adjustment list as well. Next slide, please. So this graphic really just takes all of the information that I had on the previous half dozen slides or so and shows the complete budget process from the beginning of drafting plans through the decision-making process in committee of the whole to the budget adjustment list and tabling the final budget in front of council. And finally, staff's role is to deliver on the plan. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'll now turn it over to Jacques for questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jane, for your presentation, and to you, Wendy. I will simply reiterate, we're here to answer any questions you've had on the presentations, but more importantly, I would ask that the mayor or the deputy mayor guide council through a discussion and get some feedback from you on the priority outcome areas and the priority outcomes themselves. So we're really looking for your feedback today on your strategic priorities and those priority outcomes that are associated with those priority areas. So, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jacques. That fabulous presentation, much appreciated. I guess the best way to facilitate this is just put your name in the chat, and we'll call upon you. And of course, this is committee of the whole rules, so you get 5 minutes to speak and endless 3-minute speaking points after that. So we will start with Councillor Mancini. You've signed up first, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Jane, Wendy, and Jacques for the presentation. Very informative, as always. Jacques, you say you're here to listen, so the 2 points I want to make. First of all, glad to see the environment as a standalone priority area. The work that's been done on Halifax 2050 is critical. I do caution all the business units of, because we're in a pandemic and our budget will be tough, not to invest into Halifax 2050. We all acknowledge it, supported it, but we need to move forward on that now, not later. And the other point is, you know, we are in a pandemic, and I ask caution when you come to fire and police budgets. We cut those budgets each by 3.5 million at the last budget. We are in a pandemic, and cutting services to both fire and police is something that I will not be supporting. So I just ask you to listen, and we need to make sure we support those budgets as strong as we possibly can. So there's no questions, just those things. You wanted to listen, hopefully you did, and I thank you, Deputy Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Hensby, you're up next, sir.
Thank you very much, Deputy. I won't be as short as the previous speaker was, but anyway, a lot of things. First of all, I want to make sure that this budget focuses on our communities, especially impacted by COVID. We've learned a lot of things over the last few months, and we're probably going to have a few more months ahead of us. So some of the things that we learned in regards to the need for more open spaces. We saw and seen people want to get out and walk and experience the nature. And it's safer to be outdoors than it is indoors. So we want to make sure that we have adequate resources for parks and trails and access to water. So I'll be bringing some issues forward about strategic parkland acquisitions, as people know, about Porter's Lake and Lake Echo and Lake Eagle, as well as some boat launch improvements in the Porter's Lake area in Pacific. But through the integrated mobility plan, we talked about connectivity of our communities. So I'll be talking about rural sidewalks from Musquodoboit Harbor and Porter's Lake. We're right now finishing the paving of shoulders in Mineville. What a great asset that is for the community. And I'm looking forward to some federal announcements real soon about a Greenway project for East Preston. But we need to do more active transportation infrastructure improvements in rural areas, be it highway number 207 and Cole Road are just two that I can off the top of my mind. And I'm also looking forward to the North Preston active transportation plan that's coming forward. It's in the works now. But one of the things we learned from COVID is we need connectivity by the superhighway, the information highway, and that's internet connectivity. And we need to have HRM on board wherever it may be necessary to have that availability. So I need to push that agenda further. I know there's some federal and provincial monies out there, but we need to know if the municipality can be on board. We know other municipalities and provinces are making internet investments. Why isn't HRM doing the same thing? We've done it in the past. We need to come to the table and force Eastlink and Bella Line and whoever else to get rural broadband out to the coastal roads. We also want to talk about transit. We talked about community connectivity. The Rural Express Metro X service for 107 highway was never fully implemented. You look at highway 101, 102, and 103. Fully done to their capacity as proposed, but not 107 highway. So I want to bring that back. Perhaps this council needs to be brought back to speed of what that presentation was many years ago. I'm also looking forward to the implementation of highway number 207 transit project. It's been deferred because of COVID, and we have opportunities to mirror that, perhaps for the Sambro Loop and Cal Bay areas. So I want to work with Musco Rider and with the other councils in those areas to look at the possibility of alternative transit services. And I'm also looking forward to the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center. We got the big announcement just about a month ago, federal and provincial funding. So I'm looking forward to that evolving and coming into play over the next couple of years. So that'd be high in the capital priorities for me. But most of all, the Musquodoboit Harbor Community Conceptual Master Plan. Where is that with our planning department? We need to get those things to come forward with the need for centralized water for the community. For it to move forward, we need to have those things to be brought forward, and we need the proper land use zoning and density opportunities there. But I have some other things I want to bring forward later, but I'll reserve it for now. I want to talk about fire and safer communities and inadequate water supply and district funds are my next topic.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Way Mason.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lisa Blackburn. So this is really good work. I'm really impressed with the kind of focus of these being more council priorities than shared priorities between staff and council and the leadership. Like I really like the governance and engagement and service delivery. Service delivery arguably is more a staff function, obviously, than a council function. It's something we're concerned about, but both of those are things that were in the past priority areas that are really, it's the water we swim in, it's the air we breathe. So it makes sense that those be embedded throughout, but I like how it's been condensed down to these four prosperous areas. I will say to the new councillors, and with all due respect to Councillor Hensby, the 107 expansion hasn't been forgotten. It was taken off the list when we did Moving Forward Together and the regional plan in 2014 with the urban service boundaries. So, that's a much broader discussion than how come this hasn't happened yet. It would be for the new councillors, it would be a review of the regional plan boundary and a decision to undo a bunch of decisions that were quite deliberately made. So we have to be conscious of that. When I'm going through the proposed council priorities, what I think they are very good. I think that that what's missing is in the prosperous economy slide on page 11, that in the header we need to acknowledge recovery from COVID. Right, like certainly that's going to be a frame not just this year, but for the next number of years, but not to the exclusion of all else. And I don't think it needs to be its own point or topic. But I think we need to think about that. And I would really like to see in holistic planning and economic growth throughout these, the word inclusion is there, but it feels like an orphan. I would like to see a stronger statement about how we're going to be considering making sure that our plan for about exceeding our expectations, economic prosperity, that we're looking at a lens of sharing that growth and success with everybody across the the income spectrum and all walks of life. I also feel that in that section we need to talk about integrated planning. And past that, we need to talk about somewhere we need to recognize rural and urban lifestyle and rural and urban economic concerns, right? It's something that we've been very good at, seeing the rural index included in the Halifax index, and standing up the rural planning unit inside planning and development, that kind of thing. But I think that needs to be explicitly there. And then on slide 12, I think, I've talked to every single councillor now, new and past, about kind of what they see as a big issue, and affordable housing needs to be on the communities page. It needs to be a priority, probably under inclusive communities. There's some really good language here about fostering well-being and removing systemic barriers, but I think we need a separate call out about not just participating in, but providing leadership. I am not, until the province is willing to give us housing, like I think they should, I'm not willing to just raise taxes by 50 or 100 million bucks and just start doing their job. But we're going to have a big discussion over the next couple of months about what we're willing to do. I believe this council would endorse and continue with what the past council did and ask the province to give us housing back. But short of that, we can provide leadership, and we can be, frankly, really pushy and demanding about what the province should be doing that they're not doing. And so I think like that needs to be there as a part of the inclusive communities part. Other than that, great to see the integrated mobility and environment. I'll come back on budget. Interesting to hear what councillors new and old have to say on priorities and budget. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
And thank you so much, kind sir. Up next, Councillor Paul Russell.
Thank you very much. And I hold the rare position of being one of those councillors, both new and old. So when I'm looking at the budget, we looked at it last year when we did budget 2.0 for the 2020-21 fiscal year. And we talked about being in a rainy day, and we needed to consider what we were doing then as if we were in a rainy day. And at the time, yes, I'm reusing an old metaphor. At the time, I was talking about it being a forecast. We were looking at a rainy day coming, and we are still heading in that direction. I think we're going to have more financial pressures in the next few years than we have had in the past. We are going to see commercial tax rates go way, way down because a number of people have all of a sudden found out that they can work from home. And so we're going to see a number of the commercial spaces downtown dry up, and that is going to put pressure on the commercial property tax, which is going to put additional pressure on the residential property tax. And I don't think it's a good news story, but I think it's going to be the reality that we're going to be facing over the next little while. So when I'm looking at a balanced budget, and I appreciate that that we are doing everything with a balanced budget, I would like to ultimately see three things in any budget. The first one is no more debt. We have the ability to incur debt for capital projects, which means if we structure a budget properly, we can have as much debt as we want. We just say that everything that we're doing debt for is capital. We do all of our streets and all of our buildings and everything that we're going to be buying as debt, and then we can have all of the income going to operational. And frankly, that's a horrible model. I don't want to see us incur any more debt at all because I hate paying compound interest. The second thing is we have reserves, and I would like to, as much as possible, not see any reduction in our reserves. I see these as either strategic funds or a rainy day fund. And again, I don't think we're in the rainy day yet, but I don't want to see us have any reduction in the reserves that we've got. And the third one is higher taxes. We know that there are going to be dramatically increased taxes, both federally and provincially. And if we can avoid increasing our tax rate, then I think we're going to be in a far greater stead than if we don't. So that is the underlying framework under which I'd like to see this budget drafted. That being said, there are a number of things that I'd like to see improved. We have the pavement condition index that we measure every second year, and that has gradually been getting worse. Our streets have been degrading at a rate faster than we can repair them. I'd like to see us start to repair them faster than they degrade, and I have no idea how to do that. I've heard that we've tried it in the past, and there is just not the pool of people available to be able to do that. I'd like to see out here in Sackville and in the outlying areas where we have the RCMP presence, I'd like to see improved RCMP involvement in the communities. This doesn't mean more policing, it means more integrated policing. It means better responsiveness. It means that police are seen more as community members instead of enforcement members. And I'm not sure exactly how that model works, especially with what we've got with the model of having the policing in the arrangement with the province, where we cost share with the province, and those decisions have to be made very early on so that we can have a discussion by December 1st, I think it is, about what changes we are going to see with the RCMP staffing. The next thing is transit times. One of the things that we've heard about, and this was especially driven by recent changes to what we've got with transit and with what we have as far as parking goes. Wei, I think you're not muted. So I think we need to see extended transit times, making it both earlier and later so that we can handle hospital workers and other people, military workers, getting to work at 6 and 7 in the morning, and then other ones not leaving until 7 or 8 at night. This might not take much of a change, but it will take a change. At this point, there is no way that someone from Sackville can take transit and get into the hospital for 7 a.m. It's just not possible. And we have removed the parking option right now by making everything in such a state that you have to move your car after 4 hours. That doesn't work for someone who is in an operation for 8 hours. We have heard issues about the planning process and how we are working on a hybrid planning system right now. I'd like to see the implementation of the new planning system, the one that was supposed to come online a little while ago. I'd like to see that completed. We've heard talk about housing security. I'd like to see affordable and accessible housing. We need to consider both of them. Accessible for housing that is broadly across HRM and accessibility in many other areas. Affordable housing, certainly. We have a 0% vacancy rate out here, and I'm not sure how to deal with that. Having housing within the municipal control, I think, makes a lot of sense. There are certainly going to be some challenges along with that, disparity between what HRM does and what the rest of the province does being the major one. The next thing is food security. We have the mobile food market, we have Square Roots, we have here in Sackville Freedom Kitchen, and we have a number of other food programs, but we need to address this a lot more holistically. Those are some of the top things, the broad things that I'm looking for, and I'm hoping that we are able to have a discussion about that. But key again, no more debt, no reduction of reserves, and no higher taxes. If we can frame everything within those three, it's going to be really, really hard. But I think we are able to do it, and that's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Russell. Councillor Sam Austin, you have a question for Jane.
Thank you. I'll just start though, not to pick on my good friend from Sackville there. I think HRM, we're in a very good position, and that is in part because of good leadership over successive councils. But if we want more services or more of anything, or even just to hold on to what we have since our costs go up every year, there isn't any scenario that doesn't involve either some reserves, debt, or taxes. I mean, municipal budgeting is at its core. It's very complex, but in some ways it's actually very simple. If you want more stuff, you have to pay for it, and it comes from one of those three areas. So it will be the usual to and fro as our budget discussions go. On the big picture pieces, I always I always have to really make myself get engaged in the strategic planning, because ultimately as a council, I find with this stuff, often you can park whatever you want to park into these things because they're usually so broad after the fact. That said, I'm very pleased to see the emphasis on environment. I think that is a very core objective, given where we are with Halifax, and it's going to be a hard one. There's going to be, that is not one that we're going to achieve with status quo. It's going to take resources. It's going to involve a certain degree of pain. It's awfully darn important. So I think it's worth it, and I'm very glad to see that identified, and the kind of core, especially on the municipal side, the part that we have direct control over the emissions piece from our own operations, really signed and drawn out on that. So well done, staff, on that one. I think if I can get into, Jane, some of your aspects on the budget piece, bravo on putting out some of our direction piece till January, especially with all the uncertainty. I mean, I think every budget now that I've been in has always involved some sort of update or some sort of change regarding when the final tax numbers come in on the assessment. And in the past, it's always been, well, yay, we have a little bit more money than we thought. That'll help with the budget options list. It could actually be the reverse this time around. So it would be, I think it is helpful to do that, to really get that down solid before we get too deep into the budget process. If I can ask, the 4-year capital plan, I mean, that's a bit of a change. What are you envisioning going into that 4-year capital plan? Is it like all of our capital spending, like right down to, well, we're going to do this road at X in year 3, this year road in year 4? Or is it kind of more bigger picture pockets of what we anticipate putting into the different areas? Like how granular is that 4-year plan meant to be?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to the council. So on the 4-year capital plan, so obviously, so it'll be balanced. Years 1 and 2 will be solid. Year 3 should be fairly good. 4 will not be. There'll be some assumptions built in there. Really, what we want to be able to do is start planning for the big strategic initiatives. So if we're going to advance Halifax as an example, we need to be able to build into that capital plan and operating plans how much we're going to spend and how we're going to advance that in a systematic way. The same with integrated mobility, moving forward together, any of those large initiatives. So it's really about that planning piece, so we can get a sustainable strategy on how much debt we assume, what the tax rate is going to look like, and what the appropriate use of reserves actually is. So that's what some of that is going forward. As always, there'll be some flex in that. We have council last year directed us to spend 70 to 80% of the capital budget in renewal work, so investing in what we own. So, you could almost envision where this is our core business. This is the projects that we do for renewal for our normal growth. And then what does it take to do the extra things to advance these large strategic initiatives?
Okay. So it is going to be somewhat vague, given that it's that far out.
Yeah, certainly through you, Madam Deputy, to the councillor. So certainly in years 4, it's going to be lighter. Year 3, we should be pretty good. I certainly don't expect, in case Mr. Anguish is listening, I'm not expecting to have every street detailed in year 2 or 3. It would be more around the repaving schedule and things of that nature. So there's, it's certainty on what the work that needs to be done within the funding envelopes that we have. Depending on what the project is, we'll be able to forecast it out more. So large capital projects like a building Maybe year 2 is design, year 3 is 80% construction, and year 4 is completion. So on some projects, we will have a bit more certainty, which helps both in the planning as well as the with industry, with giving them certainty on how much that we're going to be spending in capital so that they can ramp up to meet the needs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Pam Lovelace. Oh,
I was
think
muted.
you're on. There we go. Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I just have a few comments. I'm thrilled actually to see this transition and moving forward with these proposed priority areas. My comments in regards to those, in particular, the communities. I'm just going to put you on the spot, Ms. Lines. In regards to looking at the verbiage, I guess you could say, or the definition of engaged versus involved, I do encourage HRM to consider involved communities as opposed to engaged communities. When we use the term engaged, the onus is on the residents, on the businesses, on people to actively be interested and get engaged. And I feel that it is the duty of the municipality to ensure that people are informed and therefore have the opportunity to be involved. And so I would like you to consider revising that terminology to include involved communities. And I concur with my colleague who stated that, it's important for us to recognize terminology with regards to being welcoming community. And thinking about the term inclusive, as I think Councillor Mason, you said an orphan, and I do agree with that. We do want to make sure that the intent is fully behind these statements, and also recognizing the unique characteristics of our communities. Obviously, in thinking about communities in District 13, such as Hubbards and Peggy's Cove, we have a clear, and St. Margaret's Bay, we have a clear need for potable water. We had a number of dry wells again this year. Again, St. Margaret's Bay, Queensland Beach was closed. We know that we've got significant issues coming up, and looking forward to addressing raw sewage that still is going into St. Margaret's Bay. And so making sure that our environment is clean and safe and welcoming is important. And also, I just wanted to raise the point of social determinants of health. And thinking about, I believe it was Councillor Russell that you addressed food security. I agree with you on that. And also the green spaces, Councillor Hensby, that you raised is extremely important for mental health and advancing mental health and helping residents get out. It's not just about helping them access these services and infrastructures that we have. It's also about encouraging. So creating the space is one thing, but creating that space as a welcoming space is extremely important. And age-friendly cities, I think, is the direction we're going in. So no matter what your mobility or your abilities or your age, that you feel welcome in the community and to use those infrastructures. I do want to also raise the point about the shoulders. Councillor Hensby, you raised them. I do think that we need to think carefully about moving forward to secure that road infrastructure and creating a standard that includes paving shoulders of those roads to advance the opportunity for people to use those roads in a more safe manner, whether it's with a stroller, a walker, a wheelchair, or running or biking. And I do want to address integrated policing, of course, here in District 13. We are challenged with RCMP presence or the lack thereof, knowing that the RCMP in our district are doing the best job that they can with the resources that they have. We do need to talk more about that integrated policing model and what that looks like. In addition to that, I just would like my council colleagues to realize that and to acknowledge that we do need to have evacuation plans. We need to think very carefully when we recognize the development of these communities, what does that evacuation plan look like? Still today, we have subdivisions here in District 13, and I'm sure in other districts as well, struggling with only one exit. Hundreds and hundreds of homes being built without forethought of, well, how are they going to get out if there is a massive fire or some kind of crisis in place? So with all of that, I'm very pleased to say thank you for this opportunity to speak, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Becky Kent.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the voice and seat of District 3. I have an extensive list as well, and so I'm going to use most of my time, and there's no particular order of priority with the exception of the very first one. Traffic and safety, traffic calming was the #1 issue that was before me in every form of communication to myself. I know it was to the other candidates within District 3. People are feeling, and rightly so, are feeling the excessive speed and unsafe conditions in our streets. I know that we have a traffic calming framework. I would encourage that we have an opportunity to have a time to revisit that. Frankly, the ability for the resources that have been allocated to that framework are just not enough at this stage in our society. We have unsafe conditions. Just sitting here in the last 2 days, I have had probably 4 different traffic accidents within just the general area that I live in, listening to the EHS vehicles and such, and hearing about it afterwards. It is very, very real. We have situations on our streets, of course, and many of the returning councillors would certainly know about it, which is the folks are in such a rush and or avoiding clusters of traffic volume and unsafe conditions by going onto the side, smaller streets, creating then unsafe conditions. It just seems to be a snowball effect of risk to so many streets. And I know it's not only in District 3. I can expect that it would be in all the districts right now. So we really need to have a focus on revisiting that and funding and resourcing something that is a little more timely to address quickly. And from what I know of the traffic calming list, it's extensive and it's years out. If you're not up in that 1 or 2 range, you are years out from having a response, and I just feel like that's just not enough. So leave that there for now. Within the housing and homelessness focus, I really, and to be fair, I don't know if I'm going to get any of the terminology to which cluster of proposed council priorities this fits in. So I'm just going to speak off the cuff of general issues of priority for the District 3, and I believe in HRM. So housing and homelessness, I think we have a need to address this in a way, a two-pronged approach. We have a crisis right now. We have people sleeping in tents in our communities. We have people approaching the winter with eviction notices. This is not going to be fixed quickly. We need to, I believe, we need to find a way, and I look forward to hearing where we are with it right now, but working with the experts that are on the ground. We have community agents, community groups, homelessness working groups who are fighting the fight, providing a good service, but they need support, they need funding, they need allies in government to make sure that they can keep their services strong while we address the larger volume of crisis. So I encourage us to give that some thought in our budget deliberations. We also have a planning department who are working. They're working hard to address all of the many land use issues and the planning visions and the priorities that we set. But what I heard loud and clear, and I continue to hear, is that we are creating situations where if an application might come forward, then all of a sudden there's a larger catchment for that application for an amendment or a land use bylaw change, and we're getting unintended consequences that are affecting the ability for some of the housing options that could come forward from landowners and independent the smaller companies. This is not the big developers, but small landowners who live in our smaller districts or smaller areas of districts that would like to develop some form of a housing option, and but yet all of a sudden find themselves that within a year, or even a year ago, they didn't realize they had lost that option. So we need to make sure that we're cognizant of those kinds of changes when we're doing it. From a inclusive and diverse society, I absolutely am thrilled to see the standalone department that we have. And the energy that we're going to put into systemic racism and inclusion that we want to focus and improve. One of the things that I'd like to see us put some energy into is helping create an opportunity for our communities to work as agents of change as well. We have some training opportunities, I think, through that department. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for some grant program maybe to help build a movement within the community that is not a government necessarily led one, but a government supported one. There's a lot of good ideas. Change has to come from within. It has to come from within the community, within the culture, that is a natural organic change. And in many cases, it has to be deliberate. It clearly has to be deliberate now. So I'm hoping we can give some thought to that. Policing services in communities, absolutely, I would like to see an approach, a return to an approach. And Councillor Hensby, you would recall when we were in council from 2004 to 2007, we had a very inclusive community involvement of the community policing aspect, that we lost it. Somewhere it fell off the rails, and it needs to be brought back. Councillor Russell, you've talked about it as well, and I can't stress that enough. That was effective. It was effective. It's welcomed in our communities, and so many people rely on that connectivity to help really reduce some huge anxieties and huge significant sort of actions of local crime prevention and support of safe streets and such. But again, that's on a local level. We can tap into an amazing resource within our communities if we give them tools and supports that they need. And policing, I think, is that.
Just sorry, quickly. Yeah, you're at 5 minutes. If you can wrap it up, that'd be good. If you have more, you can always ring back in.
I have lots more. I'll leave it there, and thank you. And while I have you on the phone, though, where is the timing button that I would see here on my screen to show me that I've used up all my time?
Unfortunately, we don't have one. This is sort of what I'm using. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. But yeah, just sign up and we'll get you after lunch as well. All right. Thank you very much. Before we move on to Councillor Outhit, I just want to acknowledge that Councillor Tupy has joined us from Musquodoboit.
More dog parks you want, more dog parks.
Absolutely. All right. Councillor Outhit. And you're on mute, sir.
Yeah. You're muted, but it's the best you've ever sounded.
Unfortunately, I can still hear Mancini.
We can hear you now. Can you go back on mute?
All right. So listen, I was going to say Oben's been here all morning, so Tupy's late. So listen, I want to start by, I've got a couple of questions and a few comments, but I want to start by saying that how much I strongly support what I just heard Councillor Kent start off with, and that was and it'll come no surprise to some of my colleagues about the street plumbing. We've got a list of over 300 and it's growing, and you know, folks, that 300 list doesn't include the 180 that haven't been evaluated yet. My own street's 97th on the list. I will be not on council and maybe not even on the planet by the time we get to number 97. Hopefully on the planet. But so we have to be careful about this, and we have to take this seriously. And I have suggested the last couple of years, and I'm going to suggest it again this year, and Paul, you won't like this, but maybe we don't do quite as much paving, and maybe we do a little bit more into attacking what we all hear at the doorstep or on social media or in our email as the number 1 or 2 issue, back and forth between affordable housing and street calming, traffic calming. We're going to have to get creative, because if we don't want to raise taxes, we don't want to go in debt, we don't want to use reserves, we're going to have to get darn creative with what we have to deal with, which may be less than last year because of commercial taxation. So, well, but you talk about baptism by fire for my new colleagues being, right in the middle of a budget here, but you'll do it, you'll get there. But we are going to have to, and I cannot say enough to support Becky's comments on the importance of getting creative and doing more about street calming. I had a question, I think for probably for Wendy. IMP has sort of been the new catchphrase there for the strategic priorities versus transportation. I'm fine with that, but I missed a little bit around of your presentation. I want to make sure that IMP also catches things like the Bedford Highway Functional Plan, the Rapid Transit Plan that we've passed, the Moving Forward Together Plan that it's passed. So when I'm through, if Wendy could just address that for us, I just want to make sure that it is all encompassing. Transportation to me is more than integrated mobility, or is it? So let's just make sure I'm on the right page. Actually, I see Wendy. Wendy, can you answer that one? Or?
Yes, hi. Yes, Councillor. It does include those other functional strategic plans. The outcomes are, at a high level. But they are all encompassing. And I don't know if you'd like to have Dave Reedy speak specifically to any of those plans. He may be
only if it's good news. Yeah, no, because I mean, the last council was very excited that we passed Rapid Transit, Moving Forward Together, and the Bedford Highway Functional Plan. And if those aren't now in there as high priorities within the integrated mobility platform, then I'm going to have a big problem with that. But I'm hearing that they are.
They are in there. They are strategic initiatives that are built out under these outcomes, and they would have initiatives that would spread out over 4 years until the plan is fulfilled.
Okay, and that's fine. Thank you, Wendy. Question now for probably more for Jacques or oh my gosh, it's gone right out of my mind. Our CFO. So
Jane.
Jane, thank you. I don't know what's going on. I have been myself this week, and I do apologize. For Jane, capital projects, and this is near and dear to me. You both heard me beat this drum in previous years. A councillor, when the capital budget comes forward, there should be no surprises for a councillor from within their district, and particularly our new colleagues. So, and I know I'm very impressed with Nalini and Jeff and what they're trying to do to reach forward with projects within parks, and the same Dave Hubley and Ed meet with us to talk about paving projects and this sort of thing. Will you be meeting with each councillor prior to this budget coming forward, capital budget on January the 26th, so they will know everything that is in the capital project for their district, why it's in, why it isn't in, when it might be in, etc. This has got to be done, in my opinion, long before this lands on our desk in time for the meeting on January the 26th. There should be no surprises for the councillor to the area, and keeping in mind, staff, that we are the ones that have to respond to this and answer the questions and defend this, of course, if things that we need and want in our district aren't there and we start getting public input. So what is the plan to make sure that we're all prepared for January the 26th? And I did say Jane. I'm getting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillor. So the reason why we want to have the supplementary sheets to you 2 weeks in advance is so that you have that detail, councillor, so that you can look at that and really dive into the projects that are included and the scheduling of the projects. That will then give you the opportunity to contact the business unit directors or the project manager, whoever the most appropriate person is, to get the answers to your questions that way. It is an awful lot of material to land on your desk without sufficient notice. So really that's what the plan is as we go through and do our work to evaluate them, to fit them in the funding framework, to give you ample time and all of your colleagues ample time to review the list and then ask for clarification and questions of the program managers.
Okay, I'm just wondering if that's enough time, because I think I'd like to start even sooner than that, Jane, because if I see something that's not there 2 weeks before and I can ask a question, then I appreciate that, or I can make a suggestion, but the budgeting wouldn't have been done, the planning wouldn't have been done. I mean, you know, we meet with Dave, and I hope we'll be meeting with Nalini long before 2 weeks before this information. So as the program managers are preparing this district by district, should we not be meeting with them to make sure that what we're hearing from the people and what we've heard knocking on doors to doors or whatever are in there and getting costed? I think getting this 2 weeks before and just asking a little question on, you know, why it isn't there might be a little too late.
Thank you, Councillor, through you to the rest of your colleagues. So some of the challenges is the ability to put it all together. And there, I expect that the project managers have a good sense of what the priorities are in the individual areas and the individual districts. As you'll recall, there is the opportunity, if there are projects that are moving forward, to be able to move capital projects to the budget adjustment list. And to have that debated as part of council. We are a bit later this year than normal, and as Councillor Austin pointed out, some of that is to ensure that we have the proper assessment role. This is it's going to be a very tight year, and it's going to continue that way. So our objective is to give you as much information as possible and to fit it in the evaluation criteria that we have that takes into account your priorities, bearing in mind that we do have direction that 70 to 80% of the capital spending is to go to renewal projects, with the balance going to growth. I don't know if the CAO wants to add to anything or not.
No, I think Jane has captured it. Thank you, Jane. I think you've captured it well. You know, I take your point, Councillor Routhit, about the timing. You know, we certainly be somewhat flexible here. We probably give you an extra week with the sub sheets. Jane and I can talk about that later, but you know, we probably give you a little more time than 2 weeks, but I think that's probably as far as we can go. At the end of the day, you know, the capital budget is the recommendation from the CAO and the CFO and the staff, based on our best information, and we appreciate the guidance and intelligence that you folks all bring to the table. But we certainly can give you a little more time, I think, than perhaps 2 weeks. But we'll confirm that after Jane and I have talked with spoken with some of the other folks.
All right, and thank you both. I have no question that there's no doubt in my mind that your folks will be working hard on this and doing a good job and explaining things well, and that you have a tough job. No, I don't doubt that for a second. But particularly for our new colleagues who may not be. They may not even know who the program manager is. They may not even know what the previous councillor thought was a priority and fought for over the past 4 years and this sort of thing. So, you know, this is the kind of thing I just want to make sure that they have this time. So again, so there's really no surprises when those sheets show up, be it 2 weeks or 4 weeks. That's all. But anyway, I won't beat the horse to death. I think we're all on the same page, and I am trying to be helpful to my new colleagues. So thank you both.
All right. Thank you so much, Councillor Routhit. So I've got remaining on the list, I've got Patty Lindell and Kathy for the first go around, and then signing up for second speaking is Councillor Hensby and Councillor Kent. But it is 12:15, so I think we're going to take a break and come back at 1:15. And when we come back, we'll start back up with Councillor Cuddle and move down the list from there. So in the meantime, have a great lunch, everybody, and we'll see you at 1:15. Yeah.
Is Michael still on a long phone call?
No, he's back, but he said he doesn't know who's speaking, who hasn't, so I'll just pick up where we left off, and then he'll take over from there. Yes, yes, he will.
Here. We do have members of council, but the CIO hasn't joined us yet.
Okay, so we'll give it another couple of minutes then. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Sure. Sure.
All right, for folks who are just joining us, we're just waiting for the CAO to log back in, and then we'll be good to go. And just a heads up that when last we left, we were just about to call on Councillor Cuddle. So once the meeting is back in session, Councillor Cuddle will have her opportunity to speak, and we'll continue on the list from there. Thanks.
Lisa?
Oh, you're back.
I think, I don't know if Jacques back, but as long as the lawyer is there and we have people taking notes, I think you could probably go ahead. Jacques will catch up.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. I think we have a lawyer, we have clerks, and we have I think everybody else. So we'll get the clerk's office to take down the break slide, and we'll go back into public session. Continuing on. All right. Thank you very much, everybody, and glad to see you all back with fresh cups of tea and good to go. So just for folks who are tuning in at home, just a quick recap of where we are. We are in a special committee of the whole meeting where we are setting or looking at setting our priorities for the next 4 years. We continue our debate, and when we're done this, we'll transition into our regional council meeting and start with that agenda. But continuing on with committee of the whole, calling now on Councillor Patty Cuddle, who will let us know what her priorities are going to be for the next 4 years. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I first of all, I just want to say how much I appreciate this strategic planning approach being taken by staff. You know, I think that's really critically important for aligning, you know, goals and missions across different departments, because that's actually how we start to move, you know, specific things in the direction we'd like to see them when, you know, everyone's kind of pulling in the same direction. So, you know, that is awesome. And also with the budget process, which I do feel I need to understand a little bit more. And I want to thank you, Councillor Elhit, for suggesting we get this information a little bit earlier, because I think for me at least, yeah, it's going to take some, there's a bit of a learning curve here to understand how all of that works. I'm also really pleased to see that there's so much alignment across many of the districts. A lot of the things that have already been spoken about are issues that I've heard about in District 11 as well. A lot of really basic things that people want. People weren't looking for like big, huge, big ticket items. Like a lot of the time, it was just about really simple things like crosswalks, dealing with speeding, dealing with litter. The kind of the everyday care of communities that really impacts the everyday living experience and quality of life. I just want to touch too on something that Councillor Lovelace spoke to, and it was around the piece, the proposed council priority on communities, and really needing to define that intent a little bit more clearly. Councillor Lovelace suggested, not just having communities engaged, but actually having them involved. And I might even, suggest taking that another step further in having them supported and strengthened and empowered. When you go into the districts and you look at the work that's actually being done on the ground by community organizations, it's incredibly impressive. In District 11, we have, the trail building groups. We have groups, working, volunteer groups working to protect natural assets, protect the quality of lakes. We have groups that are building community centers, which we know are so important for these goals around, social, recreational, cultural, and civic opportunities. But these things are actually being done by community organizations. So how do we, as a municipality and as an administration, help support those groups and make it easier for them to do the things they need to do? I see this as critically important in building local community resilience and in building engaged, involved communities. So I think we need to be specific around how we work with community organizations. Another piece in there I wanted to talk about was under safe communities, and the line is that residents and visitors feel safe. And this isn't just about feeling safe, this needs to be about being safe. And this comes up to some of the questions around, the sidewalks and the crosswalks. Again, these do not have to be big ticket items, but when the decisions for these are being driven by kind of outdated decision-making tools, such as looking at perhaps the number of cars, as opposed to, I forget who talked about all ages cities, that might have been you again, Pam, about how do you create a place where kids feel safe walking to school. It's not just feeling safe, but it is actually being safe. So, we need to, kind of turn that and put it on its head and start to think differently around how we make decisions. I know too, from speaking recently to staff, that it's a 20 to 30 year existing waiting list for sidewalk improvements. I mean, that means that people who are fighting for improvements now are doing it perhaps for their grandchildren. And that doesn't inspire an engaged and involved citizenship. In fact, it disengages people. So we need to, I know a lot of this will have to do with priorities. And again, separating out, what are the big ticket items and what are some small ticket items that would make a big difference to people's lives that we can move on more quickly. Other things that I was really happy to see in the plan about environment and resiliency. I know that's particularly important for District 11. We have hundreds of small coastal communities, and that extends up the Eastern Shore and into into Pam's district. We continue to approve developments that are in what we do know will be potential flood zones with sea level rise. So this has a lot to do with the regional plan, and maybe at some point we can speak about how the strategic plan is going to help inform the regional plan review. Like how do the threads between all of these things get stitched together? The economy. Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Mason said around, recognizing that COVID has changed things quite significantly. In fact, if you kind of, back to that scan, the jurisdictional scan around what other places are doing, in the planning journals I've been reading, a lot of it talks about the reorganizations of cities as a whole and kind of back to the neighborhood and back to the local. So when we talk about, how do we strengthen our economy, I don't believe we can continue to work off the old model, and we need to adapt. So what does that mean for our districts independently, and how in particular do we support our local economies and local sustainability? And that even goes to the whole question around food security, that we are a city with a population that does need to be fed. But we're also part of a province. So what are our relationships in food security, not just locally around food delivery, but in helping to recognize we're part of a larger system, things like that. I also see development as a big issue, back to, we're approving developments right now based on old ideas. And every time we do that, we miss an opportunity to have developers pay for street calming measures when they install roads, rather than doing it under the old model. Why are we not automatically doing slow street design, bike paths, things like that we know the city can't do right now for 30 years and cost a lot of money? Why aren't we doing these things right now in the beginning? I don't know where that fits into the strategic plan, but I do think that needs to be something we look at over the next 4 years as a cost-saving measure in the long run. What can we get done now? Affordable housing, many have spoken about it, also a huge priority from the people I spoke with. Not just those who are in need of housing, but those who recognize it as a problem. So, I think I said the other day that, when we have a homelessness issue, whether it's provincial, federal, or municipal responsibility, the burden of it falls on the city and the quality of our city and the experience of all of our citizens. So I think we need a bigger lens on that. And transit, a lot of the transit has been very focused kind of on the denser areas, and I get that. I understand ridership and all the rest of it, but we are a regional municipality. We have a huge rural area. And unless in that transit plan we're finding solutions for people in the rural and exurbia areas, then I think we're actually making it more difficult for them. And we need to, kind of broaden our lens around transit as well.
Right. Councillor Cuttle, you're at 5 minutes, but if you had more, we can just put you on the list to come back for a second round.
No, that was it. I was done.
No, okay, perfect. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Next up, Councillor Lindell Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Great discussion so far. So really quick points for me, not to get too deep in the details. Really, what I'd say is I think it was Councillor Mason who mentioned that within the economic growth, we need to talk about the prosperity plans that we're undertaking, and I don't know how that would fit in. But I do agree that we do need to recognize that, all must be included with our economic growth and development, and that we are, as a city and as a council, prioritizing that through the initiatives that we have supported. So I would support somehow putting that into our economic aspect. I feel as well that the planning needs to have stronger language around affordability and accessibility as well, because as we know, we've made that a priority of ours as council and as a city, and with our plans, it should also outline that. I do appreciate the significance of the environment and the social well-being that's being mentioned within many of the priority pieces, also within the presentation and staff, and I know they're working very hard to make that a priority of everything we do. I do feel, again, that COVID should be mentioned in some way, because this is going to affect us on a multi-year scale, not just this year or next year. It's going to affect us going forward. So as Councillor Mason said, it maybe doesn't have to be its own block, but we do need to recognize that COVID is going to affect us on a multi-year, and this, this council in particular is going to have to make decisions related to that. And the last piece I have is around the budget and our capital plans. I would say it would be important, especially for the new councilors, but even for the ones returning, understanding the projects that have been pushed back. And I don't want to go to district detail, but for example, the Needham Center, which was on the books and was to be being built, next year, but that's been pushed back until I don't even know exactly. So having some point of understanding some of our bigger capital plans that have been not only pushed back because of COVID, but have been pushed back for other reasons would be beneficial. Because when you go back and look at our budget books, it's hard to keep track of where projects were and where they are today, unless you know that they were on the books at some point. Other than that, great work from staff. I always look forward to this discussion and know when we start to dig deeper in aspects that deal with this, we'll have more discussions there. So thanks again, and that's it for me.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kathy Giggle-Gammon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Blackburn. It's such a pleasure to be here and to listen to all of this. As I listen, I agree with Councillor Cuddle on the alignment and the consistency of the things that we're hearing that are across all of the districts and how much is the same. The excessive speed in our roads is frightening. Combine that with poor road conditions, lack of sidewalks, then there is a huge need and a big dependency of asking for more traffic calming, asking for an increased police presence. We're also a district that has the alignment with the RCMP, so very much we would like to see a little bit more of that. And visible reminders to ensure that the safety of our residents around people. Please slow down. That's really important to us. When we talk about transit, we're a suburban and a rural district as well as urban, and transit and asset transit is a huge issue for our communities. If we want more cars off the road, then we have to give other alternatives to drive for the communities around Fall River, Waverly, Wellington, Rocky Lake is not accessible.
We've lost the audio. We can't hear you.
Sorry. Sorry, Kathy. We keep you keep dropping out audio wise. I don't know if maybe shutting off the camera might work, but
I'll give that a try.
All right. And if you could just repeat your last sentence to bring us all up to speed, that'd be awesome.
Thank you. I was saying that water is a huge issue for persons in District 1, whether it be quality or quantity, and we really need to look at that. Many of our areas are still in need of water. One of the biggest issues facing our district is the growth that is anticipated. Development without proper infrastructure is a huge issue. Everybody does want to see more housing options in the district. They want to see affordable housing. They want to see housing that allows aging in place. But without the proper infrastructure, then it's a huge challenge. One of the biggest issues facing our district when we were campaigning is that some of these development agreements are pending traffic studies, and people have a challenge around the use of the traffic studies. What is the data that they're using? How old is the data? Those kinds of things. And then whether or not we're building without, the concern for what exists already in terms of water and sewer, emergency services, all of those kinds of things. We talk about, Councillor Cuddle mentioned very nicely around the higher expectation on developers, which I also would agree with. It's hard to build on old infrastructure, but if you're doing something new, then let's do it right at the first time at getting it at the gate. We talk about the safe environment of our safe enjoyment of our environment, and with the increasing the provision of outdoor spaces, our trails, our sports fields. We want to really look at the rural experience and the issues that are there. There's also issues there around speeding, issues around lack of sidewalks and the safe enjoyment of your community and being mobile within your community. The issue around internet connectivity, so that would support our digital economy, especially in our rural communities. There's an interest in how and where HRM invests and spends our money, and what does that impact on the strategic priorities of HRM. Councillor Kent, I believe, spoke as well as some others around the support for local initiatives and volunteerism. One of the things that we really need to look at is how can we, Councillor Cuddle, I think, said strengthen and empower, and Councillor Lovelace talked about resourcing our communities that they can lead change. Often small volunteer groups and nonprofits can provide the community-based grassroots solution that governments cannot. So we have to figure out how we can support them to do that as best as they can. Looking at climate change and Health Act is a huge issue, and it should be across our municipality as well as our province. And so getting alignment with the climate change at all levels of government and what we need to do there is an amazing thing. And I would agree as well with Councillor Smith that and Councillor Mason that our response to COVID and how we see it as a multi-year response and the thread among all of the strategic priorities that we have as a council needs to be addressed. I'm sure that we're going to have much more opportunities to have these big, good discussions. And after all of our training through boot camp, we'll be much more articulate in how we will address the issues in the budget discussions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Catherine Morris.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I also feel that I'm very well aligned and have heard things that everyone has mentioned that I agree with and that are priorities for my district. So probably the most serious one affecting people in my district, especially in the Fairview area, is affordable housing. And when I'm talking about affordable housing, I don't mean people who are about to be homeless necessarily. I'm talking about seniors who can no longer afford to stay in the community that they've lived in most of their lives. I'm talking about families, I'm talking about new Canadians, I'm talking about a whole range of people who are in not about to be homeless, but very, very anxious and concerned about affordability. And I agree with Councillor Kent that we probably need some sort of urgent strategy and a longer term strategy to deal with affordability on housing. I totally agree on traffic calming. That was certainly one of the more frequent things that people mentioned to me when I went door to door. Also, green spaces and walkable neighborhoods are something that people want in my area. We need to make the transit more reliable, and I agree on the expanded hours to get people using transit more often. And I think we need to somehow do a better job of including the rider's experience and having targets for improving ridership, but based around improving that experience. Bedford Highway is very important to my district, and also this idea of different types of development, maybe development that is more concerned about providing benefits to the communities that these new developments go into. I heard examples of development that was not welcomed, but when they said they would offer restaurants and stores on the bottom level of the development, people were happy about it, and then that never materialized, so people were very disappointed. But I think there are different ways we can do development that provide benefits to the communities that the development is happening in. I'm really encouraged to see the focus on the climate strategy. And I think there are ways that under addressing the climate, we can also provide other things that people want. For example, if we conserve land along the Sackville River, just to give an example, if we protect that land, we can protect ourselves against flooding. We may be able to use some of it as parkland on a seasonal basis, and we can address some of our climate strategies too. So some of the things that we can do can fit into multiple goals. And finally, I'm hoping that I think COVID may have more economic impacts than we can yet imagine. And I'm wondering if we could have scenarios, best, worst, neutral scenarios as part of the economic forecast to help us with our budget planning. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor Morris. Councillor Trish Purdy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to turn my camera off to see if that helps with the audio. Okay, thank you. I am learning a lot. I appreciate hearing all of your educated responses. I'm making pages of notes here, so I do appreciate this. And I agree, the alignment is interesting. My district as well, very similar, the same issues my residents are very concerned with. The number one issue I heard, of course, was unsafe driving, speeding. People are very concerned that someone is going to get seriously hurt or killed, and they're even more concerned that that someone may be a child. With the turnover of homes here with newer families, we have lots of kids in our district in many different neighborhoods. Another common concern that I've heard here today as well in other districts is the wanting more police presence. And of course here we have the RCMP. The feeling safe versus being safe, I loved how Councillor Cuddle put that. I think that's really key. Our residents need to know that they're safe, but have that perception, and seeing a police presence on the streets, especially with the fear of, you know, unsafe driving, it gives an element of comfort to know that they are being looked out for. Community initiatives that fit within the greater strategic plan, healthy, vibrant, active communities, more outdoor space for our youth, just more options for our young people especially. In these days of COVID, we've seen how significant that is to have that ability. I love the idea of supporting and strengthening and empowering our volunteer groups that do so much work within our communities, and they're stunning to be able to get behind them. Also the economic prosperity element, that championing our local businesses and lowering the barriers that they feel, perhaps, well, I've heard through our local businesses, some of them, just the tech, if we can help them succeed in every way possible and really undergird our local small businesses, I think that would be really, really important. And of course, there's so much more, but I just wanted to say that I'm very thankful to be here and really appreciate hearing all of your input.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. That is the, I see that Mayor Mike wants to speak before we go to round two. Mayor Savage.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, very much. I missed some of the conversation this morning, and I'm sure there'll be repeats, but that's what today is about. When I was elected in 2012, I went to my first meeting and spoke at the meeting, and a very wise councillor took me aside and said, nobody wants to hear from the mayor at council. And I remember thinking, when I ran for mayor, I talked about what I wanted to do. I didn't talk about how I would run a meeting. And so every now and then I will weigh in, but not all the time. For me, this term ties in neatly with what I campaigned on in my election, which was three things: people, place, and opportunity. We've had a strong economy in Halifax, one of the strongest in Canada the last number of years, and that's given us the ability to invest in some things that strengthened opportunity for people. I would certainly recommend for anybody who hasn't seen it, the report of the Task Force on Poverty that Sarah Napier and I co-chaired, which Councillor Cleary and Councillor Stretch were on, but also included many dozens of voices, including a significant number of people who had lived experience in poverty. And there was 129 measures recommended in that report, which included transit, housing, food, social exclusion, a number of those things which we've taken action on. And it was a strong economy in many ways that allowed us to do that. There's no point having a strong economy if more people aren't able to be part of the success. And there's a lot to do. For me, I want to recognize in everything that we do, Black Lives Matter, and also the importance of Indigenous reconciliation. and the work that we have to do. Those are two of the areas in our community who have not been as much a part of the opportunity as they should. So in everything we do, from our planning to our economic development, we need to hear those voices, and the old saying, nothing about us without us, make sure that we're serious about those issues. The work of reconciliation is something that a number of us on council have been very pleased to undertake in the last few years, and that'll be tested in the days and months ahead. I also want to mention the importance of us being an accessible community for people with disabilities. We have Paul Vino on, who is an advisor to the CAO and to us. We need to make sure that when we speak about people with accessibilities, we are truly being inclusive. And as much as possible, we should, in my view, be supporting and recognizing the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. There is a role for cities in that. And I do believe it's a human rights issue. I also think, and this goes to the COVID issue, there's a lot of work to do with COVID. One of the things we all must do, in my opinion, as leaders in the community, is not allow COVID to change how we look at things like immigration. We cannot become insular. Immigration has driven the success of this city in the last 5 or 6 years. And I'm not just talking about people who come here with money to invest. I'm talking about people who come here with very little, but invest themselves to improve their lives and particularly their families. So immigration, we need to make sure that we don't become so insular about COVID that we lose our focus on immigration and what it does socially as well as economically. Protection of place, protection of green space and wilderness areas, we've done well the last little while. It makes me proud to say that we have invested. Not only, it's very easy, you know, when you already own land to protect it. It's a whole lot more difficult when you don't own it and you're going to buy it from private interests so that we can keep it in the public realm for years to come. It's an important role. Ties in, of course, to climate. Halifax 2050 should be Halifax 2030 is going to drive what we do, and we need to make sure that in the crisis of COVID and the economy and social justice, we don't take our eye off the ball on climate, which includes our ambitious transit plans. So as we come out of COVID, as I always say, we don't want to be just a bigger city, which we're becoming, but we want to be a better city with more opportunities for more people. Housing is a huge issue for all cities in Canada. I just got off a call with big city mayors who have got some horrendous stories of housing. We're getting to that point here in Halifax. We may not be as bad as the Torontos and the Vancouvers, but we have got a lot of people who are underhoused. We have a lot of people who are underfed, and food security is something the city's done some great work on the last number of years. But on housing, we absolutely have a great deal of work that we all, I think, agree that we can do as a city, and that we don't need to fall back on other orders of government or the private sector. This federal initiative, the Rapid Housing Fund, is going to test us over the next few weeks. We need to follow the work that staff is doing. The only really sort of promise that I made, sort of a monetary commitment, is I think the city is now at a point where we need a dedicated staff resort on housing. Our planning folks have really stepped up in the last couple of weeks to work on this Rapid Housing Fund. We need somebody who looks at housing and recognizes that it may not be a legislative responsibility of the municipality, but it is a moral responsibility of the municipality to be part of housing, and not to lose our sight either on entrepreneurship and innovation and how that is driving our economy. So those are my thoughts on this term in office, and I hear that from many other people as well. And I turn the floor back to you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for the time.
All right, thank you, sir. It is now my great honor to call upon Councillor Iona Stoddard. Councillor Stoddard, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor Blackburn. There's quite a few concerns in District 12. It is both urban and a little bit of country as well. One of the main issues in District 12 is, as other people have said, is transportation, and I echo Councillor Kent. There are concerns in District 12 about speeding, and as a result, there is a call for traffic calming lit crosswalks and traffic lights in a lot of the areas. There's avoidance of an express highway. They call it the Timberley Expressway, but it's at a speed of 70, so I believe it's comparable to a highway. Because of the abundance or over, because there's, I guess I'll say it as it is, because there's so much traffic there, residents are going through the earlier exit, which is to Beachville, and because of that, they're causing now backups on the St. Margaret's Bay Road, and the residents there are not used to that, and they are complaining. So you have the traffic from the expressway, now you have them turning around or taking the earlier exit on St. Margaret's Bay Road, which is only 50. But because they're just coming off the highway, they're still speeding, and they're not realizing that they're in more of a residential area than, of course, on the highway. The environment, Birch Cove, Blue Mountain and Birch Cove is a large part of District 12. It's very important to the residents and actually the whole of HRM, because we have visitors from all over that are looking for a quiet space. It's at present, it's shared with Councillor Lovelace in District 13. It's essential, especially during COVID, but even before COVID, the ability to get out, enjoy nature, have a quiet space, and it also assists in mental and physical health. Quickly, our local RCMP, of course, are shared by District 12 and 13, and their presence is needed. And as Councillor Lovelace said, engagement with the community. We want to see them as part of the community, not separate from the community. Affordable housing is an issue for District 12, and the constituents that I've spoken to while campaigning have experienced their rental amount doubling, and the residents believe that HRM is not recognizing their struggles. Because of their situation with rent doubling, they will also add to being victimized and not having affordable housing. So they too will be put in the same light as those who had no affordable housing to begin with. Another issue in District 12 is the overcrowding of schools. It's a huge it's a huge issue, and we have to continue to work with the province on this particular area. Mental health has I've always been an advocate for mental health. It's important. It's an unrecognized illness. I've also been a champion for people with disabilities / challenges. Access to places, snow removal, the ramps being blocked now by maybe transit stops, car parking. So places where they did have accessibility, they no longer have that, and that's a problem as well. Especially in the downtown core, I've heard a lot that, you know, they want to go to the museum or something, and now their access points have been taken away. And it makes them feel isolated because they can't go basically where they want to go. I don't know how my time is going.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Okay, communication is very important for the district. I heard that over and over and over again at the door. There has to be communication between the residents, council, and all levels of government. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Councillor Stoddard. So I think we've covered off all the folks who spoke the first time around. First on the list for the second go around is Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hensby, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Deputy Mayor, just to follow up on Councillor Stotter's comments, communications is key, and I want to thank staff for extending that citizen survey not till the end of November, but till the middle of December, an opportunity for rural communities to have an input on that process. We use community newspapers out here, and our November issue has already gone to print and in the mailbox already. So the December issues will catch this, and hopefully we'll get a great response from our rural citizenry on our urban, on our municipal expenditures for the upcoming budget year. But talk about the other issues I want to raise about community safety was things such as we talked about secondary access into neighborhoods that Councillor Lovelace mentioned. I made mention of this during the last budget debate, that I mentioned two particular streets, one in North Preston, one in Porters Lake, and I can list a few others, but I want to make sure that we have connectivity in our neighborhoods to get secondary access in and out. It's so important. Also, the fire protection in our rural areas. I'm grateful that we have full-time coverage in Sheet Harbor now, and as well as Chesapeake and areas, but we need to look at to ensure that we have full-time coverage in all our rural areas. And you know, it's great to depend on our volunteer fire departments for evenings and weekends, but we need to have the assurance we have coverage as best as we can. And also to extend to our community facilities that also act as comfort centers whenever necessary. We need to make sure that they are compatible and capable of having auxiliary power. That means having generators on site, not just a transfer switch and a plug. We need to have generators on site. We've learned this from past experiences. Sometimes when you have a hurricane or a significant weather event, sometimes you can't always find that generator, so it's best to have it on site and ready to go. And talk about inadequate water supply, I'm looking forward to the bylaw C-1000 amendments that expect to come forward in the middle of December about expanding it to all properties as well, and to include septic systems. I know in rural areas, inadequate water and faulty septic systems are becoming a major issue for us to address. It's great to have city water and city sewer, but in rural areas we don't have that luxury. So therefore we need to have a mechanism in place to allow residents to have the capacity to at least replace their systems they have on their own site. I kind of like Councillor Cuddle's comment about exurbia. You know, I said, you know, that sounds a bit like a suburban row houses and stuff like that. It must be one of those planner terminologies that her and Councillor Austin are familiar with. But in regards to our rural communities, or all of our communities, I want to see us to restore our district capital funds to their fullest capacity, maybe increase them to $100,000 per district, because during the COVID crisis, we're still in it. A lot of community groups and organizations have lost their capacity to fundraise. They could not do what they needed to do in regards to trying to fulfill their community projects. And so we as a municipal government are there to help them and assist with that. They're taking advantage of our provincial federal grants, but they need to have some assurance that there can be some help there. And I'm looking forward to us having more electric vehicles in our fleet, but I want to make sure we have electric chargers, a network across the region, from downtown to the eastern shore, to the southern shore, and into the valley. And people can get out and about with electric vehicles, that there's a network of chargers out there for views. And I'm looking forward to the rural paving program. Now that we have the provincial government still doing 50%, now we're providing 1/6. I'm glad to see that we have an opportunity to have equitable treatment for rural paving. So hopefully we continue in the budget. And my last comment to Councillor Mason about the 107 exit 7, about 370 service. Mineville and Westfall are still within the serviceable boundary of transit. We can put terminals in there and it does not affect the so-called extending the boundary. It's still within the boundary, and we should look at that services. Extending the Muscatava Harbor should be done and will be done whenever we do the regional plan. We need to amend that particular part of the regional plan that cut off the rural transit services to the rural areas. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that very detailed strategic view. Next up is for round two is Councillor Becky Kent.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to be on hyperspeed here, so bear with me. Very quickly, around the economy and COVID, I want to reiterate as well some of the mentioned comments about small business. I've heard at two levels of government, as have many of you, and every day that small business is the backbone to our economy, and we cannot lose sight of it. Within the small business, the COVID has exponentially affected so many. Some were on the cusp of success or failure, and certainly COVID has helped tip that over. But I hope that within the Halifax Partnership and any work that we do, that we have a chance to really engage really, even if it's direct on one-on-one group sessions, whatever we can do within COVID safely, to engage with folks who have lost their businesses. We cannot just pretend they're out there as if it doesn't matter. Those that are still thriving have attention. They have the capacity to tap into some new funding options through COVID. But those ones who have made the decision, and it's a tough decision to let go something, one that you've dreamt about your entire life, or have put in your significant amount of financial finances from your family. So I don't want to lose sight of them. It's sometimes those that are not as obvious we need to tap into. Also, I want to make sure that we can cover the disproportionate effects of COVID on women, particularly around their financial stability. Excuse me, sorry. So I'll leave that there. The environment, Halifax, agree on the absolutely. We have to fund this. We have to fund it in a way that is moving forward. We can't leave it on the table. In particular, within District 3, I want to highlight the importance of the green spaces, and no more than right now do we want people to enjoy their spaces and their outdoor activities around themselves. And the Dartmouth Lakes, in particular, a couple within District 3, Morris and Russell Lake, they need some testing. We need to know what the baseline is for health in that particular lake. Traditionally, within the Halifax municipality, we've focused on two other major lakes within Dartmouth. They're in good shape, Lake Benook and Lake Micmac. They deserved that at the time, but now it's time to look to some of the secondary lakes. We are still a city of lakes, and we need to keep them that way. On a local level, I want to raise the issue around transit and transportation corridors. I think that when we look at the potential opportunities with the Connector Road, when I was on council, we developed the Morris Russell Lake West Master Plan. The Connector Road has been called the Mount Hope Connector, the Caldwell Road Connector. I'm not sure what it's called now. It still appears to me to have some legs for an opportunity to fulfill that connection to the Eastern Passage area and alleviate much of the traffic and the access to services and such both ways, to and from and through some form of a transportation corridor. It is crucially important, and I know that it's sort of being balanced up or teed up to be almost in competition with the transit strategy, which I get, the rapid transit strategy. I get getting more cars off the road, but there is a limited number of the Eastern Passage area that have access. For instance, if we do create some form of a improved rapid transit situation within the Portland Hills area, which I agree it needs to be, and if that's the test is going to miss out on all of the participants from the Eastern Passage and Cow Bay area. There is no transit corridor there. Eastern Passage has the benefit of being a coastal community that does not have a lot of flow through traffic, but it is within the core of the downtown Dartmouth and the Halifax Center area, not specifically in the catchment for the center plan, but it is minutes away from the core, the big city. And yet, because we don't have the flow through traffic that would be going, for instance, out to Councillor Hensby's area or into other parts, it's looked at as a disadvantage, but there's an advantage to it. So this has been a challenge since I've been in politics, and that's many years. I'm going to take a page out of Councillor Hensby's book and say this. I'm putting you on notice. These are important priorities for District 3, and they are District 3 priorities that can help the entire district with relation to traffic, transportation, corridors, moving people, getting cars off the street, moving cars that should be, etc. So another page that I want to take out of Councillor McCluskey's book as well is that it's not over until I've finished talking about it, and so I need your help. I need you to help work on it with me. I think she would have said it maybe a little differently, but so that's really important. I'm going to put this on the table now. You're going to hear it over and over again. A crosswalk is needed down in Fisherman's Cove. Plain and simple, period, stop. And you will hear this from me over and over again. The issue around transportation as well. Seniors and families and youth in our communities need us to champion for what can help and benefit them. I know that it's identified here in the engaging communities, but when I think about the engaged communities, residents are actively involved in their communities, enjoying participating in a wide range of leisure, learning, social, recreational, cultural, and civic opportunities. Absolutely, but that should be available to everyone within the municipality. When I think about the transit corridors and/or the transportation corridors, you know, there's for learning. There's no library in Eastern Passage area, Cow Bay. There's no all-weather fields there for winter activities. There's no health centers there. There's no doctors. There's no civic centers. They need to be able to get to those within the downtown and the Dartmouth core. I get, and they need that. So if we really want to fulfill that particular community's focus and priority, we have to look at their transportation options. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. My apologies at the sound of the barking dog. That was 3 minutes. Councillor Cuttle, for your second go around.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess, you know, I'm just sitting here and I'm listening to this conversation, and you know, it's you know, we're all coming at it from our different districts and kind of throwing information at staff here. And I guess my question is, you know, what are our other opportunities for providing input? And you may have gone over that earlier, but I'm just not 100% sure. And what happens with all this information? Like, is this the best way for me to kind of get things out there right now? Or, you know, is there a more kind of thoughtful way than like trying to squeeze everything in 3 minutes right now?
Sure, and I'll defer to Jacques Dubé, who is unmuted and joining us. Jacques. Okay, I was wrong about the unmuted part. Sorry. You're on mute, sir.
I guess I'm not unmuted. Here I am. So thanks for the question and thanks for the observation. So we've tried to frame this conversation up as strategic priorities and priority outcomes. And with due respect to everyone on the call, but I've heard a lot of our single issue budget matter things that are important to your districts, and we appreciate that information. We appreciate the advice. What we're going to do with all this information is we're going to distill it all and try to fit what we've heard today into the and adjust the strategic priorities and priority outcomes as appropriate. So the opportunity for you all councillors to input into the budget process, which is a lot of the conversation I've heard today, is really associated with the budget process itself. So you'll have opportunities within each business unit. When business units come forward to council with their business plans, they will provide you with what they think is the right proposal for the year, with all the various things that are in it, both in terms of the capital process and the operational side. So, you know, you'll have lots of opportunity to input into that, and you'll be having briefings with the directors as we move forward over the next month. And that's another opportunity for you to actually speak to directors about various things that they do within their business units that are important to your districts. And corporately, you know, you're all elected to represent all of HRM, not only your district. So, you know, I would encourage you to look at corporate measures. What are corporate initiatives? What are the, you know, things that are focused on your districts? You know your districts better, clearly, and best. So, you know, you are the intelligence we have on the ground, effectively, right? So we can't know everything that's going on in your districts, all the conversations that are happening. So this is very important conversations that we're having here today, and it'll be even more important as we go forward with other opportunities to look at various, you know, what I would call more operational measures as opposed to higher level strategic direction that we're seeking today. I don't know if that helps or clarifies.
Yes, it does. Thank you. I just, you know, thought we could be here for days just, you know, throwing out initiatives. But okay, that does clarify that right now we're really looking at the strategic priorities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councillor Cuttle. Yeah, we've certainly dipped down into the weeds a bit. So we're just trying to keep it at a higher level here today, so staff can sort of go forth from there and do their work. Councillor Russell, you're next.
Thank you very much. I believe I'm not on mute at this point. I want to go back over the budget for a second. We have had a fair amount of growth in HRM. We have had more population coming in, and this is what's causing the housing crisis that we've got. So we will continue to grow. We will continue to draw in more funds and more taxes and more everything else from that perspective. I'm hoping that the tax rate itself won't have to go up, but if something has to change as far as that goes, then something has to change as far as that goes. I get that we are asking for more services, and that comes at a cost. There are multiple ways to take care of that, and one of them is a larger tax base with the same tax rate. So hopefully that will have an impact. I have heard from a number of people who are considering moving out of HRM because we are too expensive. We are doing too many things. They just can't sustain the tax rate that's going on. So I want to make sure that everything that we are looking at is within our mandate to look at. Everything that we are empowered to do is what we are looking at, and considering things that we are not empowered to do is something that I'm going to give a very hard look when we do that. One of the things that I missed earlier was one of the impacts of COVID is our sports teams are not playing games. We have a number of our youth who are not as engaged within their own sports, within their own activities as they used to be. They are still congregating because youth congregate, and they are doing things that youth do, and they're burning energy that youth have. And while a lot of that is good, they are not being directed to burn that energy in the sports teams or the challenges or the games or the recreation activities that we would like to see. So what I would like, one of the additional things that I would like to see is more of a focus on the ability for youth engagement within our communities, doing stuff to help our communities, or within the all-weather or indoor fields or certain other facilities that we would be able to work with that in. I want to make sure that we have youth engagement directed in a constructive and positive way. I agree with the other comments about the traffic services, about the traffic calming, and I recognize that those are the individual issues. But again, getting back to something that is HRM-wide, the pavement condition index going across HRM, if we don't take care of our roads all the time, they will deteriorate all the time. And we have some roads in Lower Sackville that are simply gravel roads. And if we don't take care of our roads and improve that number, they will all become gravel roads eventually. So I'm going to end that there. That just builds on to what I said earlier, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Councillor Russell. Councillor Sam Austin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I raised this gently, and I wish it were otherwise. But sadly, Bannock and Micmac are not fine. The last 4 years, I think we've had only one of the last summers where we had a majority of the swim season actually open in the lakes. It kind of got lost in the news cycle a little bit because it was right at the end of the last council. But we do have some extensive work that's been done, and we'll be coming forward at budget time for some measures that we can actually use to improve the health of those lakes. And but I think Councillor Kent is right in raising this as a strategic piece, because whether it's Bannock and Micmac, which carry huge cultural economic significance for the whole municipality as their role as the new course, but you know, whether you look at our aquatic strategy, which emphasizes swimming in lakes because we don't have the network of outdoor pools. And we have a number of issues. I mean, Councillor Russell has raised in Sackville conditions at First Lake. Sean Cleary out in his district has a lake that has a leak. Morris Lake is certainly one I've heard about in the past 4 years. So, I mean, fitting into that environment piece is an emphasis, I think, on lakes. But I wanted just to make sure I wouldn't be doing my job if I just let it pass that Bannock and Micmac are okay, given all the beating I've taken in my district on those ones over the last 4 years and the work. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Duly noted. Just a quick note here from Jacques, who said much of the detailed work of council and input to the budget happens at the standing committee level. So a lot of recommendations to regional council and interaction with staff happen at standing committees as well. So that's just further to Councillor Cuddle's comments earlier. Moving on to Councillor Lovelace for your second time.
Thank you. I actually was very interested to, thank you, Councillor Cuddle. I was interested to figure out why we were just throwing all this stuff out and how this was actually the best way for us to work together with staff to highlight our detailed district priorities, when in fact we are looking at the overall overarching strategic planning process. And as such, I guess I have two questions, and one would be around our role to monitor all of these. And is there a platform? Are we using some kind of a tool internally or with the public to communicate to the public how well we are doing in achieving these goals? You know, is there, certainly we have everything listed out here, but how then do we monitor the progress on each of these? So that is one question. And then my next question is around our role in educating residents and businesses. And I'll use Councillor Russell's point on taxation and tax rate as one example. So when I go to the HRM website to learn about taxes and how much I have to pay and what the process is for that, what's missing there is the actual reality of the tax rate versus the assessment of your property. So while HRM is not, we have not raised our tax rate in the last 12 months, you know, property assessments have gone up, therefore your tax rate has gone up. So I do think it's incumbent upon the municipality to help residents and businesses understand that process and understand the structure and the relationship between the municipality and the province and the province's role in setting the assessment. So just wondering, Mr. CAO, if you can speak to those two issues. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Councillor Lovelace. And yes, Jacques, if you care to comment.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. The issue of monitoring the strategic priority outcomes, I think that was the question, if I understood it correctly. How do we monitor that? We do produce the annual report, and we started that last year, producing an annual report associated with the Council's strategic priorities and the priority outcomes. The other way that this gets reported on at a more granular level is at in committee, right? So as measures get executed upon, in other words, we operationalize these priorities. We come forward with initiatives, plans, projects, things like that. They're brought to council either directly through a council report or through a standing committee conversation of some sort, right? So we haven't gone beyond the annual reporting of everything. We sort of started that. I think you're making a great point, actually, is how do we enhance that communication, I think, in terms of better informing the public in terms of that. And maybe we want to look at that in terms of a more frequent kind of reporting. The challenge, of course, is the effort that goes into coming up with a comprehensive report of that nature and more than once a year. It's quite an onerous task, but I think it's something we should actually look at in terms of more frequent reporting overall, right? And I think there was a second question there. Sorry.
Yes, my second question is in our role to communicate, in our role as an educator and to assist businesses and residents to understand what our job is and the differences between, ourselves in this municipality and the province, for example, and the example that I used is the taxes.
Yeah, well, I think there is, you certainly have all sort of tools associated with your role as councillor in terms of newsletters and social channels and those kinds of things. We can certainly support you in providing content. we are hiring an actual communications person to work in the council support office to support all councillors with communication. So that is that's a process that's in place right now. You haven't met that person because they actually haven't been hired yet. I think you'll see that person arriving, I'm guessing probably early in the new year, but the competition is out and we're interviewing, and we've long believed, at least I've long believed since I've been here, that the council support councillors need a communications expert to help them push information out, not in the political sense, but just fact-based information, so that we can help you in that regard. We had a half position at one point, and that sort of got changed a bit. And at this point, where Mel and I have chatted, and Sally and Brett and Murphy and communications folks. So this person would be part of my business unit, but actually have a dotted line to the corporate communications unit. And they would be there to work with your coordinators and you specifically around communication efforts. On the issue of taxes and tax, to your point about assessments versus, the assessed value versus the appraised value and what the taxes, ought to be, and et cetera. And there is a big difference between a tax rate increase and a tax payable increase. So we've positioned this. Certainly, I think the mayor has been a champion around this, and the council has been a champion around this, saying, let's really talk about what the increase in taxes is, not the tax rate, because the tax payable is a function of both the tax rate and the assessment, right? So what we really need, we've been presenting budgets in the last several years that's to speak about the average tax payable increase, right? So I think last year, if I can't recall correctly, it was something around $30 or something. I can't remember the exact number, but nonetheless, it's in that. We've been framing it that way. How long we can sustain such low increases in the tax payable is an argument that we'll be walking you through over the next several months. There's no question that it's challenging right now to try to address all of these major unfunded strategies and other major priorities like housing and climate change and all that without touching the tax rate, without looking at reserves, without looking at debt. Same time, we have to look at what other funding sources come from other levels of government, right? So we're actively pursuing other levels of government funding. So there may be some mitigating measures that we can put in place. Now, we've been quite successful in trying to managing the tax payable increase over the last few years. But I'm quite concerned, and I would certainly invite Jane Fraser to speak to this too. I'm quite concerned about the notion that COVID will affect our revenue, and I think that's just a reality. Reality is COVID is here. It's going to be here with us for the next 2 to 3 years. I'm not so worried about next year in terms of the assessment base. What I'm worried about is 22, 23, and 23, 24, because our tax base lags by 2 years. In other words, the experience we had in 2020 will only be really reflected in the 22, 23 budget from a revenue base. So when you think about 21, 22, we're actually dining out on the 2019 experience in the business sector, in the business community, right? Which was a very strong year, right? The other mitigating factor in all of that will be what new construction has appeared in our lots, like things like the Queen's Mark, right? We have other developments. We are getting a lot of new development, notwithstanding COVID. So, will the new construction and new assessment offset some of the losses on the existing base? Those are all considerations, and we'll only know that story probably in about early January.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Routh.
Thank you, Deputy. And I want to start by saying the communications news from Jacques, of course, is good news, because I've been known to say a few times, and the mayor, I'm sure, will groan in recognition of this, that we do need to do a better job of communicating the good things that happen to council and the positive things that happen to council. Now, most of us do a lot of good things, I think, your email blasts and our social media and this sort of thing. But the example I always used was the Tuesday back a few years ago when we saved millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars on a decision about solid waste. And the only thing the media picked up from that meeting was we talked about donairs as official food. So every one of you probably remember donairs as our official food. Probably you don't remember the 10 million we cut out of solid waste. So, this is when, and I don't blame the media because they have to, get things out there that are entertaining and provocative, et cetera. And good news perhaps doesn't sell. But I can tell you we do have a lot of good news. And there are many times during my time on council, for example, when not just the rate, but the actual tax bills themselves were, and we had a hard time even getting that good news. So, we will, so it's good news, Jacques. Long story short, that helped having communication. So thank you. Everybody, so we got down into the weeds a little bit here, as Lisa said, on some of these things, but we did hear, tactical to me is I need a stop sign here, or I need a crosswalk there, or I need a speed bump there, whatever. That's tactical. But strategic is that we've all heard it in our districts. It's either the number 1 or 2 issue about speeding and traffic calming and safety and this sort of thing. So my question is to either Jacques or to Wendy, where does this fall in the categories that staff has brought forward for strategic consideration? Would this be considered in the integrated mobility plan because it's considered complete and safe streets? Would it be considered as community because it's a safety issue? If it's the number 1 or 2 issues in most districts, I want to make sure it's in one of our 1 or top 2 strategic objectives. So
yeah, it's in the integrated mobility piece.
Pardon me?
Yeah, it is in the integrated mobility piece. That's where we see that fitting, right? Anything related to transportation is in that category.
All right, so just making sure, because I think we are, as most of us have said, it is a huge issue and one we're going to have to get creative. So, thank you. That's great. I'm so very encouraged with the comments that I've heard from folks today, and I'm really impressed for what it's worth with how we're starting off today. So thank you all. Cheers.
All right, thank you so much, Councillor Outfit. So seeing no other speakers on the board, perhaps Jacques, you can just sort of walk us through what the next step is going to be for everything that has been said and heard today. Where do we go?
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm pleased I was very pleased to participate here today with you all and get this important feedback. This is very helpful for our purposes in getting moving forward and trying to come up with a revised strategic priority outcome, strategic priorities and strategic priority outcomes. So we will take all this back and come back to you on December 1st with a revised document. And we'll be looking for a further conversation and at that point in direction from you, and we'll go from there. And hopefully, by early, as I mentioned earlier this morning, my hope is that we can actually have council adopt a formal motion in early January around the strategic priorities or strategic plan and the priority outcomes that are associated with them, as we showed you this morning. So thanks very much for that. Happy to take any other questions.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right. I guess a little direction from the clerk's office. We have come to the end of committee of the whole. Oh, Mayor Mike, you're on mute, sir. You're on mute, Mike. Oh.
There you go. Thank you very much. Great job. Just one comment before we go, and that is, as long as I've been mayor, we've taken this first council meeting as an opportunity to let people talk about what matters to them. It may be disjointed, it may be in the weeds, it may be confusing, it may be unclear as to where we go. But when you're out campaigning in your districts, you know what you're hearing, but not everybody knows what you're hearing in your districts. And this is the first opportunity to bring it all together and start to get a sense of collectively those things that matter to us. And I think that we did that. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Lisa. I think clerk, then we will adjourn from here and come back in regular council at 2:45. Take 15 minutes. Phoebe and or April, is that good?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's good.
So we will come back at 2:45 and we will move to our agenda. Thank you. Thank you. We stay on this line, or is it a new one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, please do stay in this meeting.
Thank you. April, how are we doing in terms of councillors?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I'm just checking on that now. I'll have an update for you in a moment. Mr. Mayor, April, here we are still missing a couple members of council.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I believe we are ready when you are.
Okey-doke. Okay. All right, folks, we have had our committee of the whole meeting. We've had our swearing in of our new councillor in District 11. We are now into our regional council meeting, and I'll begin with the approval of the minutes of September 22nd and 29th.
Moved, Councillor Mason.
Councillor Mason moved, seconded by?
Second by Lisa.
Second by the Deputy Mayor. We do this by voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those firmly opposed? Hearing none. That is carried. The approval of the order of business. That's our agenda, Madam Clerk. Anything from you?
Nothing from the clerk's office, Mr. Mayor.
I just want to let councillors know that we have presentations today on a number of items. On 10.1, I think, Deputy Mayor, the diversity and inclusion is a presentation. Also on 11.1.1 and 11.1.2, we have presentations from planning, which will be short. Anybody else with any questions on the approval of the order of business? If not, somebody might want to consider moving that.
Mancini moves the order of business.
Seconded by District 6 Councillor Mancini, seconded by Councillor Cleary.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried. We have an agenda, consent agenda. There is nothing. We pause here for declarations of conflict of interest. Any councillor that feels they're in a conflict of interest on an issue can claim it. Councillors who may have questions about that can always speak to Mr. Traves. Any conflicts of interest? Motions of decision, none. Deferred business, none. Public hearings, none today. We move to correspondence, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The clerk's office has not received any correspondence for today's agenda.
We'll look at 9.1.1, which is a fly past request for Remembrance Day, and I'll go to Councillor Mason. This would probably, who wants this? Is this in? I guess it's not there.
Austin, Councillor Austin.
Councillor Austin, would you take us on this one?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. I don't have it in front of me right now.
I do.
Councillor Austin, I can do it for you if you like.
Thank you.
I put forward a motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council grant permission for the Canadian Forces to fly a Cyclone helicopter over Sullivan's Pond in Dartmouth at approximately 11:08 a.m. flying north to south over Cole Harbour Place at approximately 11:09, flying east to west, and at the Legion Branch 164 Main Road, eastern passage approximately 11:10 a.m., flying north to south at height 500 feet above the highest obstacle in each location on Wednesday, November 11th, 2020, as part of a Remembrance Day ceremonies. So moved.
Moved by Councillor Mancini, seconded by Councillor Austin. Any discussion on it? Ready for the question?
Question.
And just before I lead the roll call for this question, just to note that we are going to be rotating for the calls, which councillor we begin with. So on this matter, I'll begin with the councillor for District 1. On the next, I will be beginning with councillor for District 2. So on the on item 9.1.1, councillor Deagle-Gammon.
You're
in favor? Councillor Henson.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kent.
In favor?
Councillor Purdy.
She's nodding yes, I think.
I'm sorry, my mute button wasn't showing up. In favor.
Councillor Austin.
Welcome to the trials of the mute button. I vote yes.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
In favor.
Councillor Smith.
In favor.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Morris.
In favor.
Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
Councillor Stoddard.
In favor.
Councillor Lovelace.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Councillor Outthit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor. I declare that that motion is carried. And just to the comment that Phoebe made, this is something that sort of came out of our discussions yesterday, that something I thought about, and something that Councillor Cleary raised at the mock council, that perhaps it's not reasonable that the same councillor start all the votes all the time, since in chambers we all vote together. But so we will be starting with Councillor 1 on the first vote at the meeting, and then going to Councillor 2 and beginning the moving around the opportunity, the privilege, the honor, and potentially mistake of voting first on each occasion. So thank you, Phoebe. That's carried. Petitions. Councillor Cleary, did you say you had a petition today?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a petition submitted by the occupants, the residents of Park Hill Road near Fleming Park, signed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, from addresses 53 to 61, who would like the municipality to address the outstanding street maintenance issues in front of these properties. And I have submitted this to the clerk, and I'll bring the original down. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else with petitions? Thank you. We'll go to 9.3 under presentations, and we have other presentations, but not at this juncture. Under 10, information items brought forward from the Deputy Mayor, Diversity and Inclusion Framework Annual Report. So do we have Tracy Jones-Grant with us on the line?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am here.
Nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
I think you probably met all of the new councillors by now, and perhaps a few of the old ones, so we'll
I
leave
have.
it to you.
Just waiting for the presentation to come up. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Blackburn, for bringing forward the annual Diversity and Inclusion report. I just want to take a few minutes to highlight for Council the work that has been done corporately in support of diversity and inclusion. Next slide, please. As we do at the beginning of council meetings and most events that we are engaged in, we acknowledge that we are Mi'kmaq, the traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The territory is covered by treaties of peace and friendship with the Mi'kmaq Maliseet peoples. And I also like to say that we are all treaty people. Next slide, please. The Halifax Regional Municipality adopted a diversity and inclusion framework in 2018. And in that framework, we identified for the corporation vision, mission, and strategic direction. The vision for us is an inclusive organization as part of a community that values and reflects the diverse people we serve. And our mission is to remove barriers that prevent the full participation of our residents, business visitors, and municipal employees in municipal programs and services. We talk about this through the lens of diversity, inclusion, and equity. Next slide, please. As I've said, we did launch the Diversity and Inclusion Framework in 2018. And in it, we have a variety of strategic goals that lead the work for the organization. This framework drives diversity and inclusion at its operational business strategy level. And we incorporate the framework goals and objectives into our programs and services. Next slide, please. In the Corporate Diversity and Inclusion Framework, we have identified 5 major goals: to be an inclusive public service, to be safe, respectful, and inclusive work environment, equitable employment, meaningful partnerships, accessible information and communications. Next slide, please. To ensure that the work is done and that we're keeping an eye on things as we move along in the years, we have established 2 governance bodies for this work. The first is the Diversity and Inclusion Leadership Working Group that is championed by the CAO and includes all business unit directors. This larger group of directors advises on and monitors matters related to diversity and inclusion, also around the vision, the mission, the goals, and the deliverables annually. At the business unit level, we wanted to be able to keep an eye on and to support business units in reaching their corporate diversity and inclusion goals. So we also established what we call a diversity and inclusion champions table. Every business unit has a representative at that table, and this is the opportunity for business units to have more of those in-depth conversations around things that are impacting specific business units, but also looking at the goals that a business unit has set for the year and how that is being moved forward, and if there's support that's needed from the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Also, for each business unit, our office has identified one of our advisors that works with and supports each business unit as they move their diversity and inclusion goals forward. Next slide, please. This past year, 2019-2020, has been quite the year when it comes to our achievements around diversity and inclusion and equity. And this slide just demonstrates some of the words that pop out for us when we think about diversity and inclusion. Next slide, please. So what did we do? We had a phenomenal year. Overall, in our annual report, we identified 170 actions taken by business units under the 5 strategic goals. This is a significant amount of work, considering this is our first year that we've put in place not only the full framework, but the work of business units to meet the goals of the framework. I'm going to take a few minutes to just highlight for you some of the work that was done over the past year. All of this is included in the report that you have as part of your council package. So I'm not going to go over every little bit, but I do want to highlight a little bit of the success that we've had in the past year. Next slide, please. So when we think about inclusive public service, some of the items that I do want to mention for you is that we have, through Halifax Regional Police, established the advisory committee to guide the chief on the follow-up from the apology to the African Nova Scotian community. In our ICT department, we launched the French microsite, which has become extremely important to our Francophone and Acadian communities to be able to get information about services in HRM in French. Another example, Parks and Recreation created a checklist to examine and assess all components of parks, from parking lot to facilities and playgrounds, through a diversity and inclusion lens. This means a lot to the communities who are using our parks and recreational facilities to know that we are taking the time to make sure that they are inclusive and welcoming. So TPW, for example, solid waste added Mandarin and French to the recycling app. These are big and significant steps within our municipality. Next slide, please. In 2019-20, our diversity and inclusion internal training module exceeded its goal. We had over 657 participants in our training, and we had a 90% satisfaction rate. This year already, even with COVID, we are having significant requests from around the organization to support them with virtual diversity and inclusion training. In our Human Resources Department, we commenced a comprehensive review of several HR policies, practices, and procedures to ensure that they were barrier-free. Again, this means a lot, not only internally, but also externally, because this also impacts our hiring, our outreach, and our engagement in our communities. In our legal and clerk's office, the archive staff attended professional development sessions on how to diversify the archival profession, including seeing archives differently. This focused on perspectives of decolonization, social activists, advocacy, accessibility, and all of those things that you see on that slide. What's also important to note is the archives have also been working closely with the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, African Nova Scotian Affairs, to ensure that we are sharing more broadly the information that we have in the archives around our diverse communities within HRM. Next slide. When we think about equitable employment, FAM and ICT, all of their managers and supervisors attended a training that we offer called Towards Bias-Free Practices. Halifax Regional Fire began the development of equity-based recruitment. Transit reviewed interview questions with Human Resources to ensure the questions were free of colloquialisms and could be easily understood by those whose first language is not English. As we want to attract more diversity in our transit and in many of our business units, these are the small things that we need to take into consideration to make us a more welcoming place for people to apply to when they want to come and work at HRM. Next slide, please. Partnerships are significant in the work that we do in the municipality. Two examples here is that Public Safety Office established a community safety working group. This was very important and continues to be very important and continues to help us as we look at public safety in HRM. Planning and Development developed an engagement strategy focused on low-income families as well as racialized and immigrant populations. Again, it's changing the lens on what we do and how we do what we do. Next slide. Accessible information and communications. Corporate and customer services developed an accessible guideline to ensure that our online materials are screen reader friendly. That is really important because especially as we're moving into more of a virtual world, it's important that all of our residents have access to information through HRM. And our legal and clerk's office engaged high school students in Lower Sackville, for example, where they conducted sessions over 3 days, reaching approximately 270 students to teach them how council works and how to get involved in municipal committees. Again, this is when we start young, then we see them engaged on our different committees. And also we have through our Parks Department, our youth engagement strategy. So these are all things that again are changing how we do our work in the municipality. Next slide, please. So what's our focus for 2021? We do have some significant goals that we are working on, in particular through the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Continuing our work with our Mi'kmaq and Indigenous communities, and in particular, furthering the work of the Cornwallis Task Force. Our work with the African Nova Scotian and Black communities in HRM, as you may be aware, we are working on our anti-Black racism strategy. We have our African Nova Scotian economic strategy. So a lot of work is happening there. When we think about our Acadian and Francophone communities, we work closely with a group called the Partnership that helps to look at how are we providing services to our Acadian and Francophone communities in HRM. And this can be from one of the pilots that we looked at last year was providing recreation services in French. Very important in our community. Under our banner of persons with disabilities, we are working closely with the province to ensure that we'll be able to align with the Provincial Accessibility Act and all that's required there. And we are working on quite a detailed accessibility strategy. Immigration and international students are very important to HRM, and even though COVID may have shut down some of our ability to reach international students, and we haven't been able to host our international student welcome that we host with the mayor every year, we still recognize that that is a community that we have to continue to reach out to. Through our local immigration partnership, which we have been funded for another 5 years, we have funding to 2025, we will continue our work with immigrant communities. We are just beginning to do more detailed work around the 2S LGBTQ plus community, including looking at what training we are offering within HRM, how are we supporting our existing transgender guidelines, and those types of things. And finally, when I look at our services to women, well, everybody's had a big smile on as we've reached gender parity on council, continuing to do our work with the Women's Advisory Committee of Halifax, and also continuing to look at how we are working with attracting and supporting women in non-traditional roles in HRM, in particular our work with Halifax Regional Fire. I kind of did this quickly. Next slide, please, because I know that you've had quite a full morning, and I really just wanted to take a few minutes to celebrate the success of diversity and inclusion in HRM. We often don't talk a lot about what's happened. It sort of is part of the work that we do, but I was really honored to be able to present to you today just a snippet of what's been happening in partnership with the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, ANCIO, and all of our business units across the municipality. At this time, I will open it up for questions, should there be any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. That's awesome. We appreciate the work that you're doing. Take great pride in this department and the work that happens here. So thank you to you and to your whole team. And I know one thing that we will be looking at is the road to prosperity for the African Nova Scotian community as well. You were in a meeting recently with Irvin Carvery and Dolly Williams, working with the partnership on that, and I know that that's important work. So there's a lot of things. So there's no vote on this. If people have questions or clarification, they can ask them, and we have Councillor Mancini on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tracy, good to see you. You know I'm a big fan of the work that you and your team do on a daily basis, and I thank you and your team for that. And I thank you, your focus for 2021, and good to see that the Acadian Francophone community is just so part of that and the work you've done for that community in the past. Do we have any stats around how many of our citizens are Arabic speaking or even Mandarin speaking?
We do, but you would ask me and I don't have them right at my fingertips.
Maybe even offline, but it's substantial, right? That's the point I'm trying to make here.
It is. Arabic actually is the second most spoken language in HRM, actually above French at this point in time, which is why in divisions like transit and waste.
311 also.
Yes, why we are ensuring that we are having information available in Arabic along with French. And we haven't done a lot around the Mi'kmaq language. That is quite a significant piece of work. And we often have to work with elders on translations there. But we do work very closely to ensure that we have translations in some of the major languages spoken in Nigeria.
You know, Tracy, a gap that I see, Mr. Mayor, also a gap that I do see, you know, and I love how diverse we are today versus not that long ago. But when we have our citizens come to our customer service centers, they can call 311 and there's a multitude of languages they can interact in over 311. When we go to a customer service centers or Parks and Recs department, we have many of our own employees that speak more than one language. And I really think that we should be identifying the languages each employee may speak other than English, so that they have a pin or whatever the case may be that says I speak in Mi'kmaq or Mandarin or whatever the case may be. And so I don't know if we've ever looked at that, but I really think that's a missed opportunity, Tracy, that we should be looking at that. I know when we have new signs we put up, very often they are translated into Mi'kmaq and French, and so, you know, I look at some of our communities and going back to the Arabic-speaking communities is significant, right? So I would love to see the day that some of those signs are actually in Arabic also. I mean, what a wonderful opportunity. We are talking about budget early this morning before we started, so I have to ask, Tracy, what's the biggest challenge to your department right now? What prevents you from doing, because I know there's a lot more that you want to do, Tracy. What is it that prevents you from doing the work that you want to be able to do in your team?
We have a tiny budget, but we work really well. And we're also able to partner very closely with other business units to support the work that we do. To be honest with you, probably the biggest difficulty we face is we have one French advisor, one Indigenous advisor, one of this, one of that, for the whole of the organization. And I know that seems like a big thing. Staffing, we often talk about staffing being such a huge cost for the municipality, and I recognize that it is. But sometimes it's really hard to be the only one doing the work. And it's sometimes hard for me to keep people going when they're burnt out. That's probably my biggest stressor in all of the work that we do, is ensuring that one person is able to do work for all of HRM. But we work really well. Council us with the budget a couple of years ago. We are now looking at how we are funding and supporting anti-Black racism as a separate agenda item. So in all honesty, our biggest stress is really the burnout of the team with being
people resources.
Yeah.
So Tracy, I look forward, my time is almost up. I look forward to when your department comes up at budget time to have those conversations, and hopefully you will be fighting hard to add another body there or two. So thank you, Tracy. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hinsby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Tracy, very much for the report and stuff. Just kind of curious, has the table of champions roster changed at all for the upcoming year, or is that still going to remain the same?
We tend to add people throughout the year. Actually, the champions table has grown because some business units are so big, they have more than one representative at the table. So for example, Transit, TPW, they have sort of their official champion, but we also have others that come and join the champions table. But I don't think significantly there are changes. Was there a question related to that, Councillor Hensby?
Well, I'm just going to get into my next question in regards to outreach with community groups, organizations, and issues. How are you going to utilize the councillors as champions in their communities?
Well, I think we can use the councillors a whole lot more. I know that we do depend on you quite a bit, Councillor Hensby, in the work that we do. Sometimes we get called into things that have already been initiated in community. Through our work and through the direction of the CAO, we will look at how we can further engage councillors in the work that we're doing through our office.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question was mostly related to what Councillor Mancini mentioned, and hello, Tracy. And it was, I think it'd be important for the newer councillors and even some of us who might not understand, what your office makeup is, because it's very, very small but mighty. But I think it'd be good for us to know exactly what that office looks like.
We are small but mighty. So we recently moved under the direction of the CAO. So our office is now called the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, African Nova Scotian Affairs. I have a senior advisor, African Nova Scotian Affairs. Supporting that senior advisor is a community engagement liaison. I have a senior advisor for corporate training and policy development. I have an advisor for French language services, an advisor for urban indigenous services, and an advisor for accessibility services. So there's 7 of us, including myself, that are permanent. I have a term advisor currently working on gender services. I have a local immigration grant from the federal government, Immigrations, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, that is leading our immigration services. That's my team in a nutshell.
Great, thanks. So you, if I understand correctly, are 2 members of staff that are under contracts or grants, or is it just the 1?
I have 2. Okay. So I have the gender services staff person is a term position, so that is funded through HRM. And the local immigration partnership is a grant position that's funded by the federal government.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace.
Hi, Tracy. Thank you so much for this presentation. I really appreciate it. As someone who grew up in a multilingual household, speaking 2 languages and then learning French, languages have a very important place in my life. But also in my district. It's amazing how many people I've come across in District 13 who speak multiple languages. Mm. And so I guess my question to you, Tracy, is thinking about this framework as a recognition of diversity and inclusion in our organization as well as our communities. What can we do to celebrate this diversity and inclusion? And I guess my question is, how can I help?
Well, I think that it's important as counselors that as you do your work, not only do you engage your communities, because I'm well aware that that's what counselors do, but to also look at things through a lens that you may not normally look at things through. So as a Black woman, I tend to look at things through the lens as a Black woman. But as part of my work, I also try to look at things through the lens of, say, a person with disabilities. What would this experience be like for me? Or what impact might this have on me as a person with disabilities? Or if I don't speak English as my first language, as I'm developing a policy, a program, or a service, How might this impact me? So really, as counselors, as you're doing your work, and you get very, very busy, and there's a lot of work that you're all involved in, sometimes just taking a breath and looking at things through a lens of someone whose shoes you may not normally walk in might give you a different perspective on a decision you're going to make or who you're going to reach out to. That's really one of the biggest roles that counselors can play. And you're also going to hear that from your community. Even when we think about, for example, public safety, when we look at that through the lens of somebody who may be a person with a disability, it could be a whole different conversation. So I just ask you to try and bring that diversity lens to the work that you do.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deagle-Gammon.
More and more impressive all the time. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's a little better.
Oh, is that better? Okay.
Yeah.
I moved downstairs to the basement, hoping that this is going to be a better option for me. So thank you once again. My question follows really on Councillor Hensby's question, and that is, as counselors and the table of champions, what is it that we can do to support that table of champions? Do you need a counselor on the table of champions? How can we do our best work? My life's work before coming to council has been around supporting persons with disability and inclusion and walking a mile in other people's shoes for a long time. So I greatly appreciate your work and really celebrate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Champions Table is actually an internal group of business unit representatives. I think what might work best for counselors is one thing that you can do is perhaps add diversity and inclusion as a standing agenda item. Maybe you bring that into the conversation and you become the political champions while we're doing the work internally. Or you can, through the CAO's office or through the mayor's office, make sure that you're sharing that diversity and inclusion needs of your communities, and that information then gets to us. The champions and the diversity leadership are both sort of internal committees. We have in the past had diversity committees of council way back in the way back days. But these, I think as counselors, the best route is to ensure that you're having the conversations at your council meetings, you're keeping the mayor involved, you're hearing from your constituents, and if there's something significant, you reach out to the CAO, and he in turn supports our office and would ensure where we become involved as staff members.
Okay, Kathy? Councillor, okay. Okay, colleagues, I think that's it. Tracy, thank you. Sorry, we do have one more. Councillor Stoddard.
Hi, Tracy. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. What you bring forward to council and every one of your meetings is always awesome and very informative. The combination of my district is, especially Clayton Park West, is very diverse. There's over 40 languages there, if not more. And sometimes I find it a little challenging. I can relate to them, but maybe, like you said, English is not their first language. So do you have any suggestions when dealing with persons that English is not their first language?
Yes, so we have great community resources. We have iSense, we have the YMCA Newcomers, and even if you're walking around your area, you could reach out to the Y and have somebody, accompany you, to introduce you, to help engage you with the members of your community. And the more that people see you, the more they may approach you. The Y and iSense also help with language barriers. So if you're finding that there's difficulties in communicating, again, we work with those partners. Internally, we have our local immigration partnership coordinator who knows everybody who's anybody, has his hands deeply into our immigrant communities, and would be more than happy to be able to introduce you to resources that are in your district, people in your district. Again, we find a lot of our work is with grassroots organizations and individuals in order to share information about what's happening in HRM. So even through our office, if there's something that the community needs to be aware of, we have these mailing lists that we send that information out to. We work with our partners, and in some cases, if necessary, we use some of our budget to provide translations. Now, for council, you would work through your own budget for the translation pieces, but we would be more than happy to help you know who's the who in your communities if that support is needed.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Again, thank you, Tracy. I feel just compelled to say how proud I am of this department and the fact that we didn't have this a number of years ago, and this is something.
We're only 5 years.
Yeah, this was something that the CAO at the time, Mr. Butts, was under some pressure from a number of us, notably Councillor Watts, myself, and Councillor Mason, that we needed some kind of a department, but it wasn't a council function. And I remember Mr. Butts coming to me and telling me that he was setting up this department, but he said, Mr. Mayor, it's not going to be what you wanted, which is the Department of Inclusion and Diversity. We're going to call it the Department of Diversity and Inclusion. I said, I can live with that. So, and great work has been done. And Jacques Dubé has certainly continued that internally and externally. Tracy, thank you to you and your small but mighty team. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to move to reports. 11.1.1 is second reading on proposed bylaw F201. There's fees and permits, second reading proposed bylaw 401, second reading proposed bylaw B204, and a number of other things. We have a presentation on this. So before I go to Councillor Mancini, who will move this, I think I see Jill and or Kate. Who do I see? Jill McClellan? Jillian McClellan, welcome to council. The new councillors, this will be a familiar face very quickly to you. Jillian McClellan, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much. Let's make sure the presentation gets loaded.
Which has been circulated to councillors.
Okay, perfect. Yes, so as the mayor noted, my name is Jill McClellan. I'm a planner with the Regional Planning Group under Planning and Development. And I'm here today to discuss the second reading of the report regarding waiving municipal related construction fees for registered nonprofit and charitable housing developments. Next slide, please. So the nonprofit and charitable housing sector in HRM is comprised of approximately 1,250 units that are owned and managed by 50 registered nonprofit or charitable housing organizations. Housing is provided in the form of group homes, transitionary housing, recovery housing, co-ops, and housing geared to those of low to moderate income. Well, over the past decade, there's been little expansion of the nonprofit and charitable housing sector in their stock. There's been renewed investments to the National Housing Strategy and the province's 3-year action plan, and this is helping spark new development. In 2017, Regional Council amended the bylaw B201, the building bylaw, to waive the building permit application fee, which is the largest of the municipal related construction fees. This was welcomed by the nonprofit and charitable housing sector. However, it was noted there were still other fees that are associated with development that add to the overall cost. And so as such, in March of 2019, Regional Council requested a report considering waiving all municipal related construction fees. Next slide. So depending on the scale of the project, a development may be subject to various municipal fees related to construction. So as part of this report, we took a broad approach in considering what's included as a municipal related construction fee. So we're including all fees related to construction. So this is your development permit, your plumbing permit, encroachment permits, your subdivision application, so whether you're doing a preliminary, final, or concept plan. Discretionary approval application, so this is for your planning applications such as a rezoning or development agreement. Your variance applications, where you're looking to relax the lot area, lot coverage, lot frontage, or setback requirements. Site plan approval, which is required in certain circumstances for development, and then other fees related to development, such as a zoning confirmation letter. Next slide, please. So it's important to note that the fees discussed in this report mainly relate to those fees that relate to administrative, technical review, and inspection fees, and it does not include all fees that may be associated with the approval process. So for example, we're not going to include third-party costs associated with required technical studies, required advertising, or registering documents with the province. There are also a couple of fees that I want to highlight specifically that are more closely associated with the permit application process, but are not included in this report. And they include the Halifax Water Regional Development Charge, security deposits and liability insurance, the pavement impact charge, parkland dedication and incentive or bonus zoning public benefit, and area local improvement charges. These fees are either regulated by other bodies, such as the Nova Scotia Utility Review Board, or act as insurance for development, or provide a public benefit, or are applied as a tax and are not always associated with development. While the proposed amendments will not waive all fees associated with the cost of development, it is important to note that nonprofits and nonprofit and charitable housing organizations still have other opportunities to apply for funding, and this could be through the grant program that was created through the Incentive Public Zoning Public Benefit, or through one of our existing community grant programs as well. Next slide. So the previous program that only waived the building permit fee was mainly contingent on funding from CMHC or the province. However, this left out many smaller projects, so as part of this report, we're adopting an approach that's more similar to our grant program. So the criteria for eligible developments includes that the applicant must be a registered nonprofit or charity for at least 1 year, that the provision of affordable housing must be included in the mandate or programs and activities of the registered non-for-profit or charity, that at least 60% of the development must be for housing. This will allow for some mixed-use development as well. That the subject property must be owned by a registered non-for-profit, charity, or government body, and that the applicant must have fully paid all taxes owing to the municipality as well. Next slide. So to understand the impact of waiving all municipal-related construction fees, staff reviewed the permit records for housing developments by nonprofit and charitable housing organizations over a 5-year period. And we found that we collected approximately $7,000 per year. To provide some context, it was part of the 2019-2020 planning and development budget. We collected $6.7 million in municipal-related construction fees. So the fees collected from nonprofit housing organizations made up approximately 0.15% of the annual fees collected. It is noted that the majority of the fees that we would be waiving would be collected by planning and development, but the solid waste capital cost contribution is collected by transportation and public works. So just for an idea as to how this would impact their budget, approximately $1 million is collected annually through the solid waste capital cost contribution. And based on staff's review over the 5-year period, on average, just under $150 per year was collected. So as such, we don't anticipate this is going to have a negative impact to our budgets. I will note that the fees that were collected over that 5-year period were mainly for renovations and small additions. And as noted, as we are starting to get more funding through the federal government and through the province, we are hoping that there will be larger developments being considered as well. So to provide a sense of a cost for a larger development, we reviewed permit costs for the for-profit developments for residential properties that range between 75 to 100 units. I'll note this is quite larger than most nonprofit developments would be, but it provides a kind of a worst best case scenario. So to provide it does include the solid cost contribution, which of that value ranges up to approximately $8,500 to $25,000. Again, while these fees are larger, there's still fees that we can consider throughout our budget and won't have a negative impact. Next slide. So thank you very much. Staff recommend that Halifax Regional Council adopt amendments to the noted administrative order and bylaws to waive municipal related construction fees for nonprofit charitable housing developments. And if we go to the next slide, this provides a list of the fees or of the bylaws being amended. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jill. We appreciate that. I will go to Councillor Mancini to put the motion on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jill, for the presentation. I'm happy to put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the amendments for Administrative Order 15, the license, permit and processing fees, administrative order as set out in Attachment A of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. 2, bylaw F201, amending bylaw F200, the fees by bylaw as set out in Attachment B of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. 3, bylaw P401, amending bylaw P400, the plumbing bylaw as set out in Attachment C of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. 4, bylaw B204, amending bylaw number B201, the building bylaw set out in Attachment D of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. 5, bylaw C601, amending bylaw C600, capital cost charges bylaw set out in Attachment E of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. 6, bylaw C801, amending bylaw C800, capital cost charges for solid waste facilities bylaw as set out in Attachment F of the staff report dated August 26, 2020. So
Second motion, Councillor Mason.
Seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor Mancini on it?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Mason. You know, colleagues, especially our new colleagues, it's not a very exciting worded motion for your first major motion. However, the end result is what's important and exciting. We are, as we all know, just going through an election. We realize HRM is now in an affordable housing crisis. There are things that we have the ability to do with HRM and the things we do not have the ability to do. That's the responsibility of the province. This is something that we can do. I do want to share with you an example of a project, and Jill just showed one in her presentation, but we have a project in Dartmouth that's being run by Affirmative Ventures. It's a $11 million project. It's 45 units, makeup of seniors and mental health consumers. The HRM fees on that project is $52,000. So waiving those fees is a big help. However, the biggest fees of all are Halifax Water. And on this particular project is $225,000, which is significant. So, Jill, in your presentation, you talked about Halifax water charges not included. Could you explain why that is the case, please?
Through the mayor to the councillors. So the Halifax water fee is a fee that's regulated through the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board. So HRM doesn't have the power to waive that. The Utility and Review Board did go through, recently undertook a review of their fees. And so through consultation with HRM, they agreed to include a clause that they would allow the deferral of that fee over a 10-year period. It's still working out, we're still working out the details, or Halifax Water and the NSU ARB are still working out the details of how that would work. But just due to the relationship with the NSU ARB, Halifax is unable to waive those fees.
So it's interesting, though, Mr. Mayor, because we've had a project that Affirmative Ventures did a number of years ago under when Councillor Younger was the councillor in District 6, and same organization, and it was on Lake Crest. And at that time, HRM did waive the Halifax water fees. So I don't know what's changed between now and then. And most recently, MLA Tim Hallman, who's the MLA in East Dartmouth, brought forward a private members bill because the URAB said they don't have the authority to make the change to allow these fees to be waived by Halifax Water. So Tim Hallman asked for the province to change the Public Utilities Act to allow the URAB to allow Halifax Water to waive those fees, but that was turned down by the province. And so there's a gap here, and for some reason, I don't know why the province wouldn't allow that to happen. And so after we vote on this, Mr. Mayor, I will be asking that another motion be allowed to be presented today, and that's a motion to have you send a letter to the minister and to the premier asking them to make changes to the Public Utilities Act to in fact allow this to happen. So today I do ask my colleagues to support this motion that's on the floor. Jill, I thank you for the work on it. And then hopefully this passes. And then once we pass that, I would like to put that motion on the floor to have that letter sent. In the meantime, anybody watching, I ask you to reach out to your MLA and ask your MLA to speak to the colleagues at the province. This should be taking place at the province. We are again in an affordable housing crisis. We all need to do whatever we can to address this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I don't know if Jillian has a comment as to why it would have been allowed. The only thing I can think of was that it may have been before Halifax Water was spun off as an independent utility from the municipality. I don't know, Jillian, if you have any thoughts as to why that would have changed.
To the mayor, yeah, that would be my assumption as well. The regional development charge has only been in effect since 2015, so the development likely happened before then.
You are correct, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Councillor Kent. I'll just notice that we have a notice that there's a problem with the video, so people are seeing the screen, but council is going on in audio, which for some of us is actually our strength anyway. Councillor Kent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Not for you, for me.
I was going to say, speak for yourself. It's all good. Excuse me. So I don't have in front of me a definition of what you consider to be what, in relation to this, what is considered to be the housing, I guess, envelope for the not-for-profit. So I'm going to ask for some clarification on, well, first of all, I think this is a wonderful step in the right direction. There's a lot of great work being done in our not-for-profits, NGOs in our communities, and infrastructure has long been said something that they often need, but it's not attainable for a number of reasons, and cost is usually it. But I want to know, does this include non-for-profits that are providing emergency shelter, particularly those that I can think of as a project that I think is Councillor Mancini's areas, is Bryony House and all the many women's shelters and emergency shelters. Just want to make sure that that's included.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, it would include such shelters.
Okay. The other question I have is there are some not-for-profit organizations that are providing long-term care. Some of them have had initiatives that have become cost prohibitive around developing their own supportive care, often known as assisted living complexes. Funding and financial capacities is again a challenge and a barrier there, and this would be a good option to help alleviate some of that. Would they also have that capacity to tap into this?
Through the mayor to through the councillor to the mayor, through the mayor to the councillor, apologies. It's as long as they're registered as a not-for-profit, and included in that mandate is to provide affordable housing. So some of the assisted care providers do have that, so they would be included in that situation.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. I certainly have every reason to support this, and I look forward to many more initiatives that we can do at the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't realize I was so soon. Let me get my notes. So again, this is a great news story for nonprofits, and looking at the housing crisis that we are in right now. This will help support the organizations who need it. So my two questions are, one's within the report. It speaks. Let me just make my screen bigger here. It says in the report that approximately 0.15% of the annual fees collected come from nonprofits. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what that means, and even if what would the number be if I guess I could do the math. What's 0.15 of 6.6 or 6.7 million? But I'm just curious on the impact, because when I look at the report, does it roughly equal out to the $35,000 that is mentioned? That how much money we're collecting from nonprofits who are building related to construction related fees, or is that another number? So I'm just trying to get an understanding of what the number actually is that we would be seeing nonprofits be relieved of, and obviously for us what that amount would be that we wouldn't get. And related to that, it'd be important to understand, the future. This barrier will allow nonprofits to be able to start constructing, which would then mean even though we're not seeing a large uptake in it now because that barrier is there, we will see that in the future. So also thinking of what the impacts would be in future budgets, but there might not be when it comes down to it. But I just getting an understanding of that. The other question is when it comes to our affordable housing fund, and I know it was mentioned at some point. I don't remember where or who or when, but could we use our current fund that we're establishing now to pay the fees or partially pay the fees related to Halifax water charges? Because as Councillor Mancini mentioned, we shouldn't have to do that. But I think if we can, with our affordable housing fund, alleviate some of that, that would be great. So I'm wondering if we could also use that fund to help with some of that those costs as well.
So through the mayor to the councillor, so the 35,000 that was referenced in the report, that was the amount of fees that were collected over a 5-year period. So annually we've collected approximately $7,000 per year, but it is worth noting that those fees are mainly for renovations or minor additions. So we did include in the report what the cost would be, or the impact would be, if we waived the fees for a larger development. The example we used is for a very large scale development that we likely won't see from the affordable housing sector or from the nonprofit housing sector, but it's just to provide an idea. In regards to using the funds collected through the density bonus funds and through the affordable housing grant program, the way the grant program has been developed is it is quite broad, and it could be used for fees that are related. So fees such as the regional development, Halifax Water Regional Development Charge to help cover those. But it can be used for any sort of component that's involved in the construction or the renovations of affordable units.
So two things then. So that's great news. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jill, we're still in the final stages of developing how that fund will be administered, right?
So through the mayor to the councillor. So the former council approved the grant program, approved the administrative order for the grant program. It will be decided at the next budget discussions whether or not we use all of the money from the density bonus program to put into that grant program, or whether we want to use that money for something else. And then if council agrees to that, then the grant program would start the following fall.
So this might be another motion. This might be something that can be added onto the report. I'm just wondering if there can be a piece that talks about the potential of those fees, or maybe it's already in there. And again, it's hard to keep track of things, but I'm just wondering on that page if it is broad in the sense of what we can do with the money. I think we should be talking about that. To me it'd be a little strange to be taking money from that fund and giving it to Halifax Water. But if that's a barrier that we have to alleviate so affordable housing units can be built, then I'm willing to do that. But I think I don't know how we have that discussion and how we dig it a little deeper and what that would mean. So maybe Jill, is it another motion? Is it something that is can be discussed at budget time? What do you think is the best approach to dig into that further?
John Traves, I think, wants to speak. I'll let him.
All right, Traves.
Well, and Jill, you probably got it anyway. I mean, today's motion deals with the waiving of fees. I think in terms of that fund, it's probably best to leave it for the discussion in the budget context, as Jill mentioned earlier. And in that way, we can get a full report around, because there are a number of options around it and how much would get split where. And so I think it will come in the budget process, and certainly take away that info.
Right. So my question is, which I agree, I think it should come with the budget, not this discussion. My question is, how do we to get to a place, because this is going to come online quick, and I know the money is, people are going to be asking very quickly because there are organizations who wants to build. So how do we either get the information at budget Or do we wait until budget, then ask for the information?
It'll come in budget, I think. Ms. Fraser's on the line and the CAO. I think everybody's heard the conversation, and so I think it'll be ready to be discussed at that point.
Okay, great. I'll leave it at there. Thank you so much for all the work, and I'll support this for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think we're really focused on the Halifax water thing, and I would suggest to staff that a way forward on that is to either have our staff or Halifax water staff or both come in and brief us on what the utility review board's rules are. So my understanding from a conversation 3 or 4 years ago is that the act that NSU URB operates under does not allow them to consider social good, right? That their job is to assign cost causation to those who create it. And that's all fine and good, but those laws can be changed, and there are other jurisdictions in Canada and North America that have different rules. And it seems to me that if we're really going to focus as a community and as a province on affordable housing, that the spreading that cost across the entire user base equitably is fine, right? If that means that the new builds and that aren't affordable housing have to pay $100 more, and that the capital contributions perhaps on the water bill go up a tiny bit, so that the cost of the future capital is covered. But it allows us to go ahead with affordable housing. My understanding is those changes can be made. That being said, we all know that we can ask the province, we can add it to our list of 32 requests that we have in, or whatever it is right now, which includes a number of affordable housing ones that are already in there. I apologize to the public for my stuttering. The change of the slides has been slightly distracting. Good news slide there, clerks. It would be unfortunate if the money from density bonusing and any other provisions was consumed just by paying Halifax Water. It has been pointed out, I think it was Councillor Cleary a couple of meetings ago, that we do get a dividend from Halifax Water. So there could be potential that we could ask Halifax Water to rebate that amount against our dividend and get less money there. But it's still money not coming to the municipality that we'd have to budget for. So we'd have to think about that very carefully. Overall, though, I think this is a really good start. This is one of the key pillars of the affordable housing framework that Council adopted in 2018. And for those at home and for the new councillors, we're going to work over the next 3 to 6 months to try and complete everything that was in that affordable housing framework. And then at that point, the municipality will have done every reasonable thing and a couple of unreasonable things that we can control for affordable housing. And then everything beyond that is pressuring the province to do more, or asking the province to give us affordable housing, as we did in 2017. So we are on a path to do those things, and I'm glad to see this here today. I think it will help a lot, but I think we all recognize that unless the province pivots away from saying that rent subsidies, that rent subs are going to solve the problem. They're a useful tool for some people, but they're not going to solve the affordable housing problem in Halifax. So we need to see a broader vision from them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm just chuckling in case some former councillors are hearing you say that we requested the affordable housing back in, I guess it's the royal we.
Well, the council did. 5 of them did not, to be fair, but I won't name them. But good point,
Indeed.
Mr. Mayor. That
was good. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mason and Councillor Smith. I just wanted to add that, I think the point about the Halifax water fee, the density bonusing money, there was, and Councillor Mason, Councillor Cleary on CDAC, you heard some of it as well. There was some of that friction about, well, is this really density bonusing, or is this just a tax? We put that philosophical argument aside. It is money that's coming in from new development that is going towards other public goods. It just doesn't sit very well with me if we're then taking that money that's that we have aimed to create affordable housing, and then we're in a roundabout way sort of paying ourselves, since we own Halifax Water. We're the sole utility for it. It just feels kind of odd to me that we would do it that way. I mean, I'm fine with if that's where we need to go in the short term, since the program currently allows it, and hopefully we will be having some projects coming on stream in the next little bit. But I really think we should support Councillor Mancini's request that's coming after this to write another love letter to the province. I'm requesting action on this. I think amending the Utility Review Act to allow this sort of thing so that we can spread that cost out over, as Councillor Mason put it, over the user base. I mean, that makes sense, and I think the people of HRM would by and large support that. So let's take the province, let's ask them to do it. They've already got a private members bill apparently, so let's go get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. And I agree with Councillor Austin totally that taking our density bonusing money and to use it to pay another division of HRM, being Halifax Water, I don't think is the best use of that funds. And so we really need our partners of the province to truly pay attention to what's going on in our municipality, in our province, and what's happening right here. I do have a question, Jill, for you and Councillor Kent. It triggered a question when she talked about Bryony House. So Bryony House right now is in the middle of their construction of their new facility. It'll be opened up in the spring, and so very excited about having that facility in Dartmouth. They would have, I would assume, have already paid our HRM fees for that project. If this motion is passed today, because the project is not completed, is there an opportunity for them to get those fees back?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the report didn't discuss waiving fees retroactively, so I believe that would possibly require a supplementary report. I'll maybe rely on, I don't know if legal could answer that question, or if and one of my colleagues could answer that question. But as the report is written right now, and as the motion is written, it would only be for new developments.
We would need it.
So I didn't hear that, John.
Well, we would need a supplemental report to explore, number one, how to do it, and if there were any ramifications if we were looking at rebating fees already paid.
So, Mr. Mayor, I apologize for adding a couple more motions here. I'd like to do that also after we go through this one in my letter, if that's acceptable.
Technically, that should be an amendment to the motion on the floor so that it gets captured in the same. Otherwise, you can come back another day with a notice of motion.
Well, if it's permitted, I'd like to make the amendment to have that supplementary report on looking at retroactive fees for rebate on projects that are already existing. I'm not looking at projects that are completed, John. The projects that, like Bryony House, that are already in the middle of construction. So I don't know the proper wording on that, but if that could be a supplementary report, that'd be great. As an amendment.
Okay, so is that an amendment that needs a vote, John, or could that be?
That would be.
Councillor Cleary would second that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
So
that would be
number 7.
I'm just coming up here. Is it 7? I lost how many numbers we got here. Yeah, paragraph 7, item 7.
Item 7 would read to look for a staff report considering the use of retroactive on this new fund.
To direct the CAO to prepare a supplemental report respecting the rebate of fees for projects currently underway.
That's the motion.
So do we have to vote on that, on the amendment, Mr.
We
Mayor?
do.
Question.
We have to vote on that. I'm going to go to Phoebe to take us. I see no. Just remind councillors, we don't debate. We debate in public. We don't debate in the chat line. So, Councillor Russell on the amendment.
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify that this has nothing to do with the fees for Halifax Water. It is strictly looking at the fees that are already there and have already been identified.
These would be the development fees charged by HRM itself.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Phoebe, do you want to lead us in the vote?
Yes, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kent.
Affirmative.
Councillor Purdy,
Affirmative.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
I support the amendment.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Morris,
In favor.
Councillor Cuddle,
In favor.
Councillor Stoddard,
In favor.
Councillor Lovelace,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the amendment.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Oathett,
Voting yes.
Councillor Deagle Gammon,
Voting in favor of the amendment?
and Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that amendment is now carried. We now have an amended motion on the floor. Are we ready for the question on the motion as amended?
Question?
As soon as you're ready, Phoebe, we'll vote on the amended motion.
Councillor Kent, Councillor Kent,
Yes, in favor.
thank you. Councillor Purdy,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Morris,
In favor.
Councillor Cuddle,
In favor.
Councillor Stoddard,
In favor.
Councillor Lovelace,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Oathett,
Voting yes.
Councillor Deagle Gammon,
Voting in favor of the motion?
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Mr. Mayor.
In favor, so that motion is amended and it's carried amended. Colleagues, we'll move to 11.1.2. There's a presentation here.
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to put that other motion on the floor with regard to you writing that letter, if I may.
Okay.
So I'd like to put the following motion on the floor that we request the mayor write a letter to the minister and premier to change Public Utilities Act to allow the URAB to give Halifax Water the ability to waive their fees for nonprofit affordable housing projects. So moved.
Second, Councillor Austin.
Councillor Austin, UARB, okay. Is there discussion on that? Okay, let's do the vote on the motion of Councillor Mancini.
Question?
Councillor Purdy,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Morris,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Cuddle,
In favor.
Councillor Stoddard,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Lovelace,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Oathett,
Yes.
Councillor Deagle Gammon,
Voting in favor of the motion?
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kent,
In favor?
and Mayor Savage.
In favor of the motions, that motion passes as well.
Thank you, colleagues.
We'll go to 11.1.2, second reading proposed bylaw M201, amendment to bylaw M200 respecting standards for residential occupancies, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 15 respecting license permit and processing fees. Before I go to Councillor Mason, we have a presentation on this as well. Who's doing the presentation on this? I've got Connor O'Day, Sergio Gerbach, Matt Covey, or Kelly Denty. Who do I?
Sergio Gorbach will be doing the presentation.
Sergio, sir, welcome to council again. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So is the presentation able to be viewed by the public or? Okay, there it is. Oh. All right, good afternoon. My name is Sergio Gorbach. I'm the supervisor of major projects and building standards. Today's just a short presentation. It's meant to provide an overview of the recent and future changes to bylaw M200 and the residential registry. Next slide. So in the presentation, we'll be looking at the background, recommendations, council direction, framework progress, amendments by M200, and amendments to Administrative Order 15. I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time today. Next slide. The M200 bylaw is a minimum standard that existing residential buildings, including houses, apartment buildings, and rooming houses in Halifax Regional Municipality, must be maintained by. It's the M200 standards for residential occupancies has raised the standard of living in Halifax for many properties with a focus on safe, warm, dry methodology. Further to their consideration of a staff report dated March 29th in 2019, Regional Council on April 30th directed the CAO to prepare amendments to the bylaw M200 to include changes to the program to enhance standards in the following focus areas: a rental registry, strategic inspection and regulation, new safety requirements, community integration, and education and accountability. Next slide. In 2016, Council directed staff to conduct a facilitated workshop with several stakeholders, including but not limited to ACORN, Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now, and IPONS, Investment Property Owners Association of Nova Scotia, for the purpose of developing a residential building licensing model. The result of Council's direction included public engagement sessions facilitated by Stantec Consulting Firm. Stantec produced the report, and we used it in our creation of the outcomes in regard to Council's 2016 directive. Next slide. In April 2019, Council directed staff to draft amendments to bylaw M200 respecting standards for residential occupancies that include provisions for mandatory registration of a residential rental accommodations, following the principles as described in the proposed framework. And to release all bylaw M200 violation records as they become available on HRM's open data website. Next slide, please. For various reasons, including the scheduling disruptions due to the pandemic, Council's April 2019 motion was divided into separate portions. In late August 2020, Council reviewed and approved amendments to the M200 bylaw that included provisions for a forthcoming rental property registry that would be created through a separate bylaw. Council approved amendments to the Administrative Order 15 respecting license permits and processing fees. And in early September, we began the release of M200 violation records on the HRM Open Data website. So that piece has been already completed. Next slide, please. The sections of the bylaw were changed to include rentals and replacement for rooming houses using a broader definition of mini suites. Many of the health and safety technical requirements were previously limited to licensing of rooming houses, but have been adapted to apply to all rentals, and they won't be dependent on the administrative burden of the licensing program that was in place under the boarding houses. It's anticipated that the changes combined with the residential registry program, education material, and proactive targeted inspections will result in a safer, more compliant rental accommodations. Next slide, please. Most existing buildings don't benefit from the modern improvements in fire and life safety features found in current building codes. The amended requirements in the bylaw will provide tenants and owners with reasonable and consistent minimum safety standards for all existing residential buildings.
New provisions such as educational package and a specific rental obligations for both tenants and owners is expected to improve community integration so that the growing rental stock fits into the surrounding community. Next slide, please. Some current code regulations for smoke and carbon monoxide alarm adapted to apply to existing buildings will provide better fire safety coverage. Requirements to prevent both the tenant and the owner from disconnecting electrical power in rental units will help prevent power disconnection while the unit is occupied and will help ensure safety systems remain operational. We've added requirements for maintenance and inspection of dryer equipment and fire separation of laundry rooms in multi-unit buildings. Clothes dryers are, after all, one of the leading causes of house fires. The garbage, parking, and noise sections are designed to educate owners and tenants of waste containment, parking, and noise limit requirements, and to improve community preservation and integration of rentals. Lastly, maintenance provisions add a system of regular inspection and maintenance throughout the rental for appliances that may present a risk of fire. Next slide, please. The amendments introduce the category of mini suites, a broader definition of shared housing. This covers rooming houses and boarding and lodging configurations under this new definition. The term rooming house had developed a negative reputation. The term mini suite will better support improved living accommodations as a result of the new and expanded building and fire and land use regulations. Next slide, please. I believe you must want one slide ahead. There we go. With the inclusion of mini suites, regulations and upcoming registration of all residential rentals, the requirement of rooming house licensing has been completely removed. Next slide, please. As rooming house licensing is no longer taking place, the fee associated with the licensing has been removed from Administrative Order 15. And next slide, please. The residential rental property bylaw is estimated for presentation to Council in April 2021. The registry will provide a foundation of information used to better understand and resolve issues. This information will drive decisions on inspections and future regulatory changes as needed. It will also include specific rules for rental property owners and tenants to increase accountability within the property and within the community. And that's it for this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gerbach. We appreciate that. I will go to Councilman Mason to put the motion on the floor.
With pleasure, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt bylaw M201, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw M200 respecting standards for residential occupancies, including housekeeping and general amendments, as set out in Appendix B of the staff report dated August 26, 2020.
Second.
And 2, adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 15 respecting license, permit, and processing fees, as set out in Attachment D of the staff report dated August 26, 2020.
Second, Councilor Smith.
Seconded by Councilor Smith. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What a great thing to see happening today. The move to address something as simple as safe, warm, and dry. How simple is that? How can you argue with that? And yet we know practically that there have been instances of property owners who have not provided that simple reality. The clarification around what is a bylaw violation, providing fire and life safety. Well, I should say before I go into this, I'd like to thank Sergio, who has been involved with this. I feel like I met you talking about this 8 years ago, and here we are. It's, you know, we only got one more hurdle to go through. And also I want to recognize Connor O'Day, who's relatively new to the file, being the head of compliance, and Matt Covey in Halifax Fire and Emergency. The fire inspector has been very involved with this as well. So, there's so many pieces in here that my residents and all of our residents have been demanding for years. The biggest pieces are around the transparency piece that the public has wanted. They wanted to know more about what the violations are, which is where the open data comes in. That's already happened, and the rental registration will add a further layer of accountability for landlords and property owners. It also makes clear consequences for not providing certain essential things: the fire and life safety pieces, the smoke detectors, the dryers, and it makes landlords responsible in part for that community integration piece that Sergio talked about, having the people responsible for what kind of garbage containers are adequate, or if there's repeated noise complaints, making the landlord responsible to come down to that and help address that. So all of these things are something that I've been looking forward to for a really long time. I won't belabor it. I look for council's support. I will say that the not being able to cut off electrical part of this did remind me. I feel like, and I intend to bring a motion for a staff report at a later date. I haven't had a chance to talk to the solicitors and staff about it, but I think we're going to have to go a step further and make it clear that maximum penalties will be levied on property owners who try and make units unlivable to force eviction, because we've started to see that happening more and more. It's been in the news all over the last month and a half, and I think if you take the doors off of somebody's unit, as happened right before the election, you should probably be fined $10,000 without any further debate. Clearly, that kind of behavior should not be allowed, but that's for another day. This is great work where we are right now, and I look forward to council's support on this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Reading through the report and stuff, especially the bylaw and stuff and all the amendments, there's one thing that I found pretty peculiar, was the word accessibility was missing. There's nowhere in the document that refers about building code matters trying to meet the new accessible standards. And we thought we would make that implicit in our bylaw and not leave it as implied under the building code. The only reference you see in there is to guards and handrails, one sentence, and that's it. So could I have clarification? If we're trying to encourage development to be ready-made for accessibility for the new standards in the future to help those who may be mobile challenged, why aren't we making any direct reference to it in this document?
Who wants that?
That's a good question. Actually, we've been, Matt, basically the co-author of these reports with me, we have been discussing this accessibility in the registry, in the bylaw that will contain the registry. I don't think we'll be able to apply the rule to the M200, which deals with existing buildings. And there's a lot of these existing buildings out there that would never be able to be made accessible. Now, some of the newer buildings, of course, are, because they're newer, larger buildings. They follow different sets of rules. But under the registry, we're going to encourage that by collecting the information on accessibility, levels of accessibility in units. That's what we're discussing right now, how we can go about doing that. So that will encourage landlords to make their units accessible, so that their information goes out there that they are accessible when people are looking for units.
Well, I would think that some things, I understand you might have narrow doorways and narrow hallways and never meet the width for wheelchair accessibility, or having narrow space, not having enough room for ramp, but what about the lowering of light switches? What about having raised toilet seats? What about stability bars? Those things can be put in any dwelling. And I would hope that we would try to insist that these accessibility devices will be implemented.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do have the adaptability requirements. It's a fairly new code, beginning of the year, January 1st started. And that's those kinds of items for all residential units are required to have the higher outlets, lower light switches, lower sink plumbing, things like that, so that the units become adaptable. Now that is, of course, for units that are newly constructed or majorly renovated. It may be difficult to implement those kinds of rules for existing buildings. but we can take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a couple of questions on this. The first one I'm going to ask is around any conversation, and forgive me if this is the wrong opportunity. I'm just trying to get a handle on what we're covering here. But if there's has been any discussion, or if there's an element at play here around the registry and a standard on accountability of service and/or conduct for a landlord. And I'm wearing my experience through domestic violence, sexual violence tables that I've had. And often those people who are utilizing and taking advantage of the opportunities of a mini suite or what used to be a rooming house are often in the lower income spectrum, potentially already vulnerable in a number of ways. And I have heard of horror stories around landlords who create such an environment in these situations of intimidation, coercion, abuse that is a threat to a resident and making it impossible to leave. Now, I know that that's a systemic problem, that's potentially a police problem, that's potentially a healthcare problem, but if we're talking about these kinds of standards, is there an opportunity for a standard of service or conduct that could create a safe space for someone who is in a situation where they are feeling threatened that they can't leave, or should they leave, all of their belongings would be destroyed, or if their life would be continued to be put at risk if they do leave. I know this potentially this is a stretch for this kind of consideration here. If it is, then I would hope that maybe there's an opportunity for us to bring something to the table in the future. So on that, can you just comment on that part first before I offer my second question?
Right, that's actually an excellent question. The timing is impeccable. We've just finished doing a section in the new bylaw that will contain the registry on owner obligations. All right, there's two sections in particular: owner obligations, and for the first time, tenant obligations. And those kinds of ideas might be able to be added. You know, we're taking notes of this discussion, obviously, and we may be able to add. We can't get too specific, I don't think, and the Tenancy Act does include a lot of those protections. But I think we can, because there is some words about a tenant is not able to discourage the owner from making the unit compliant. For instance, you can't keep the owner out, or you can't not be there to allow him access, things like that. So under owner obligations, we may be able to use some general language for that.
Well, that would be great, and I'd be happy to have a further conversation on this based on the knowledge and insight that I do have. The other question I have, does this capture any part of the regulatory work that I think Council has put forward around Airbnb? Is that meant to capture it here, or is that separate?
Also a very good question. No, not in particular. This is not a registry of Airbnbs. This is a registry of rentals. Airbnb is a rental, but it'll be categorized as a rental, basically. There will be a footnote, there will be information for like a 2-unit building and a 5-unit building and an Airbnb, things like that. There is a small section. We do mention Airbnbs because the rules for one particular section are slightly different. But other than that, there is no section for Airbnbs. There is no particular regulations for Airbnbs. It covers all rental properties.
And so the conversations that have been had around the Airbnb, will that also, and Mr. Mayor, maybe you can comment on that, whether or not this will come back to us as councillors at some point, for us as new councillors in particular, to have some input at this stage?
I'll let CAO speak to that, but yes, it'll come back. Jacques, is there anything you want to say on that, or John?
Could you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
If there is only a very limited amount, based on the presenter's response to my questions, if there's only a very minimal amount of some of this that will touch on the Airbnb, and I know Council will be taking some steps through the staff to consider all regulatory work on Airbnbs. Will we have, as new councillors and as council now, as a new council, have the opportunity to continue to engage on what's going on with that?
In what engage in what respect?
Airbnb considerations. I think if am I correct in recalling that there is some will of council to create some regulatory situation for Airbnb?
Yes, that is
Yes,
correct.
there is.
So
Yes.
it would be around that.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Because
well,
as the councillors, we've
yeah.
not had a chance to offer some insight that we might bring to the table.
Sure. Certainly in the briefings that you'll have with planning and development, you'll have an opportunity to provide some feedback there. I just want to make one thing clear to all new councillors is that, you know, when we prepare council reports, we don't share drafts of those reports, but we certainly provide you with an opportunity to provide input. If you have concerns, you can certainly call the director or myself and express your concerns or advice in terms of what it is that you're seeking to achieve in those files. So those are the opportunities in the briefings, and certainly with one-on-one meetings with me or in conversations with staff or directors. Certainly it's an opportunity there to express your views.
Thank you. Council.
If I may add, Mr. Mayor, Matt Covey and I have been involved in a lot of the discussions with Airbnbs just to make sure that there's not a big conflict between regulations.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Kent, you good? Councillor Smith.
Am I off? I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sergio, and your team. Lots of work done on this, and I appreciate it. So a couple quick points from me. One, and it was mentioned earlier around information for landlords and renters. I think when this is. I have a couple points, and I'll try to make them all connect. With this information, it's going to change how landlords operate in terms of registering. So I wonder, and maybe it's already in the works. There is the open data, which I can't seem to find the web page anymore. I had it saved as my bookmark, but it's gone. But with that, is there going to be a landing page that talks about, you know, if you're a new landlord or existing one, you know, your obligation to register, and, you know, the fines attached to not meeting what we're saying in terms of the bylaw, and et cetera?
We've watched other jurisdictions, in particular, I know Toronto, when they did this, theirs is slightly different. This is licensing, and it's a little bit different. But they do advertise the requirements, and they do advertise the penalties for not complying, and the penalties are fairly severe, so we can expect to follow suit there. And I know in Toronto, they actually extended the deadline at least once. I guess they weren't getting enough response, so they actually extended it at least once. So we do expect to advertise exactly the way you pointed out, sure.
Okay, great. So with that, the other question would then be, what other resources are going to be needed for your, and maybe this is something for budget, maybe it might be above your pay grade, but what are resources that is going to be needed for your office and your department to be successful? Because this is, you know, we're talking about all rentals. We're talking about an issue that we're seeing all over the city when it comes to rental properties and people having this terrible rental conditions and experiences, and, you know, we've kind of had our hands tied with what, you know, now that will change. So I only know that you're already busy, so this will also cause your office to be even more busy. So I'm wondering if that has been considered, or if you feel you have the resources in place to do the work.
I think Kelly Denti is on the line, but I will say that there's still many questions left as we create the actual registry. So there's many unanswered questions. ICT has to be more involved. So there's a few things there for budgetary reasons that we don't know where we're going to land. But as for staffing, is Kelly Denti, would you like to speak to that?
I can probably do that, Sergio.
Okay, Connor's there.
So, hi
Okay, great
folks, Connor O'Day, Manager, Buildings and Compliance. Welcome all new councillors and hello all familiar faces. So, Councillor Smith, through the mayor to you. One of the things we did put in the financial considerations was looking at the possibility of, we're piloting a couple of overstaff positions to look at what the actual volume of work is going to be between now and budget, so that when we come to budget, we can give you guys some numbers on what we're looking at for the additional resources that will be required on a go-ahead basis. As you know, the two sides of my shop are both sort of involved in aspects of residential tenancies, from the compliance side as well as from the building standard side. So it's getting some of that data down so we can give you guys an evidence-based case to really look at what we need at the end of the day and what the bottom line is for really moving this stuff forward from an enforcement, compliance, and just overall social well-being perspective.
Great. Yeah, and I know that that you and the team and Kelly and everyone else involved is on it in terms of resources needed. The fear is, we're getting pulled a lot of ways with our budget coming up and many other priorities. And, one of the biggest ones that we're hearing is around affordable housing and landlords, et cetera, et cetera. So I know the resources are being asked for, and hopefully council will agree. It's just, unless we prioritize the resources that are needed to make this work, then we'll be in a place where we're getting the complaints and not being able to respond in the way that I know we would want to respond to. The only other piece would be, and it was mentioned, it was going to be the short-term rentals, and I think some clarification was given. And what I was going to ask for is the fact that even with the new changes to the oh my goodness, the Accommodations Act, how we were hoping there'd be more meat in terms of what we could do on our end in terms of short-term rentals, which really didn't lay out what that meant. So I guess most of the questions were answered when it came to short-term rentals. But as of now, just to get a quick clarification, as of now, if you're operating a short-term rental, this wouldn't be included within the registry that we're speaking of today.
No, we expect short-term rentals to register because they are rentals. As far as rules and regulations around short-term rentals, that's more of a planning thing, I do believe, Development Department.
Okay. All right, that's it for me, unless anyone wants to expand on that.
I was just going to offer, Mr. Mayor, it's Kelly Denty chiming in, that we've got direction from council to go away and build the rules around short-term rentals. So once that's done, then it would naturally fold into the registration and inspection process. There's a bit of a gap right now because they're not dealt with separately as a separate entity. What I can do is circulate that report to folks just so they've got the background on it. Those of you who are old and new to council, just to refresh your memories on that. Thank you.
And Kelly, there was as I recall, there was a public engagement process as part of that, correct?
That's correct. Very extensive engagement and input from the community on that.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, okay?
Thank you.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, this is great. I like this. One of the things that we hear from residents with regard to their relationship with their landlord as it relates to minimum standards is the sometimes retribution that comes from submitting a complaint about their building, and then their landlord takes umbrage with that. So I have a sort of a general question around proactive versus reactive inspections. That is to say, right now, under bylaw N200, if someone is concerned about black mold in their building, rats getting in, those kind of things, they could ask for an inspection. The landlord then knows that if this person is complaining, they put the complaint in. So I wonder if our staff could just speak to, is it possible, what are the issues around it? Legal issues, resource issues, staffing issues, financial issues? Could we move as we progress through this to a system where we that is HRM, is doing some sort of random or proactive inspections of buildings, which I assume would require more building inspectors, that sort of thing, because then you're dealing with both reactive and proactive. But is it possible for us to just sort of, call up the landlord and say, hey, we're coming tomorrow to have an inspection, rather than wait for a tenant to call us and ask for an inspection under the bylaw?
It's actually exactly what I expect the outcome will be. We have a couple pieces surrounding those concerns. First of all, the registry, well, the bylaw with the registry in it will discuss the fact that when we go to a building and one unit has a particular issue, that in many cases we will ask for confirmation from the owner that they check the other units to ensure that things aren't the same, that they're not having the same issue. Things that we expect that maybe, for instance, a bathroom fan that's not working. Well, the whole building likely has the same age bathroom fans. So we will confirm with the owner that the owner checks the rest of the building and confirms to us that he has done so, and to avoid those kinds of issues. That's one thing. And second of all, through the registry and collecting of the information, this is the key, is collecting that information, evidence-based decision makings. So collecting that information, we will be able to identify landlords that may not maintain their buildings as a regular rule, owners that have several buildings that we see a trend towards that owner's buildings. So we can have proactive inspections in those cases. We can also, and this is what they do in New York City, as a matter of fact, the fire services inspections, they look at the data and they can confirm which buildings are high risk, and they'll go in and proactively inspect those. So we'll be able to understand certain building types that may have more non-compliant issues, maybe 2 and 3 unit buildings, or certain buildings in a certain area of the city. And we can focus in on that once we start collecting this information through the registry. So proactive inspections are definitely part of our goal.
Well, that's fantastic, Mr. Gerback. I appreciate that. So as the data comes in and registrations happen, then you can dig into it and make a plan, a work plan, essentially, to see what this year you're going to be inspecting.
Correct.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Morse.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate everybody involved. This sounds like a huge amount of work on a very important project. Just a quick question: do you think there would be any risk of losing accommodations, rental accommodations, because of this? Just an inadvertent sort of byproduct of bringing this forward.
Well, the fees to register are non-existent. That's what we're going to put forward. So there'll be no fee to register. That'll be one thing to try to reduce costs. The regulations that we're expecting, the level of the standard is very reasonable. We understand that we don't want to risk landlords having to invest a lot of money on properties and increase the rents, and so much for affordable housing. So we're trying to balance that all the time too, throughout this process.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just wondering, where do land lease communities fall in this process? Because, folks who live in land lease communities, they are governed by a landlord. And I'm wondering if inspectors will be going out to assess things in those communities, like street lighting, street quality. Those are all things that the landlord in land lease communities has responsibility for.
Mm-hmm. Well, what we're working on is definitely as building officials. That's the department that will be enforcing this. We're looking at the building itself. So we don't actually even cover tenant-landlord disputes, and we don't cover things outside the building. It's just the building itself.
So so land lease communities, the landlords in those cases won't be required to register.
Oh, absolutely. They'll be required to register. And that's actually a good point you bring up. And we're going to look into that a little bit further because we haven't covered that. But every rental property will require to be registered.
Yeah, that's good to hear because I mean certainly there's the catch-22 when it comes with land lease communities is that the residents for the most part own the physical structure that they live in, but they pay a lot fee every month, and that covers off things like street lighting, street quality, and I just think it's important that land lease communities be a part of the conversation. But good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my question partly got answered. It was just really around like how widespread are compliance issues, particularly when we're looking at having these proactive inspections. But your answer to Councillor Cleary around collecting the data and kind of targeting in your proactive inspections partly addressed that. And I'm wondering too, you've been talking a lot about multi-unit buildings with the whole secondary suites coming in. How does this fit with secondary suites?
Falls into the same category, all rentals. That's why we're trying to avoid being identified as a short-term rental bylaw because it covers all rentals. And if we start talking short-term rentals, it'll blur the conversation, I think, a little bit. But all rentals will be required. If you have a apartment in the basement, then you must register that. Or if you have a secondary suite, which is basically another unit, as long as it's for rent, you're not using it, living in it, the owner's not living in it, then it's a rental and it should be registered.
And how many rental units do we have in HRM?
I have no idea at this point in time. There's a list of buildings. Matt Covey might be able to, residential buildings. Matt, do you have that number? Was it 36,000?
I think we'd have to refer back to our data. It's also just driving out what's a rental, which is information we don't have that we're obviously trying to get. In terms of rental accommodations, I think it's identified in the Stantec report, and it's in the tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. Okay. Do we, in terms of housing stock overall, do we have any idea around like numbers of dwellings?
I don't have any of those numbers.
Okay.
Sorry, through the mayor to the councillor, I could go to the Stantec report where they advised on number of available units, and that was the general metric that they used for that report, which was Halifax or HRM centric.
Okay, because I mean, I do know that we have one of the highest ratios of rental to owners in Canada. So just in terms of, when you're talking about doing these proactive, doing these inspections and creating this registry, it does seem like a very significant project. So having some sense of, one, how many rental units we have, how widespread are compliance issues, all of that would be useful information, I think, for helping to shape how we set up this registry and enforce it.
Is that something that our folks, maybe you could get information back to the councillors on answering those questions?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, absolutely. I think that we can all collaborate on that, and I think that Jill McClellan, because of her work on short-term rentals, I mean, again, as you said earlier, it will become a very familiar face. We'll talk to Jill because she may have some general sense of the inventory out there as well, from both the perspective of short-term rentals and affordable housing. So absolutely, we can get you a little bit more data on that, and I can collaborate to get you some more of the stuff on the compliance stuff across the board. I mean, part of the reason for the registry, of course, is to get a better sense of both what's out there, what it looks like, and where it is, because that will make all the difference in terms of being able to do targeted and blitz style proactive inspections, because we'll really be able to take a strategic cut at different areas and different forms of housing by doing that. And that really allows us to do more of an education towards compliance piece by really focusing in on where things need to be focused in on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor
Right.
Cuddle, are you okay with that?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sergio, and others. This is a really, I think, really important piece to ensure that, you know, tenants are living in safe and good environments. However, I'm concerned about low-income tenants, and is there any protection for them if it's shown through the inspections that, you know, they are in substandard living conditions? And I'm just seeing these scenarios happening of landlords either raising their rents astronomically, like we have seen in the news that's happening lately, in order to pay for the renovations that will be enforced, or they will evict them, and there's no available units for them to go to. Our vacancy rate is really, really low. Is there anything put in place to protect the tenants of substandard housing? Because there's going to be a lot of failing, I think, once the inspections start to happen in some of our big rental units. And also, well, this has been touched on before, but how often, well, this is probably not even worked out yet, but how will these things be enforced? And yeah, I guess my big question is the protection for the tenants, because I think it's better to live in substandard housing than to be forced on the streets. So I'm just concerned about that.
Well, we've been very careful with. We've been very careful with the regulations. Now, the M200, the technical changes that we made there were very, you know, the M200 is not a high standard to meet. It's a basic minimum standard bylaw that everyone should be able to meet, and the changes that we did make should be very minimal impact economically on the landlords. This is just basic, straightforward, you know, smoke alarms kinds of things. So we've been very conscious of that. We've met with the tenant groups, and we continue to meet with tenant groups like Acorn, and so that provides us that insight to be aware of the situation constantly. You know, we of course can't control what landlords do ultimately, but I really don't see this as a financial impact at all. We have been doing these inspections for many years, M200 inspections. We're just trying to, this way, we're trying to put our efforts where they're needed, as opposed to just widespread. The open data, we feel, and this is why we're not sure on where we're going to land for staff. The open data piece is like a self-enforcement piece, where we expect landlords will be more careful about letting their buildings become non-compliant, because now the names go up on the open data website and likely on an app that will be developed. So we expect that self-compliance or self-enforcement to affect the numbers of non-compliant buildings and units, but we don't know to what degree. Plus, now with the proactive inspections going up on the other end, so we don't know where the balance is going to be. But you know, we're very conscious with the impact to the housing costs for sure.
I'll just chime in there for a second, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. This is a really major part of the social justice angle of what we're trying to do here, and that's why we've been in constant conversation with Acorn at this point, in particular as one of the bigger representatives of tenant groups. But and this is a refrain you'll probably hear from me many times as I'm in front of council, part of this is definitely a conversation that we need to be having at the provincial level with both Community Services and Housing Nova Scotia, as that is part of the bigger equation of how to make sure that people are, you know, safe, warm, and housed. So, that is one of the things that we're working on, building those stronger relationships there. And we have a very good relationship with municipal affairs and had a recent discussion with municipal affairs and housing on this. So it's definitely top of the agenda for us to make sure that people are protected and people are kept in safe housing wherever that be.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy, you okay?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. That makes me feel a little better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. O'Day, you just actually answered my question, one of my questions, which was really around the connection between if you were on the ground and the first person's really seeing somebody, a tenant who might be in jeopardy, and how is that connected to support systems within the community? How is your department connected on the social justice side? So you've answered that nicely for me. Thank you. The other question I might have is just on the time frame for the registry. What is the time frame by which you would like to see at what percentage level, for example, buildings registered or landlords registering their buildings?
That path is yet to be calculated. Like I said, the registry, we're hoping to have it in front of council in April. And it'll depend on, what we decide to put for the first, maybe, 6 months, 8 months, or a year to enroll at first. We may have to extend that. We haven't really looked into those kinds of timelines yet. We'll look at other jurisdictions. That's what the creation of this whole other bylaw involves, looking at other jurisdictions, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work, seeing comparing it to jurisdictions that are similar to ours, etc. So that timeline hasn't been calculated yet.
Thank you.
And I'll chime in there again, just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. The conversations that we're having with the Income Property Owners Association Nova Scotia, one of the bigger groups, we're actually having another conversation, myself, Mr. Covey, and Mr. Gerbach on Thursday. So that helps speed ahead some of that effort, because we really do have very good buy-in from both sides of the equation. If you want to look at the tenant and landlord side of the equation about why this is a good thing, why it needs to move ahead in this manner. So while we can't anticipate what the percentage of enrollment will be at a given point, I think that I'm optimistic that we'll get very quick adoption of this moving forward.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, that's the end of it. Let's, shall we have the vote? Let's go to the vote, colleagues. Phoebe?
And we'll begin with Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Smith.
In favor?
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Morris.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Cuddle.
Favor.
Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Lovelace.
I will.
In favor of the motion. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Outfit.
Voting yes?
Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Hinsby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Kent.
In favor?
Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
Mr. Mayor.
In favor of the motion, so that passes. I'd like to thank our planning staff who've taken us through the last couple of items. Thank you, folks. We appreciate very much the work. We're not that far from the end, but I think we need to take a little break in case people need to get up and stretch or go to the bathroom. So I'm at 4:53. Can we come back at 5:05 in 12 minutes and finish off?
Agreed.
5:05, colleagues. Stay on the thing. Just turn off your video and audio.
Thank you.
How are we doing, April?
Hi there, Mr. Mayor. I'll just do a quick check on quorum and let you know where we stand.
Mr. Mayor, I do believe you have all of your members of regional council present, as well as the CAO and solicitor, so you're good to go.
Okay, let's go live. Okay, we are back at Regional Council. And we're going to 11.1.3. This is a review of report requests. Councillor Mason.
Come on, mute. There we go. I move that Halifax Regional Council review the attached list of report requests as outlined in Attachment 1 of the staff report dated October 26, 2020, and bring forward any items recommended to be withdrawn.
Second.
Second by the Deputy Mayor, Lisa Blackburn. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
So I guess the thing that really stood out for me reviewing this list over the weekend is that there are only 18 reports now outstanding that are from 2018 or earlier, and that there's only 36 reports outstanding from before midway through last year, which is probably the best this list has been in a long time. Like, I'm not gonna, it would be, you know, the easy joke is COVID's been really good for the report writers because they've been at home and just turning out reports, and clearly a lot of stuff has been coming. And when I go through the list, I don't see a lot here that actually isn't coming. The only one for me, like pretty much everything that has my name next to it is either a staff recommendation or something that I know the report is coming. The only one on here, it's funny that the three oldest ones are all mine. The Parks and Recreation Strategic Framework one probably can come off. I just don't know that that's going to happen. I feel like the facility framework for recreation and the various bits that are happening in parks kind of cover off on that. sufficiently. I would like to see something more like the library strategic plan, but that doesn't need to happen. The noise management and childcare policy ones, they need to happen. We've started getting complaints from the new condos that have opened in downtown about noise, and this is meant to fend that off. So I would urge, I've already spoken to Kelly, and I know that that work hopefully is underway, and that at least that part of that motion will come soon. I would withdraw the land use bylaw sound issues, because it was pointed out to me by a developer that if we say bars in the bar district are allowed to make noise until 2 o'clock, it becomes incumbent on them to build more soundproof buildings, because there won't be anything that can be done for the residents. So those are my only two notes on this. I'm not sure exactly what we do. Perhaps the solicitor or the clerk can say, are we actually making a motion along those lines?
Or Phoebe, what do we do? Just make a list of those that can come off?
Yes, what I would suggest would be that if councillors wish to withdraw any of these reports, that they would just move a motion to withdraw, and grateful if you could also just cite the number that's provided in the attachment. Just so I would just recommend, make a motion, needs to be seconded, and then we can vote on it either individually or as a suite.
Let's do it.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to remove number 1 and number 2. B, number 2B only. The rest of that motion has to stand, but the working on the land use bylaws and construction mitigation stuff, I feel like that's largely handled or would be handled in other ways. So so moved.
Second for that?
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell. So we'll keep a list, and then if anybody at the end has a reason that they can't support one of them, we'll look to it, but we'll assume that the person withdrawing the motion knows best until we have that conversation. So Councillor Mason is suggesting 1 and 2, the amendment be that 1 and 2B come off the list. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just have a quick question regarding how these reports got on the list, because I went through Report Center, and these aren't all the reports that are in the Report Center. So I have a bunch of motions, for example, that are churning their way through, and they're not on this list. So is there a particular criteria or rubric that was used for how these particular, 100-odd reports made it on the list and the other ones didn't?
Yes, I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So this is just one of similar reports that are going to be coming to various standing committees and community councils as well. So this report deals with report requests that were requested at the regional council level. Other reports may have been requested at standing committee or community council, and they will go to those bodies for review.
Okay, so these are just regional council ones.
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm assuming then, because they're on this list, there is no legal, structural, other impediments that if anyone wants to move something off this list, it's not going to affect any running of the city. Because some of these, I'm looking at them and they look like staff reports or staff recommendations that were moved by councillors at some of our meetings. So just clarification on everything here. This is open season. Nothing on here is important. We don't have to do anything fancy. If something comes off here, let's just move them off.
That may be a question for the CAO. If some of these get moved, the city won't come to a halt. Jacques?
Well, I don't, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I don't think I can make a blanket statement without looking at the actual item that you'd be looking to come off. I have no problem with the ones that Councillor Mason mentioned, but there may be, instead of a report, in some cases we may simply send you a memo or a briefing note or something, or you may come back and say, well, I think we need to do this or that, but I have to look at each individual case. Yeah. This is by AAO, so council has the opportunity now in this meeting to look at these, but we can certainly comment on any ones that you moved. I have no comment to make on the ones that Councillor Mason moved.
Okay, I mean, I've got probably about 8 right now on my list, so I won't do them all at once, but let me I'll pick one, for example, number 61. So this is the stadium, well, not a stadium report. and it is to come back with the location and a contribution agreement for community stadium site selection and contribution agreement. I think at this point, frankly, and I'm not sure where this is in sort of the staff process, but given COVID, given the state of the CFL, given our budgets and our priority capital list, I'm happy to see this pop off and staff can put their resources to better use, frankly.
Councillor Russell, I will second the suggestion of a motion there.
Mr. Mayor, on that file is effectively in limbo. It's basically in deep hibernation. You know, we're not doing any work on it. If something comes back at some point, we'll be bringing it back to council. But at this point, we have nothing to look at really. So I have no problem with it coming off, unless Mr. Treyes has a legal reason why it should stay on.
If it helps for those new councillors and those who may have not been here when we last amended AO1, the challenge with this directive that's embedded in the AO arises from staff's attempt at that time to bring forward what is essentially a standard parliamentary procedure, which would suggest that reports requested by a previous council, a subsequent council are not bound by them. And so the draft at that time suggested that all outstanding reports would end, and then staff would bring forward a recommendation on which ones should be brought back alive, and councillors can add to that. Council at the time saw fit to take a different direction, and so the order now is in fact turned a little bit the other way, and so we don't have a recommendation from staff on which one of these should actually remain there, because they all stay, and council can then decide which ones you wish to take off. So that's why we're here on this bit. So there are possibly some which you will see that were as a result of a staff report and a recommendation, and they were moved by a specific councillor coming out of that. And if you were now to decide that you didn't want to proceed, that would be fine, but you may find that staff would return at some point in the future and say, look, we would like you to consider moving this motion for a report and dragging it forward. So it's just turned around a little bit from what you would see at either the federal or the provincial level.
Okay, Councillor Cleary, so 61 has been seconded. We'll leave it on there for now. Have you got other ones?
I do. I don't want to take up too much time, but I will put another one on this. That's number 75. This is the update on implementation of flexible work arrangements. And essentially, we put a policy in place, and with COVID, when that hit us in March, we had thousands of people working from home, and I don't know what the CAO still has in terms of staff working from home. Last we chatted a couple months ago, I think it was around 11 or 1,200. So I think we're doing this quite well. So I'm not sure what the point of keeping this particular report on here is, since it seems like we're already doing flex work pretty well.
Mr. Mayor, through you, if I may, to Councillor Cleary, I agree. We have a flexible work policy that we are ready to launch, but we're not launching it simply because we're in COVID times, and we're putting in extraordinary measures in relation to COVID. So I would agree that once we implement the policy, once COVID allows us to implement the flexible work policy as opposed to the flexible arrangements that we put in specific to COVID, then we can then come back, and we will come back to you on an annual basis probably in terms of our workplace reports and such things to report on that. So that likely I would be more than comfortable with supporting or agreeing with Councillor Cleary that it should come off.
Is there a second for that?
Second, Lisa.
Seconded by Lisa, Deputy Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll let someone else take a turn now. I still have more, but I'll see what other people might want to take on.
Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, quite honestly, I don't like this process. I would have thought this would have gone to a committee of the whole. We would have gone clause by clause or report by report and just said, okay, what's the merit of it? And should we still want to go forward with it or not? I think now we're just sanitizing the work we tried to do in previous council. I think a lot of these reports are still relevant. They should still be coming forward. The ones I have on the list, I want them all to come forward. So I'm glad the Councilor Clary asked the question. What about the other reports? I wonder where my Muscatava Harbor Community Master Plan Land Use Bylaw Amendment report is. I assume that's on a community economic planning because I've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and I hope it's going to be the agenda real soon. But I just don't like this process, and I think that it's unfair to the new councillors to try to absorb what all these reports we've asked in the past. I think they should have an opportunity to analyze them. Some of them are from their predecessors and stuff, and I think this is very premature and inappropriate to start cutting the stuff now. They should go to refer to committee of the whole, and let's go report by report, and then determine if we want to keep it on the order list or not.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the only thing I agree with Councilor Hensby just now is that I think a committee of the whole rules would have been better to deal with this, because I have a few as well, and some of them will take having back and forth discussions with other members. Like one in particular related to you, Mr. Mayor, was 11, the mobile food long-term support, because I feel that we've done something with that, and maybe there's still an outstanding support, but I feel that there's the mobile food market is did they purchase a bus recently, or they purchased a V? Anyway, I can't think, but I felt like that one was one in particular that I wasn't sure, and it was kind of a discussion piece. Like, do we, what is the current update status of mobile food market, and do we still need a report on the long term, because it's actually past the time that we were expecting. So yeah, I don't know exactly what the best approach is. I can just give some numbers of some, but again, these are just my thoughts, and some of these might still be very relevant, and a couple of them are past councillors. So within, as Councillor Hensby said, we'd be either looking at a new councillor or looking at the past council who were returning to kind of give their feedback. So I'm not really sure what's the most effective way to deal with this process right now.
So just a quick update on the mobile food market. Yeah, they purchased a new van. I think we contributed $75,000 to it, and I think they're expecting it in the next few weeks. So Councillor Hensby said his preference was to go to a cow. If there's an appetite to put this to we're following the administrative orders, but John, there's no reason we couldn't discuss this at a committee of the whole if that was the wish of council. I don't think, is there?
Could that, Mayor, or you could waive the rules with 2/3 support tonight to allow people to speak more than once. Essentially, we have done that in the past. And so which way you want to go?
Yeah, no, I think we would do it in the future if that was the case. Would be my preference.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would support that.
Councillor Smith, did you want to put a motion on the floor?
Well, I would support that. We would maybe today we can put some of the ones that we have questions on or that we're looking at, and then either next meeting or whatever it's appropriate, have this discussion at a committee of the whole. I don't think doing it tonight might be the best use of time, but maybe for another future meeting we do that. Again, I'll defer to my colleagues if they feel they want to deal with it tonight. But I would prefer just giving you the numbers that I have, adding it to a motion for us to have a discussion at a following meeting.
So just so new councillors are aware, you don't have to bring forward items that you want to leave on the list. We're only taking off items that councillors feel are no longer necessary to be continued on the list. So anything that's on the list you're not sure about stays as it is. We're just taking off items that councillors had requested but feel are redundant. So Councillor Smith, I'm not quite sure what you're asking for. Just clear that up for me.
So what I'm in really looking at my colleagues here is, do we want to deal with this tonight and do committee of the whole rules, because I feel some of these are going to take some discussion, or do we want to put items on for discussion for next meeting, and then when we come back we can just discuss those ones that we want to remove. Okay, so just a question, John, we're not, is there a time on this? I mean, the next meeting is pretty busy. There may be one after that that's a little less busy where we could add that we were going to plan to start at 1, that we could start at 10, I'm thinking.
Mayor, there is no time on it other than the fact that, earlier is best in terms of getting direction to staff so they can focus on the reports that are more important. It would be helpful if members of council do have a list of numbers that they want to put them forward now, just run through those quickly and we can take that away and perhaps deal with the rest of the matter, the entirety of the matter, sorry, in a committee of the whole.
Okay, so what I'll recommend then, a motion to defer this discussion to a future committee of the whole meeting, and I don't know what the proper wording is, with the attached reports outlined or something along those lines.
Just defer is fine, Councillor.
Okay, cool.
Seconded.
So the motion is to defer to a future committee of the whole that agenda review will schedule. Councillor, that would be okay?
Yep. So John, do you want numbers now, or do you want to save that?
You know what, rather than take up time now, perhaps I could ask council to send the clerk's office a list of those items that you're considering taking off, and then that can help us sort of structure the conversation in committee of the whole.
Okay, great.
Okay, so that's a deferral seconded by Councillor Hensby. On the deferral, I see Councillor Austin.
I had my name ahead of that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it doesn't say on the deferral though, I don't think.
Well, it's speaking about it going to a committee of the whole, which is effectively sending it to a. But that's your choice.
Okay, boy, we've had a lot of people jump in. So on the
I can go,
deferral,
Mr. Mayor, if that it doesn't matter to me.
No, Sam, I see Councillor Russell. It's just a couple of pages back. That's all. I'll go to Councillor Russell, then I'll assume Councillor Austin is next. And if anybody wishes to speak on the deferral, jump in after Sam. Go ahead, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that I have an understanding of the process. So what we're doing is we're sitting here in Regional Council discussing all of these reports that have been directed by Regional Council and would be coming back to Regional Council. And at this point, we're looking at sending them to a committee of the whole so that we can discuss them in committee of the whole. And then once we get the list in committee of the whole, it would come back to Regional Council because committee of the whole can't direct anything to happen with the Regional Council reports. So it go to committee of the whole and then come back to Regional Council for a second discussion. And then we would vote on it both in committee of the whole and in Regional Council, and we would discuss it in both. Is that a correct understanding of the process?
Well, it's up to council what they want to talk about, but if it goes to committee of the whole, it's under different rules. People can speak as often as they want, and then they would send it to council to be ratified.
But once it gets back to council, we would have the opportunity to discuss and amend and everything else.
Normally, council, like the budget process, the matter has been fully discussed and debated by all of the members of council, although sitting as committee of the whole, and there's not usually much then to discuss subsequently in terms of the recommendation from committee of the whole.
It's really a ratification.
Correct.
And it would likely be on the same day that we have the committee of the whole, so I expect the conversation would be at committee of the whole.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Austin?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ones who I kind of look to right now, because this is all quite new, would be our new councillors. I kind of feel like maybe we're making a lot more of this than it really is. Most of this stuff on this list is work that's underway or that's been recently moved by council. The ones that, as I have scanned through the list that, maybe there's merit in taking a look at are mainly ones that previous councillors moved. And I'd be looking to our new councillors to see if is that still something that they see as a priority. Some of it is very district specific. But most of it, if there's a desire for a committee of whole, I'm fine with that. But, I think we might be making more of this exercise than it really is. It's just going through a list Thank you.
Right, and this is part of our administrative orders that it has to come to this council. Not dissimilar, as Councillor Hensby knows, to, I'm sure it's the same provincially, it is federally, that things die with the dissolution of a parliament, and in this case, we're keeping it on the agenda unless people take it off. Councillor CAO on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It would be helpful, though, as part of the process, in my opinion, that we could understand which items that councillors have already looked at and have are intending to move, like the ones that Councillor Mason moved and Councillor Cleary, because that way we could come back to the next meeting with some more specific advice as opposed to doing it on the fly. So, you know, it'd be helpful to have the list of those that you're actually contemplating as we go into the next meeting.
So as John said, people can send that to the clerk so that you have that in advance. Jacques, does that satisfy that?
Yes, I think so. I think that's fine.
May I speak to this, Mr. Mayor?
I've got Becky, I've got Councillor Kent, I think, next.
Yeah, thank you. So as a new councillor, I do feel like this has come forward very quickly. I know I am overwhelmed with the volume of reports to read and things to get caught up on. There are some things on this list from a constituency perspective that are very, very important, and the things that I would want an opportunity to learn more about before I made a decision on it. And one of my first option was, and I had sent a note off to April that I wanted it removed, but then I got a great call from staff. They're there to help us and support the new councillors with intelligent information that we can use when we make these kinds of decisions. So I'm certainly in favor. I'm certainly open to the idea of it being at committee of the whole. If it's not, I think that in itself gives us more time. And if it does go to committee of the whole, could I ask, for the benefit of those of us who are new around the table and having a voluminous amount of information coming forward to us, that we be given some time to really read these and get caught up from staff. It's one thing to read a report. It's another to have the opportunity to talk to staff directly and have questions that you might have in relation to it. There's a lot of information. We can go back and look at minutes. We can go back and look at videos. We can read this report. There's more information than we can often have access to until we have a chance to speak with staff on them. So I'm in favor of it going to committee of the whole if in fact it just slows this down a little bit for us so we can understand what we're voting on.
So to have time, so probably then, I don't think next week is going to work anyway. Our next meeting after that would be December the 1st. That would give some time.
Yeah.
And the reason it's here is not only is it mandated that it come to council, it's mandated in the administrative orders that it come to the first council, so that new councillors have an opportunity right off the bat to see what's on that list. But if we're going to defer it to the cow, which is entirely fine, that would give some time for people to have a look at those, ask questions, and also speak on it more freely at a committee of the whole. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, my concerns were similar to Becky, in that just looking at this list, I note that some are district specific, some are general to HRM, and you know, I don't know if I want this removed or not at this point in time. So my question was also, when are the other opportunities to remove items from the list? Is it just this one time in the year that we go through the whole list and remove items? Or is there an opportunity in other council meetings to remove items from the report list?
I can speak to that, Mayor.
Yeah, I think Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, you know, the motion, if the report has been asked for through a motion of council, duly passed by council, then it only can be removed by council. So at any point, somebody can serve a notice of motion that says, I intend to bring a motion forward to rescind, and there are rules around rescissions and things like that John can speak to in more detail than I can, but The council can remove them at any time, in fact, based on their will and due process.
Okay, so, it seems to me that Councillor Mason and Councillor Cleary, they had some things on here that they do not see as relevant anymore. Could we do this in stages, or do we have to do it all at once?
Well, I think we'll do it all at once. We can move those to the cow. They can bring them forward at the cow, I think. Councillor Cleary didn't seem to be entirely sure which ones he wanted to move off. The two he did. So rather than start doing bit by bit, if we're going to move to a cow, then let's do it at the cow.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hensby it's a deferral, I guess. A referral to a cow. Referral. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I think we met our statutory obligation of bringing this to the first council meeting. We met that, and we're going to decide to refer it to committee of the whole. So I think our statutory obligation has been fulfilled. I wouldn't worry about that little technicality. I think that we should also have the list of all the outstanding reports going to the standing committees. Let's do this all at once, because there's some standing committee reports that are probably interest to some other councilors and they're not even aware of. So I think we should get them all done at one cow and not have them referred to either the committee of the whole or to the other standing committees. Let's do them all at once, please and thank you. So could that be a part of the recommendation that those outstanding report lists for all the standing committees also be brought to the same cow?
Let's ask Jacques or John.
Mayor, through you to council, the challenge with that is that the specific reports were not requested by council. They were requested by a standing committee, and notwithstanding what council may decide, the standing committee may still feel that they need it to fulfill their mandate. So the process is for each standing committee to look at the reports it has requested and go from there.
But we don't even know who's on the what new standing committee, so I think that's why it should go to full council. We have not, we haven't divided ourselves up into what standing committees we wanted to serve on, or even have a chance to report on. I'm pretty sure some of the new councils would like to be adverse on what's on all the agendas. So I think it'd be fair to bring it just to one collective body, and that'd be the cow.
So the committee process would lead this to the committees. Once the members are selected and they are filled, then those would go forward. And at that meeting, any member of council could also attend and comment or speak to the motion in terms of those reports. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Doesn't regional council have supremacy over the standing committees?
Mr. Dubé?
Yeah, I think Councillor Hensby is making a good point, but I think the process there would be, as John would suggest, that we can certainly bring a report of reports to the standing committees and make sure that all councillors get those reports so that they see what's going before the committee. So we can easily do that, but it's, as John said, this is a purview of the standing committee, those reports, and if that standing committee wishes to drop them, then we would, but nonetheless, unless of course council referred the matter to a standing committee, and therefore it's a council direction. But at the end of the day, we can certainly inform all of council of all of the reports that are intended to be dealt with or adjudicated by a standing committee by virtue of sharing that information with you as we go forward.
Councillor Hensby, are you going to be okay with that?
Once again, Mr. Mayor, regional council has supremacy over the regional council, over the standing committees. So therefore, anything that's at the so-called at the behest of the standing committees was given to us by the regional council. So the regional council should have the ability to review all those reports and determine if they're still relevant or not the standing committee.
Okay.
Those members of the standing committee are still in council, or those who are to be assigned to standing committee to be part of council. So let's have it all on the table together at once.
I think what I'm hearing from the lawyer and the CAO is that we will do the council ones here, and then the standing committees will have their opportunity to look at it and give it the attention that it deserves at the standing committee level and decide if they want to remove any of those reports.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I still think that council should still see all the standing committee reports that are outstanding, because there's some, like, I don't sit on all the past standing committees, and there's some issues that are going forward to those standing committees I want to see. And some other members of the standing committee might not think they're relevant anymore. So therefore, I think that's why I think the full regional council should have the oversight to see all those reports and
So I
decide on
fully-
the fee.
I understand your view, but I'm going to take the view of the lawyer and the CAO on this. Councillor Cleary?
Thank you, Your Worship. So before I begin, just to Councillor Hensby's point, as I recall from the Administrative Order number 1, we have devolved some of our authority to those standing committees. And so I think if Councillor Hensby wanted to bring forward a motion to waive the rules of our standing committees to deal with that, then we could certainly do that, but I'm not sure he would get agreement on that. So just so I understand the process, would you like us to sort of wrap this up right now, or still give you a few more numbers, or to just send those numbers in with maybe like a little blurb to the clerk at this point?
I think, Phoebe, I think the best thing would be if we ask councillors to send the items that they would consider taking off the list to the clerk's office so that it becomes part of the report in advance of us discussing it at COW.
Mr. Mayor.
We can accommodate that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it would be helpful if we could give them a deadline as well, because obviously, you know, I know all councillors are extremely busy right now with all the volume information, but if we could establish a date by which the numbers of those reports are being requested by councillors, that would be very helpful for us in terms of managing the process. Thank you.
I think
Leo and I are concerned that we won't get this feedback, and we won't be in a position as staff to have reached into the various business units and see if there's any concerns that come from there. So, you know, the fact that we could get those from councillors, it would be very helpful in terms of the ones they wish to take off.
so. Let's say that the COW would be on December the 1st, meaning that the reports would be to the councillors the week before that. John, does that suit you?
At least by then, if that's possible. It's going to take a while to contact the business units with respect to any questions that we have on those reports.
So what date would you prefer, John?
I don't have a calendar here.
You've got the 1st and the 15th.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if we could have all that input by the 20th of November, that would be very helpful.
So that's the end of this week. That should be fine. So,
yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mason or Councillor Cleary, are you finished?
I certainly can be. I mean, I could add a few more numbers, but I'll save that and send it to the clerk before November the 20th.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
I'm good.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Just want to know in regards to these reports, I just thought the summary we have in front of us is more than enough, just to give us what they were about. Someone could use some clarification or some further explanation, but I don't think there's any draft reports for each of them, is there? We've been waiting for the reports for so long, and all of a sudden they're going to appear now. I don't think we're going to expect to have each file have a report there. I think we're just looking at the summary list, and we just want to make sure we're familiar with what that report is. I don't think we need to see the whole lock, stock, and barrel of it at this point.
No, I think if
be ready.
If some of the new councillors have questions, they can reach out through the clerk's office or the CAO's office to get more information.
Mr. Mayor, we're not going to be preparing a major report on this on each item. Simply, we'll be when we know the numbers of the reports that you're considering removing, we will then be in a position to be able to have conversations with the business unit directors to make sure that they're ready for the meeting to answer any questions about that, right? So that's really what this is about.
Right, but if a new councillor has a question about a report that they want clarification from what's in that, who would they contact?
They would certainly contact the business unit through the business unit director, through the coordinator, or the business unit coordinator itself, or himself or herself, who could then answer any questions on that and have access to the report writer, whoever that is.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion then to refer this to a committee of the whole that will be probably on December the 1st. And councillors will be asked to submit numbers that they would like to see potentially withdrawn by November the 20th. We ready for the question?
Question?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Morris,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Cuddle, Councillor Cuddle,
In favor?
Councillor Stoddard,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Lovelace,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Councillor Deagle Gammon,
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kent,
Voting in favor.
Councillor Purdy,
In favor?
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
and Mayor Savage.
In favor, so that motion is carried. We'll see that again. We'll move to 11.1.4, which is the option years of an agreement on energy distribution. Deputy Mayor, do you want to put that on the floor?
I certainly can. I move that Halifax Regional Council exercise its option to extend the heating fuel agreement for a 2-year period, year 2 if exercised within the provincial agreement, at an approximate value of $12 million per year as per the terms and conditions of the original agreement. I so move.
Second for that?
Second,
Second
Councillor
by
Cleary.
Mancini.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. Is there any discussion on that?
Nothing. This is just a routine renewal of an agreement.
Who gets the air miles?
There's no air miles these days. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm just curious, a couple of questions. Do we know how much the heating fuel has cost us in the past?
I think we have Jane Pryor or Jane Fraser. One of the Janes is with us.
Jane Pryor, Manager of Procurement. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. I don't have that information on annual spend in front of me, but I can certainly find that out and provide it to you by the end of the week.
Okay, I appreciate that. Second, and I hope this is as easy. Do we know how much of that will be eliminated with the implementation of Halifax 2050? If we're moving to a net zero, I would assume that all of it would be, but I'm not sure.
And again, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I'm unfortunately not able to answer that question. I can refer that to the energy efficiency group to see whether or not it's something that they looked at and get back to you with that information.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane. Ready for the question on 11.1.4, Phoebe?
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith, Councillor Smith,
In favor?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Morris,
In favor.
Councillor Cuddle,
In favor?
Councillor Stoddard,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Lovelace,
Voting yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Councillor Deagle Gammon.
Voting
I'm sorry, Councillor Deagle Gammon?
Voting in favor of the motion.
In favor, thank you. Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kent,
Voting in favor.
Councillor Purdy,
In favor?
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Mayor Savage,
In favor, that motion passes. Thank you, colleagues. We'll go to 11.2.1 in the name of Councillor Daigle Gammon, which is the Fall River Turf Project at Lockview High School. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you. I move that the Halifax Regional Council request for a staff report on the feasibility of HRM leading the Fall River Turf Project at Lockview High School, Fall River, to upgrade the existing natural field to a multi-use artificial turf facility.
Second.
Second by Deputy Mayor Blackburn. Councillor Daigle Gammon, anything on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This project has been in the works for a couple of years by a local group of very dedicated volunteers. It is a project to upgrade the existing natural grass field to a multi-sport artificial turf facility, including a track at the Lockview High School. It will provide a safe, inclusive, and accessible place for physical activity for citizens of all ages, genders, cultures, ethnicities, and abilities. It's a community initiative clearly stated in their original proposal that was provided to Council in February of 2019. It was supported by a petition of 1,700 signatures and 11 letters of support. The project is needed for the following reasons: to provide local community and school access to needed outdoor recreational facilities for the growing urban, suburban, and rural areas of Central North HRM. Fall River and the Greater Lockview High School catchment area are fast-growing communities of approximately 22,000 residents serving sections of both HRM Districts 1 and 14. These districts are currently under-serviced, particularly in the recreational amenities. Many of our youth have to leave their district to be able to enjoy their sport activities. The field would support this large community area and give us much needed recreational infrastructure at a minimal cost over the entire tax for the region. Currently, there is an opportunity with the federal government for 80% funding. And the provincial government has also been on side. So we have an agreement with our provincial MLA and our federal MP in support of this project. And now we just need HRM to begin this process. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, to the council, congratulations on your very first motion. Didn't waste any time. Good for you. I did hear you interviewed on this, and I wonder if the council could respond to it. And did I hear correctly? There's actually a deadline here that we need to know back, have the report back by, because there's some federal funding. And if I also heard on that interview correctly, you stated there was 80% of the funding would be provided by the federal government. So I may not have heard that correctly. So could you speak to the funding opportunity and the deadline? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Yes, there is a deadline. The project needs to start by September of 2021 and finish by December of 2021. And the project with the federal government is identified as grants with the Canadian Infrastructure Program that will fund stimulus projects and the COVID-19 community resilience stream. So we need to be able to start this as soon as possible in terms to get that federal application begun, and construction needs to start by September. The anticipated cost of the project is approximately $3.5 million.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, and so what percentage of the other funding, the other orders of government are paying on this? Or what's the expected that we would pay on it, percentage-wise? When you close,
I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to do a little latitude here, but when we come back to the councillor, she can speak to it again. Is that it for Councillor Mancini?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be supporting this, and I have supported it up till now, but I'm just for when staff come forward with this report on this, there's a few things I'd like them to consider. I don't know if Denise is here or whatever, but we've had a situation in Bedford where the CPA does have an artificial turf field, but it's also located next to a community center. So, and if you know anything about these fields at all, they're worth a couple of $1 million. You lock them up, they're gated, they're locked up because you don't want people going in there and driving ATVs on them or lighting them on fire and all these sort of challenges we've had. So what you think you should do, you think you're doing a wonderful thing, but the one at CPA has been quite controversial. Local residents are always complaining because it's never open for them to use it. The school wants to use it after school, but it has to be monitored. It has to be unlocked and it has to be monitored. Because you just don't open the gates and let people use it for the reasons I've just described, because they're very costly investments and also very susceptible to damage. So I'm just a caution to the councillor and just a caution to staff that in addition to the funding of this, we're going to have a real discussion, because there won't be, I don't believe there's a community center right next to this. How exactly, who's going to be in charge of this? Who's going to open and close it? Who's going to have jurisdiction over it? Monitor it, this sort of thing. So just a little bit of a heads up, because we think we're doing such a wonderful thing, and these are wonderful assets. But the one in my district has been quite controversial with residents, with the school, and with users. So just a heads up. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary. Oh, sorry, Councillor Austin. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm off mute. Just one question for Councillor Deagle-Gammon, and apologies if I missed this somewhere along the way here. Is the funding that we're potentially able to tap into here, is it a general municipal fund, or is this something that's coming from community organizations that is separate from the usual kind of process that we'd have? I'm just wondering, like, and maybe this gets covered in the staff report itself, how this fits into all the process we're going through is within bureaucracy about, well, where do we target our dollars to make the most of the infrastructure opportunities? I'm just wondering if this is new money, or if this is trying to say that in this community, this is what's important for that municipal plot. Thank you. So if when Deagle-Gammon closes, if she could speak to that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm happy to support this for a staff report, if for no other reason. Well, two reasons, really. I'm extremely impressed with our new councillor's ability to get her very first motion on the very first council agenda. But also, as Councillor Austin alluded to, I'm never one to say no when other government funding might be available for the project, and something we do costs us less than it might otherwise. But I know that when staff look at this, if this does pass, that they'll be looking at the overall area, seeing how this fits in with our overarching plan with regard to facilities, types of facilities, needs in the area, demand for activities, that'll be thoroughly investigated. So I'm happy to support this, knowing that when it comes back, an answer is never guaranteed, one that the local councillor wants, but you never know. So I'll certainly support this.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
I think Councillor Cleary just covered my question. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Deagle-Gammon, do you want to close and try to answer a few of those questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, indeed, the use of the field, if it should come up, it's not adjacent to a community center. It is close. It is in the district of where the school is, and so the Halifax Regional Center for Education is aware of the project. They have spoken about with the community group, and they're on the community group's meeting as members of the community group, providing information. So they've got a good connection there. The federal funding, if Councillor Austin, if I answer correctly, the federal funding that has been clearly identified at this moment is the federal funding at 80% of the dollars, 80% funding. The province, and I think this is why we need the feasibility study with HRM and the work of our staff, because that will help us to identify where the other, where the provincial funding is, as well as what will the obligations be going forward from HRM. So we're really looking forward to that work getting done. And as other councillors have said, it is a first step. It's getting the information together so that we can make the best decision possible, and hopefully it will end up with an artificial turf field at Bellevue High School in Fall River.
Okay, ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Councillor Smith,
For?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Morris,
In favor.
Councillor Cuddle,
In favor?
Councillor Stoddart,
In favor of the motion?
Councillor Lovelace,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthip,
In favor?
Councillor Dale Gannon,
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kent,
Voting in favor?
Councillor Purdy,
Voting in favor of the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Mayor Savage,
In favor of the motion. All right. Congratulations to the new councillor from District 1. Colleagues, under motions, we have nothing. There's nothing in camera. Notices of motion, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Take notice. I have two notices of motion. Take notice that at the next regular regional council meeting to be held on November 17th, 2020, I intend to request a staff report that identifies any forms of preferential or prejudicial language related to race in any HRM bylaws or administrative orders, and that is the first one. The second one is take notice that at the next regular regional council meeting to be held on November 17th, 2020, I intend to request a staff report to update the procurement policy and options for a buy local provision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take notice that the next meeting of the Halifax Regional Council will be held on November the 17th, 2020. I intend to request a staff report and recommendation with respect to amendments to Administrative Order 2020-009 ADM, the COVID-19 Administrative Order, to enable in-person public hearings and other changes resulting from the evolution of the restarted order of the Chief Medical Officer of Health under Section 32 of the Health Protection Act 2004. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have notices of motion? Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I propose to move amendments to Administrative Order 29 respecting HRM civic addressing policies, the purpose of which is to approve 1, the naming of 5 new private lanes in Lower Sackville, Head of St. Margaret's Bay, Hubli, Porters Lake, and Upper Sackville, the naming of 2 public streets in Halifax, the renaming of a portion of Park Avenue to Flotilla Lane in Dartmouth, and the retiring of 2 private lane names, Cove Sedge Court and Eastern Passage and Lodge Crescent in Halifax.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I propose to move first reading of proposed bylaw S1003, amending bylaw S1000 respecting the regulation of sidewalk cafes. The purpose is to 1, give the licensing authority discretion to consider the factors listed in section 15, including any mitigation when determining if an annual sidewalk cafe license may be issued to an applicant, and 2, give current seasonal sidewalk cafe license holders the opportunity to apply for an annual sidewalk cafe license prior to December 31st, 2020.
All right. Anybody else with notices of motion? I'd like to acknowledge that for a number of folks, it's your first council meeting and it's done, and under normal circumstances, you would pick up your parting gifts on the way through as you left chambers, but we cannot deliver them. But well done, folks. Thank you all very much. And I'm going to go to Councillor Purdy, because there's a tradition at this council that the councillor from your district recommends that we adjourn. I'm going to give you the opportunity to suggest we adjourn. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adjourn this regional council.
All right, we're back in a week, folks. Thank you all very much. Enjoy your day. Remembrance Day tomorrow. You can't go to if you can't go to the cenotaph, it doesn't mean you can't honor the veterans and the great people who serve our country. Just do it somewhere else.
That's right.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good night.